Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Holding a lightning blade. The red-clothed ninja flashed quickly around Charlotte. He swung the knife and cut one wound after another. Charlotte, holding the lizard serum in his left hand, waved his right hand, but was so angry that he couldn't hit the opponent no matter what he did. The superpower of teleportation is really too bad. Lightning flashed around Charlotte, making the passive Charlotte furious. Gwen, who was standing not far away, was dumbfounded as he watched the fierce battle scene in front of him. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should take action. After hesitating for a while, Gwen decided to join the battlefield and rush towards Charlotte. She chose the most appropriate moment, leaped up, and shot out spider silk from her wrist. The spider silk accurately hit the lizard serum in Charlotte's hand. Gwen pulled hard in midair, and Charlotte was caught off guard, and the lizard serum flew out of her hand. The red ninja, who was still fighting with Charlotte, flashed without hesitation and grabbed the lizard serum to prevent Gwen from pulling it away. Charlotte's tail swept across. Because the spider silk was connected to Gwen, the red ninja was unable to use teleportation. And the incident happened suddenly, and he didn't have time to swing his sword to cut the spider silk. There was no way out. The red ninja could only let go of his hands and disappear again in an instant. Charlotte's tail broke the spider silk and reached out to catch the lizard serum. He could see that these were simply two robbers. They're all here for his lizard serum, you want it. I won't let you have it. Charlotte no longer tried to attack the red ninja, but instead turned around and rushed towards the Osborne building. Not good, Gwen clenched her teeth. The perfect opportunity just now was ruined by the red ninja, which made her completely certain that the red ninja was not on the same side as her. No matter why the other party wants to obtain the lizard serum, it is definitely not a good thing. Of course, the most important thing now is to stop Dr. Connors. It was previously known that the lizard men's target was Osborne building, so the people in the building were evacuated. The antidote serum was then successfully injected into the rain cloud, and Mobius and others left safely, with a smooth journey. Charlotte rushed to the bottom of the Osborne building, stretched out his huge lizard palm to grasp the glass curtain wall, and rushed straight upwards. At this time, Gwen finally caught up with Charlotte. The spider silk entangled Charlotte's tail, and she pulled hard with both hands, while slowing down Charlotte's movement. The whole person shot up like a slingshot and flew over Charlotte's head. She turned around quickly and fired spider bullet after spider bullet at Charlotte's eyes with both hands. The red ninja flashed and appeared on Charlotte's arm. He held the thunder blade in his hand, moved quickly along Charlotte's left arm, and chopped off Charlotte's head with one blow. Holding the lizard potion in his left hand and adhering to the glass curtain wall with his right hand, Charlotte was severely restricted at this time. Listen to the strong wind above your head. Charlotte shook his shoulders and blocked the red ninja's path against the spider's bullets. Because he was standing unsteadily, he knew that his attack could not cause much damage to Charlotte. So the red ninja chose to swing his sword to block the spider bullet shot at him, and disappeared on the spot in a flash. Gwen stood on tiptoe on the glass wall, concentrating on watching Charlotte rushing upward. She kicked her feet and shot out spider silks towards the glass curtain wall, grabbing them with her right hand and dropping them from the sky at high speed. The spider silk shot out from the left hand, wrapped around Charlotte's right hand, which was using it to absorb the glass curtain wall. Using the speed of falling, Gwen turned around and swung, and a large net woven by her covered Charlotte. He connected the spider silk in his left and right hands together, and fired several spider silk bullets to fix Charlotte's feet to the glass curtain wall. Gwen released her hands that were holding the spider silk, and a huge spider web rebounded and rolled towards Charlotte. The next moment, Charlotte's right hand was wrapped in spider silk, and the spider silk was tied around Charlotte's body, successfully binding Charlotte. Then, Gwen shot out another spider silk thread, grabbing the lizard serum in Charlotte's left hand, trying to take it away by force, but Charlotte held on tight. After a moment of stalemate, Charlotte's right hand broke free, with one claw. He cut the spider silk that was wrapped around the serum. Looking at Gwen, who was blown away, he raised the corners of his mouth and climbed up quickly again. Bang, the glass curtain wall shattered, and a sharp lightning samurai sword protruded from the inside of the building and stabbed into Charlotte's heart. Charlotte's pupils contracted as she stared at the cold and ruthless face of the red-clothed ninja inside the curtain wall. Cracks appeared on his face, and he rushed out at high speed with lightning, stabbing Charlotte's left shoulder with a fierce knife. The flashing lightning spread across Charlotte's left arm. Charlotte held the samurai sword in his right hand and bent it with a little force. And the blade broke. Charlotte held the blade and cut towards the red ninja's neck. But the knife cut into nothingness, and the curtain wall here completely collapsed, and Charlotte fell down without any support, holding the blade on his left shoulder. Charlotte tried to pull out the tip of the knife as he fell. But in a flash, a red-clothed ninja holding a half-samurai sword appeared behind Charlotte. The broken blade spewed out lightning and slashed towards Charlotte's left hand that was holding the lizard serum. A bolt of lightning spread from the hilt along Charlotte's arm to the tip of the knife. After suffering a series of heavy blows to his left arm, the lizard serum finally couldn't be controlled and slipped out of his hand. Looking at the red-clothed ninja reaching out to take the lizard serum, Charlotte grinned grimly. "Been waiting for you for a long time." He pulled out the knife tip and inserted his right hand into the glass curtain wall to slow down his fall. The lizard's tail, which had been prepared for a long time, suddenly attacked and instantly pierced into the chest of the red ninja. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out. The red-clothed ninja's eyes shone brightly, and he held the lizard serum and cut Charlotte's tail with it. The fragile lizard tail broke immediately. What a good idea of cutting off the tail to save life. What I cut off was my tail, but what I saved was his life. It's really amazing holding on to the lizard serum. The falling red ninja spat out blood again. Gwen rushed up anxiously, but could only watch as the falling red ninja pulled out the lizard tail from his chest, put his two fingers together, and disappeared in the air in a flash. It's over. The lizard serum was taken away by someone. Gwen's face turned pale, and she looked up at the rain clouds still brewing in the sky, feeling annoyed. What the hell is Osborne's artificial rain-making? It doesn't work at all. The sky finally looked like it was going to rain, and strong winds began to blow. Before Gwen could feel too upset about losing the lizard serum, a huge shadow above her head covered her when he looked up. He saw Charlotte with a grin on his face right in front of him. Hehe, little spider Tilda, now there are only two of us left. I will catch you in my hand and refine you in an instant. As he spoke, Charlotte's big hand grabbed over. Gwen took several steps back. I was so scared that I almost fell off the glass curtain wall. Where is Spider-Man? Where are the others? Come and save them. Spider-Man is still on his way on horseback. Come on, little spider, use all your skills to please me. As long as you defeat me, I will tell you a big secret. Hehe, Gwen laughed dryly and asked cautiously, Doctor Knorrsif, I don't want to know this secret. Then can we just not fight? What doctor? Call me Connors, your majesty the queen. Charlotte roared, ah. Gwen opened her mouth and her cerebellum shrank. As for the truce you mentioned, of course. Standing upright against the glass curtain wall, Charlotte opened his arms, stretched all the muscles in his body, and when he raised his head, he revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. But don't you want to know where Charlotte went? This question made Gwen's expression change. Yeah, where did Charlotte go? He has been missing for 3 days without any news. Could it be, could it be, could it be? Seeing Gwen's tense expression and growing fighting spirit, Charlotte decided to stimulate her again. Hehe. Charlotte, he, ahum. I can't make it up anyway. Charlotte is upset. And if you don't fight, Mass will be even more upset. What kind of weird reasons and weird excuses are these? Huh? Charlotte jumped down and stepped on Gwen's little face with her huge lizard paw. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she dodged quickly. He was then swept up by Charlotte's thick tail and hit on the back. And the whole person was smashed into the glass curtain wall and fell into the office area on the 27th floor of the Osborne building. Bang! Charlotte's huge body rushed into the building. With a wave of his hand, he pushed away all the desks and computers around him. And sparks and lights flashed together. Charlotte's huge head smashed the ceiling to pieces. Several pages of A4 paper documents were flying in the building. Charlotte's unmatched power was crushing him all the way with a strong sense of oppression. Make up your mind to die, little spider. Otherwise, you won't die. Another piece of weird nonsense. Gwen flicks the spider web and overturns the filing cabinet. In the hurricane, documents were rolled up and flying throughout the building. In the flickering lights, everything was flickering. Gwen used her hands and feet and took advantage of Charlotte's inability to pay attention to her to start crawling and changing her position. Little spider, come out quickly, I see you. While coaxing Gwen, Charlotte knocked over all the desks around with his tail. If you come out, I'll show you a big treasure. Unfortunately, it was not tempting at all, and Gwen didn't fall for it. Charlotte picked up a Snickers bar that had fallen on the ground and threw it into her stomach without even tearing off the wrapping paper. Sweep away hunger, oh. He opened his mouth and let out a loud howl. And a shock wave spread out, blowing away the papers and dust in the air. And Charlotte finally saw Gwen crawling forward stealthily. Gwen's purpose was very clear, which was the fire alarm not far away. She was smart and took 3 bottles of lizard serum. The first 2 bottles destroyed the lizardmen army, and the 3rd bottle was poured into the fire tower by him. As long as the lizardmen rush into the building, Gwen will activate the fire sprinklers, and all the lizardmen will be restored by the antidote serum. She crawled along stealthily and saw victory just ahead. But she suddenly stopped, looking at the huge lizard's paw in front of her. Her hands and feet became cold and her whole body trembled. The next moment, the lizard grasped Gwen's arm and lifted her up. Look what I caught, a wild ghost spider. It can be eaten raw. And its protein content is 6 times that of beef, of course. If time is not urgent, you can also roast it, which will be more delicious. Ghost spider, chicken flavor crunchy, hehe. Looking at the lizard's face so close to her, and Charlotte's open mouth, full of sharp teeth and a scarlet tongue. Gwen's pretty face turned pale beneath the mask. She could already imagine herself in a bloody mess in the lizard man's mouth. She struggled desperately and beat Charlotte's arms. But Charlotte was too strong. All her resistance was futile. Dr. Connors, I think we can have a good talk. I've already told you, please call me Queen Connors. As he spoke, Charlotte opened his bloody mouth and bit Gwen. Gwen exerted force on her wrist and turned over to lie on Charlotte's arm. She quickly removed and modified the spider silk launcher in her left hand, stuffed 4 spider silk capsules into it, and threw them forcefully into Charlotte's approaching mouth. Bang! Electric sparks flashed on the spider silk launcher. And the next moment, spider silk mucus quickly expanded in Charlotte's mouth. White spider foam came out of his mouth, and his mouth was blocked by spider mucus, which was extremely uncomfortable. Gan. Charlotte threw Gwen away, pinched the spider slime in her mouth with her fingers, pulled it out and threw it on the ground. Looking at the still expanding ball of spider silk on the ground, Charlotte frowned and followed Gwen's figure. Stick out your tongue and sense the biological information remaining in the air. With a wave of his palm, he swept away all the obstacles in front of him. Using all 4 limbs, he rushed towards Gwen again. Spider silk shot out from his right hand, caught a fire extinguisher, and then he spun around and threw it at Charlotte, who was rushing towards him. A claw cut and exploded the fire extinguisher, and a large amount of carbon dioxide white mist exploded, blocking Charlotte's vision. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gwen used the spider silk to catapult and kicked Charlotte hard in midair. Charlotte rolled to the ground, shook his head, and stood up again unharmed. Damn it. Gwen cursed inwardly. Doctor. Connor's lizard body is too thick and tough. His attack couldn't cause much damage to Dr. Connor's. On the contrary, Dr. Connor's attack would cause her pain for a long time with just one hit. What should we do now? The only solution now is lizard serum. Gwen was the first to move forward. She pushed open the elevator door, grabbed the elevator cable in the elevator shaft, and began to climb upwards. Don't even think about escaping. Fight me for another 800 rounds. Charlotte followed closely, looked up at Gwen above, and chased after her, using both hands and feet. Staring at Charlotte, who was chasing her, Gwen dodged the elevator that stopped on the 60th floor and continued to go up. But Charlotte was blocked by the elevator. What should we do now? Just sit there and watch Gwen escape, letting her win in the end? Sorry, that's not a villain's quality. A true villain will never give up in the face of any difficulties. Even if there are no difficulties, he will create them for himself and never give up. Squeak. With the sharp sound of metal cutting, Charlotte broke through the bottom of the elevator and entered the elevator. He punched open the emergency exit above the elevator. I saw Gwen above me again. Bang. Under Gwen's operation, the two elevator cables broketh, elevator tilted, and the metal groaned in pain. Bang. Another steel cable broke and hit the elevator with a loud bang. Squeak. The last steel cable trembled. Apparently reaching its limit, Charlotte roared and tore the safety hole at the top of the elevator with his hands, trying to escape and rush towards Gwen. But the last cable had broken. The hand that was reaching upward was forced to stop, and the elevator carrying Charlotte's huge lizard body fell to the bottom of the elevator shaft. Charlotte can release water, but Charlotte is not real water. This is a test that Charlotte gave to Gwen. There is no Lizard Parker in this world. So Charlotte plays the role of Lizard Parker and gives Gwen the perfect first lesson. Mean knowledge said it well. So when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, it must first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry and empty, and his actions frustrated. This is to stir his heart and harden his nature, and to increase his ability to do what he was not able to do before. In order to make Gwen stronger, Charlotte is willing to play a villain and make things difficult for Gwen. So Gwen, you're welcome, please call me Red Scarf. The elevator fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that spread instantly. Gwen took a long breath and calmed her violently beating heart. Is it finally over? I wonder if Dr. Connors is okay. The dust spread upwards and soon the feeling of palpitations came again, and the spider sense warned Gwen brush. The moment she leaped into the air, a steel bar was inserted into the place where she had just stood. Charlotte's huge body rushed out of the dust, and the hideous wound on his left shoulder was healing quickly. Little spider, go faster, go stronger, give me more. The leaping claws tore the reinforced concrete into pieces and quickly moved upwards, and countless cement blocks fell to the bottom of the building. The sound of fighting coming from here attracted everyone's attention and was also reported to the owner of the building, Justin Hammer. He was sitting in front of the huge dining table, wearing a pink suit of floral type purple glasses, and dyed silver hair, using a jeweled silver knife and fork. He slowly cut a snail, garnished with asparagus. Hammer put the sesame-sized pieces of Western meat into his mouth, closed his eyes, tasted them carefully, and swallowed them slowly. Good news came from the sky. Stark the arrogant conceited, ostentatious spendthrift, flashy and without any substance, you was kidnapped. This made Hammer feel that the sky in New York was a little brighter. Everyone always compares himself to Stark, but Hammer feels there is no comparison between the two. He is completely different from Stark. He is a gentleman who is not promiscuous. He is a mature and outstanding boss. He is a businessman with unique talents. It is the first partner of the U.S. military, except for its first partner. Comparing with Stark, comparing with anything, I don't care at all. Hammer smiled as he thought about the news of Stark's disappearance. At least I think I will definitely live longer than Tony Stark. Master Tilda, the butler, walked in and bowed. He was wearing a white shirt and a black vest, a black tuxedo, a red bow tie, straight black trousers, and shiny burgundy leather boots. A single strand of gray hair not out of place, and a butler's body that is always straight. This is the kind of butler a gentleman should have. What artificial intelligence, Jarvis? That's garbage. There has been new progress. Surveillance shows that the lizard man Connors is fighting with the ghost spider in the Osborne building. According to Dr. Mobius, Connors wants to put the lizard serum into the virus rain transmitter to transform all the people in New York into lizard people. He placed the knife and fork on both ends of the plate and wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Lizard serum. Although Hammer did not approve of Osborne's research direction, he highly valued Connors' abilities. Unfortunately, Connors plunged headfirst into the lizard serum, leaving Hammer helpless. Connors is different from Mobius and Osborne, who chose this path because of their family's genetic disease. Because Connors' purpose was actually for his ideal. Hehe, ridiculous. The purpose of guns is to cause harm. The reason a bullet is fired is to create death. Where there are humans, there will be struggle. Where there is war, there will be interests. The enemy and us are just a business that needs a balance. The death of soldiers only consolidates the value of capital. Hammer is certain that even if the lizard serum is successfully developed, Connors is destined to fail to achieve his ideals, and instead sell out his ideals for greater interests. Just like the lizard serum now, knowing at the first moment. What Hammer thought about was not the harm it would cause to mankind, but how much value it could create and how much money it could bring to himself. Oh, Tilda, what a pity. If we were to stop Connors, we could just blow up the Osborne building. Tilda, pick up the red wine glass and look at the scarlet wine in the glass. Lizard serum is indeed very good and has great military value, but it will destroy the balance of the entire arms ecosystem and undermine its own basic interests. Stark was probably dead, and the one he needed to deal with was that old fox Obadiah. What I need to do now is not innovation, but stability, and be careful of the conspiracy from Obadiah. Okay, sir, anything else? After taking a sip of red wine, Hammer said, this time, we will use our newly developed Spice Girl missile to destroy Osborne building. Continuing to fight upwards, Gwen and Charlotte arrived at the top floor of Osborne building. Charlotte roared and rushed towards Gwen at the top of the elevator shaft. Gwen dodged the sword, and Charlotte broke through the roof. Standing on the top of the building, Charlotte looked around. The rainmaking tools are within reach, but he no longer had the lizard serum. Looking up at the sky that was shining blue, a flash of light flashed across the sky. It seemed that the rainstorm was finally coming. Gwen also poked her head out and climbed to the roof, her eyes lighting up. Because right next to the artificial rainmaker, there is another tube of antidote serum. Hi. Arriving at the rooftop, Gwen prepared to attack, clenching her fists and saying, that's it, Dr. Connors. You've already lost. What, my? Her Majesty Queen Connors is going to lose. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at his hands. Equipped with the excellent acting skill card, Charlotte has a strong desire to perform. There was struggle and pain in his eyes, and he roared in despair, no, not yet, roaring. Charlotte pounced towards Gwen, but Gwen dodged her with a sliding tackle in midair. The sharp claws destroyed the spider silk shooter on Gwen's right hand and scratched her right hand. Gwen rolled over and grabbed the antidote serum in her hand, looking at Charlotte rushing towards her again. She smashed open the antidote serum. Light blue smoke filled the air, and Charlotte was affected and flew over her head, uncontrollably out of the building and falling towards the ground. Falling in midair. Charlotte instantly recovered from his 3-meter-tall body to normal. The blue light quickly spread across the green lizard's skin. The flesh color recovered and the body recovered. Is the detoxifying serum I made so effective? Forced detoxification. Lizard Parker skill card is temporarily unavailable for 30 minutes. Not only is it temporarily unusable, it is even temporarily unreplaceable. After a pause in midair, Charlotte landed steadily on the ground, speechlessly covering his kun-kun with both hands. Hateful, he stood naked in the messy wind, with a dazed expression and looking extremely depressed. Call out. A missile was fired from a distance and blasted into the Osborne building in the blink of an eye. Rumbling. The flames of the explosion were accompanied by thunder from a clear sky, and the loud bangs were accompanied by thunder all over the sky. Rain poured down with a pale blue glow. Gwen's spider sense was screaming like crazy, but she looked sad and helpless on the rooftop. The web shooters on both hands are damaged. Gwen's thin figure was thrown out of the building and fell weakly to the ground. This scene was broadcast live by the last remaining media helicopter, looking at the free-falling ghost spider. A feeling of despair and sadness spread in the hearts of everyone in front of the TV. Tears began to brew. Is that all? Is that the end of it? A young superhero passed away, leaving the world with only eternal sorrow. Of course not. Thump 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 tilde tilde thump thump tilde. A red and blue figure flashed in the sky, and a spider silk as thick as a hemp rope shot towards Gwen. Gwen's eyes lit up and quickly grabbed it in his hand. Spider-Man glanced at Gwen. His figure quickly passed by Gwen and rushed into the direction of the collapsed Osborne building without hesitation. A moment later, the building collapsed and pressed down on Spider-Man's last position. Then, a violent explosion light appeared there again. In such an explosion, no matter who it is, no one will be left alive. Well, the sadness is left to the audience again. Now you can cry, Spider-Man is dead. He died in the collapsed Osborne building, and died in the live broadcast witnessed by everyone. Do not, Gwen, who was rescued, fell to the ground and knelt on the ground in pain. She knew clearly that it wasn't just Spider-Man who was hiding under the building. There was also Professor Connors in that direction. Torrential rain blocked out the sun and blew harmful dust from the collapse to the ground. At this time, Connors arrived late on Francie's motorcycle. Connors had already taken off his crotchless pants and was only wearing hot girl jeans. He didn't care about his image and rushed over in a hurry. He immediately saw the thin and sad ghost spider. Gwen also saw Connors, her pupils trembled, and at a glance, Gwen recognized Connors' torn white coat case. If he was Dr. Connors, then who was dead under the building? An ominous feeling filled Gwen's heart. Charlotte. Charlotte, where is Charlotte, ghost spider? Where is Charlotte now? Connors took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Gwen's side in a hurry. Gwen's face beneath the mask turned pale instantly, and she fell into unspeakable despair. Could the dead person be Charlotte? Charlotte is dead. I killed Charlotte. Tears kept flowing out of her eyes, mixing with the rain and sliding down her face. With great power comes great responsibility. Charlotte, who said this, seemed to be right in front of him. But before he could reach out, it disappeared into thin air. Her heart was shattered, and the tearing pain made it hard for her to breathe. How come? How could this be? I killed Charlotte. Gwen looked at her raised hands, which were shaking uncontrollably, as if they were stained with Charlotte's blood. Oh my God. What have I done? Gwen, with a blank mind, stood up suddenly and rushed towards the direction of the explosion. But that only left her with greater despair. There were no rocks or corpses, only a dark pit caused by the explosion. Life, 6 right arrow 4. Charlotte said, without exaggeration, that he fucked up. He didn't pretend to be dead to trick Gwen, really was dead. Originally, I thought it would be George who would be in danger. But I didn't expect that the bitch of fate would come back and attack the handsome guy. Hateful as expected. Anyone who says, with great power comes great responsibility, to Spider-Man must die. The feeling of death is truly terrifying. Not to mention that Charlotte's experience is doubled. The Spider-Man clone tried his best, but failed to save him and ended up losing another life. It was not until now that he understood the meaning of life attribute points, which refers to life. I thought it was useless before. Hey Tilda, if I had known earlier, I would have taken back my clone. The first thing Charlotte did after waking up was to put the remaining 4 attribute points into life without hesitation. Life 8 Max, feature You Are Very Alive. After letting out a long breath and feeling full of security, Charlotte began to observe his surroundings. At this time, Charlotte was sitting on the toilet. In front of her was a toilet door with holy light shining all around. There is equipment on the ground. She picked up the hospital gown on the floor and put it on. Put on flip-flops and wrapped her lower body with a bath towel. 2 voices were heard outside the door. Bruce, are you feeling better? Dr. Arthur, no. I know I'm sick and I'm very sick. Bruce, don't worry. There's no one here and I'm always listening. Dr. Arthur, it all started in a cave. Several bats swooped out of it and then I kept feeling a huge force of fear filling my soul. Call me darkness, call me revenge, call me killing. I am torn apart again and split apart again. But I don't want to hurt anyone. Bruce, you are indeed very ill, Dr. Arthur. He's like another personality full of anger and violence. Several question marks appeared in Charlotte's head. Oh my God, what the hell is this? Is this still Marvel? Bruce, the fear you mentioned, is he a black bat? No. Dr. Arthur, it's green, it looks like me. Like another personality of mine. A personality that is always angry. Bruce, are you telling me about what you experienced before? Okay, Dr. Arthur, I was wandering on the street, and a kind man gave me a gold ring, a gold necklace, and a lot of money. Charlotte opened the door silently. Sure enough, Dr. Arthur and Bruce Banner appeared in front of him. Bruce, with an unshaven beard and disheveled hair, was startled. He stood up hurriedly and looked at Charlotte in front of him. Hospital gowns, flip-flops, afro hair, bathrobe, pants. Good, spirited outfit. Bruce stared at Charlotte and nodded. Are you the discharged knight, Charlotte? You are really impressive, Doctor. Arthur also stood up with a confused look on his face. Charlotte, what are you doing in my office bathroom with the lights off? And when did you come? Charlotte looked back at the bathroom in Dr. Arthur's office at Arkham Sanitarium. Oh, tilde, so my birthplace is here, tilde. Letter 2C9, letter 2C9, tilde, why am I here? Charlotte blinked. This question was really hard to answer. This. Am I the return of the king? Hi, Dr. Arthur, have you eats? Charlotte's eyes wandered, and she changed the subject guiltily. Arthur's face was dark. To be honest, he didn't want to see Charlotte at all. Because, as soon as he saw Charlotte, he would doubt. Was there something wrong with my judgment that Charlotte was a normal person? Have I released a madman into society? Charlotte smiled and gave Dr. Arthur a warm greeting. Have you got a meal yet? If you don't eat it, take my punch. Compared to answering questions, it is indeed easier to solve the person who asked the question. Dr. Arthur held his forehead. The veins on his forehead twitched and said seriously, Charlotte, stop acting crazy, be normal. I know you're not sick. Charlotte sighed and adjusted her afro. After all, I still can't fool Dr. Arthur tilde. As soon as he returned to Arkham Mental Asylum, Charlotte felt relaxed, as if he had returned to his home ground. He tilted his head and said, I haven't eaten yet. What are we having for lunch today? I'd like a chicken burrito with spaghetti and a kebab, Dr. Arthur's expression did not change at all, and he replied calmly and normally, if you want. Your lunch is chlorpromazine, prazolamx, and oranges. Oh great, Dr. Arthur, this is my favorite. Oh, of course, I mean orange. Otherwise, what else could it be, tilde, after 2 harmless jokes? The 3 of them walked out of Arthur's office. Bruce just remained silent the entire time, and seemed a little out of place with the other 2 people because of his lack of energy. After actually seeing Charlotte, he suddenly felt that his illness was not as serious as he had imagined, especially after learning that Charlotte was not sick. Although the other personality in the body often competes with oneself for control of the body. But this is not schizophrenia. It is the product of an experiment, which originated from an accident caused by the production of gamma rays. The radiation caused his genes to mutate, and the Hulk was born. You see, this is science. It is very rigorous. It has logical consistency and theoretical basis. This isn't insane at all. and it doesn't sound like anything remotely insane, so. I'm not sick. Arkham Asylum has been renovated with white walls and smooth floors. The traces of the past cruelty have been erased, leaving only a trace of happy memories of that time. In the corridor, a patient was startled when he saw Charlotte. Then he followed the three of them silently with a small plane all the way to the cafeteria. Soon, the nurse brought 3 plates of mashed potatoes and 3 apples and placed them on the dining table. Charlotte picked up the plastic spoon and chewed it. Then asked Arthur in confusion, "By the way, Dr. Arthur, we have known each other for such a long time. But I have never had the chance to ask you, Doctor. Arthur, what do you do for a living?" Serious face, "Doctor." Arthur ignored Charlotte and remained calm. Instead, it was Bruce beside him who widened his eyes. "Although I don't understand why doctor." Arthur determined that Charlotte was a normal person. "I was shocked looking at Doctor Arthur's indifferent attitude. Charlotte felt bored. Gwen is fun, with a turn of his eyes. Charlotte scratched his afro and turned to look at Bruce Banner beside Arthur. "Hey man, what do you do for a living?" Bruce opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Bruce still wore his homeless outfit and used the strategy of hiding from the public to avoid the military's pursuit. And Arkham Asylum was also a hiding place that he really investigated. Charlotte pinched her chin and looked at Bruce. "Look at your dirty hair-beard old clothes full of holes. 7/10 washed jeans. And the dirty cloth bag you carry with you. I knew at first sight that you must be a scientist." Bruce's heart tightened. "You can see that too. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a homeless person." Bruce announced loudly, "You are quite proud, Tilda." He thought he was dressed exactly like a homeless man, with every detail taken care of. But how did Charlotte see that? He didn't know how to ask Charlotte. And Charlotte's eyes had already moved away from him. Turning around, Charlotte found a group of patients leaning against the window, their eyes staring at him. Charlotte was relaxed and raised her hand to greet them. But the patients remained unmoved and silent, just leaning against the window and looking at you. Everyone who is often taken to mental hospitals knows that the mental illnesses in the movies are all acted out. And the mental illnesses in the movies have been artistically rendered and exaggerated. Real mental illness doesn't look any different, especially since it's more peaceful with medication. Just by looking at their eyes, Charlotte realized that in Facton, this Arkham sanatorium, Bruce and Dr. Arthur were the most abnormal people. Dr. Arthur also found the patient and told Bruce, "Don't talk nonsense or run around. Keep your distance and be careful not to irritate them." Bruce remained indifferent and silent. Now that he had found Charlotte, he no longer planned to hide in the mental hospital. Although Bruce was dressed in tattered clothes and had unkempt hair. But Arthur found that he did not have the stink of a mentally ill person. And he spoke clearly and did not talk to himself, so Arthur has always been skeptical about Bruce's claim that he is mentally ill. He felt that Bruce was more like a reporter, pretending to be a psychopath and trying to sneak into Arkham Sanatorium to investigate. She picked up the mashed potatoes and stuffed them into her mouth. The food was tasteless and unpalatable. Charlotte chewed the spoon in silence. "Damn. I thought the food would be better after changing the chef." While chewing the spoon, Charlotte said, "Dr. Arthur, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Tilda." Arthur glanced at Charlotte, who had only eaten a spoonful of mashed potatoes, and expressed his contempt for Charlotte's waste of food. He pushed the mashed potatoes in front of him aside and asked, "Charlotte, won't you stay and take a look?" "No, Tilda," Charlotte sighed. E=O*. If I stay any longer, I will be seen naked, Doctor. Arthur, me towel is about to fall off. Do you have any normal clothes for me to wear?" "Yes. It's a farewell gift I prepared for you before you were discharged from the hospital last time, Tilda. It's a pity that you left in a hurry and didn't have time to take it with you. It's a good opportunity to take it with you this time. There are gifts I left in a hurry last time, but I didn't expect such a good thing." Charlotte looked forward to the gift. Half an hour later, Charlotte walked down the street in hospital pants on the lower body and a white short-sleeved shirt with Arkham Mental Asylum. Discharge souvenir printed on it on the upper body, Doctor. Arthur also gave Charlotte a handbag with the same pattern. It is said that there is rarely an opportunity to give these two things away. So Charlotte really found a treasure. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when I walk on the road, Charlotte always feels like someone is spying on her. Bruce quickly followed also, carrying his rag bag, and came to Charlotte's side and said, "Charlotte Parker, one of the reasons why I came to this mental hospital was actually to find you. There is one thing I need your help with, oh Doctor. Banner, is there anything I can do for you? Anyone who knows me knows that I love helping others the most." Bruce Banner's heart tightened when his name was called. He quickly looked around to make sure no one noticed him. Then he reached out and pulled Charlotte to the side of the street and said, "How did you recognize me? I don't think I revealed any flaws." From beginning to end, he never introduced his name. Even when facing Dr. Arthur, he introduced himself as Bruce Wayne. After all, it made perfect sense to want to enter Arkham Asylum and tell Dr. Arthur that he was Bruce Wayne. He Tilda, I won't tell you. You can't say it's because you have a face that's between Primal Fear and Uncle Mark. Bruce was speechless. Charlotte didn't want to say it. But he couldn't force Charlotte to say it by force. "Parker, since you know my identity, you naturally understand what I've been through. Due to an experimental accident, I was exposed to gamma rays and my body mutated. There's a big, powerful angry creature hiding inside me. And if my heart rate speeds up or I start to get angry, he'll burst out of me and destroy everything he sees. I have been hiding here and there for the past few years and have suffered greatly." Charlotte asked in a somewhat strange tone, "So, Doctor Banner, why do you think I can save you?" "It's because of science." Bruce's expression immediately became serious. He took out a notebook from his worn cloth bag and opened it in front of Charlotte. It was filled with densely packed calculation formulas. Bruce explained patiently, "I have a friend." "No. What's that expression on your face? I really have a friend." It's okay, Doctor Banner, don't worry about it, just continue talking." Charlotte said with a strange smile of seeing through everything. "My friend Bruce looked defeated. "This person is indeed me, and I am looking for you. Because of very scientific mathematics." Although this statement was a bit outrageous, Bruce maintained a serious expression to show his seriousness. As expected, it would be better to say that you have a friend so you won't feel so embarrassed. Mathematics, Charlotte was dumbfounded at first. "What do you mean?" Bruce gave up and demonstrated his calculation process. "One day I was walking on the road. That day I was near Arkham Sanatorium. And suddenly I was fixed in place by an inexplicable force. At that time, I couldn't move at all. Countless thoughts flew through my mind, and countless inspirations flashed through my heart. Although most of them were quickly forgotten in an instant, I still caught one of them, wrote this formula. I gave him a nice name, Bruce Banner Formula. The function of this formula is that it can be used for calculations. Yes, after a lot of detailed calculations, I finally flipped a coin and caught it to see which one came up heads or tails. Then, I was sure that the person who held me at that time could save me from suffering. This is not superstition, this is science. After investigation, I learned that person is you. Charlotte Parker." Bruce looked serious. Charlotte studied the mathematical formula above and could not help but nodded in admiration. "And quantum mechanics, it's really profound. I can tell at a glance that Dr. Banner you found me." "You are right," Bruce continued. "I've been scouting Arkham for the past 2 days. No, I mean investigating. I didn't expect to find you." Bruce's eyes sparkled with joy, and he opened his hands impatiently and begged, "Help me, Parker. I've had enough of this life of fear. I just want a safe life." Charlotte shook her head with regret and said, "Dr. Banner, I can't help you right now. I believe there is nothing wrong with your science, but you may have underestimated the time. Maybe one day in the future I can help you, at least not now. Your future self will have recovered. So there's no need for me to help you, the future. Bruce's expression was dull, and his eyes darkened. He has been looking for a way to get rid of the Hulk over the years. What I got was despair again and again. He believed in God. Worshipped Buddha, controlled his own body and mind. And asked other scientists for help. He tried to swallow the gun himself, but turned into Hulk and spit out the bullet, in desperation. He returned to New York but was robbed of all his money. He suppressed his anger and began to wander. After a brief period of wandering, he finally decided to hide in a mental hospital and restrict himself with drugs. Bruce certainly knew that his formula was ridiculous, but Charlotte was his only remaining hope. And now, this hope has also been shattered. Bruce took a step back and almost fell to the ground. He was supported by Charlotte, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed. I'm fine, I can wait." Seeing Bruce walking away after leaving a message, Charlotte shook her head. "Really? Don't you even ask about the price? I am not cheap." After the separation, Charlotte walked on the streets of New York, and the city was filled with a faint sadness. Red roses were placed on the streets where Spider-Man once walked, and many people spontaneously organized a memorial for Spider-Man. A huge photo of Spider-Man with his middle finger raised and shooting spider silk was projected on a big screen in New York Square. Looking at Spider-Man, many people were sobbing quietly. In honor of Spider-Man, some people hung themselves from streetlights, and some took off their pants and tied themselves up. They held blood-red roses in their mouths, commemorating all the time Spider-Man existed. Charlotte nodded affirmatively. It was really touching. But you don't have to be sad. Spider-Man won the resurrection match, and he is back. Be surprised, be touched. Be prepared to scream at the power of Spider-Man. Charlotte waved the commemorative suit on her body and put her hands behind her back, enjoying their praise and commemoration of Spider-Man. This is so cheesy, this is so perfunctory, Tilda. This bastard is riding on my popularity, damn it. Big thunder, never mind Tilda, I forgive you. Oh, this is so perverted, but I like it. What? We're raising money to build a statue of Spider-Man, shooting webs, and place it in the middle of Times Square to commemorate Spider-Man. I'll give a penny to encourage you. The night is getting dark, earlier. Connors was arrested by the police and was despised by everyone as the bastard who killed Spider-Man. But he never revealed the identity of the other lizard man, as he didn't want Charlotte's reputation to be damaged because of his mistake. He just strongly requested to meet Charlotte's family. Gwen returned home, distraught, over and over again. I dialed the number that Charlotte couldn't get through. My eyes were red and swollen from crying. Charlotte's voice came from his phone. Beep, this is Charlotte Parker's voice message. Come on. Talk Tilda, little cutie Tilda. Let me hear which beep is calling me. You beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, I'm done scolding you. Oh, by the way, I won't listen to your message. Gwen's tears welled up in her eyes. She picked up the pillow to cover her face and was about to open her mouth to cry out loudly. I vaguely heard the familiar voice again in my ears. Hi Gwen, hey Gwen, George's rough voice sounded, interrupting Gwen's wailing precasting. Dad with a trembling cry. Gwen moved her head off the pillow and sat up on the bed. I walked quickly to the door open and saw George, who had just been discharged from the hospital with a bandage on his left shoulder. Hearing Gwen's crying voice, the smile on George's face disappeared instantly, and his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What's wrong, Gwen? Did that brat Charlotte bully you? Tell me, I will definitely help you beat him up right now. Looking at Gwen's heartbroken face, George, who was protecting his child, was furious. If I had known earlier, I would have been discharged from the hospital a few days earlier. I've been staying in the hospital for the past 2 days, and I'm almost getting prickly heat. It's a good opportunity to vent my anger by beating Charlotte. Gwen is so sad now, I guess it's because of Charlotte. I should have talked to the two of them earlier, according to my own ideas. And Gwen wouldn't be heartbroken now, wiping the tears from her face like a kite with a broken string. She couldn't stop crying when she heard Charlotte's name. She cried, "Dad, Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte." He couldn't utter those 2 words at all. And George was sweating profusely from anxiety. "What did Charlotte do to you? Tell me now." "No, I'm going to go find him right now. If he doesn't tell me the reason, I'm going to skin him alive." With that said, George turned around angrily and walked downstairs, waving his fists thinking of 108 ways to beat Charlotte. Gwen also hurriedly followed, and finally stopped George, who had stopped walking downstairs. Gwen cried and said, "It wasn't Charlotte who did anything to me, it was him. It was him, woo-woo-woo." Before George could even utter the word, "Die, Charlotte," who came with Georgia poked her head out from behind him. "Hi, Gwen Tilda, why don't you tell me quickly? What's wrong with me? I want to continue to admire your luminous wall clock after you finish listening, Tilda." Charlotte, seeing Charlotte. Gwen was instantly enveloped by great surprise and rushed towards Charlotte with open arms. Before George could react, Charlotte slapped Gwen's face away. He said with a look of disgust, "Get out of the way. Little cutie, don't try to get close to me. Do you think I don't know that you want to rub your snot on my clothes?" "I won't be fooled." Gwen's expression was dull. Her eyes widened in disbelief and she froze in place. Charlotte glanced at Gwen, walked forward with some reluctance, and slapped Gwen's head again to straighten it. "Okay, now it's symmetrical, George. It seems that there is no need to talk to these 2 people. It's Gwen, show some courage to me. Don't be unable to handle a psychopath." Gwen came back to her senses, burst into laughter, looked at Charlotte happily and said, "Great, Charlotte. You're not dead." "Ha, Tilda," Charlotte sneered and said proudly. "Are you kidding me? I, Spider-Man, have 8 lives. How can I die so easily? Wait. George frowned with his police talent. He immediately grasped all the keywords. What death? What Spider-Man? Charlotte, Gwen. What are you talking about? Can't you see?" Charlotte raised her foot and stepped on the chair where George usually ate in her flip-flops, pointing her thumb at herself in a cocky manner. A faint holy light seemed to be lit up behind him, making his figure tall and majestic. The memorial plaque with Arkham Mental Asylum discharged in commemoration, printed on his upper body, moved without any wind. And the large words on the back made him look like he was wearing justice. "I am Spider-Man, I have 8 lives." Hehe, George's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to support his forehead. "I don't believe you, you are a crazy guy." Picking up the phone, George called Dr. Arthur. "Hello. Dr. Arthur, it's me. Charlotte is having another attack. Can you send a car to pick him up? Or I can take him there myself, what? He just left you, are you sure Charlotte is okay, huh?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he be a normal person or?" "Give him another thorough check, Pat." Charlotte turned off the lights in the room, and the luminous wall clock finally revealed its original appearance. The bright green pointer moved with a click, and each number was radiating green light. Then, a faint green light shone on Charlotte's face. The smile on Charlotte's face gradually changed from a curved mouth to a calm one, and finally turned downward, green. "The more I look at it, the more I hate it." After turning on the light, Charlotte said to Gwen, who was also looking at the clock, "That's not fun at all. I think I prefer a kitten that can do somersaults." Gwen had already gotten used to this wall clock, but the green luminous effect was indeed a little too bright. One night when she came downstairs to find something to eat, George was so scared that he thought he saw a ghost and almost hit her on the head with a baseball bat. Tilda, Gwen blinked and said, "So, what do you think of the glow-in-the-dark puppy? I heard from my colleagues that it was found. Tilda, it seems very cute, Tilda." Scratching his afro, Charlotte asked hesitantly, "What color, just to be clear? I just discovered I hate things that glow green." Hehe, Tilda, I heard that its fur is white and its night light is blue. It's a very small and cute puppy. Maybe after some training, it can really do somersaults." "Gwen, this really can't be. Don't worry, Charlotte. I will be very gentle and will definitely not hurt your baby. It looks so cute, Tilda." "Then hurry up, I'm afraid of seeing blood." "Okay, I'll start then," as she spoke. Gwen cut the tag on the mouse's neck with a pair of scissors and threw the mouse back into the cage. Although the little white mouse with red eyes did look cute, she really didn't like mice as a species. No matter how kind Gwen is, mice are the most common consumables in the laboratory. Of course, the one Charlotte brought was indeed different, because this is the lizard rat that Charlotte brought back to the laboratory specifically. Lizard rat. You mean it's a rat that's been injected with lizard serum? Gwen's pretty face turned slightly pale. The experiences of the past few days had caused her to have some stress disorder towards creatures like lizards. Yes, it is the juvenile form of Godzilla, the lizard rat. Do you like it? I'll give it to you as a gift. Or do you prefer cockroach rats or bat rats? I can help you with that, of course, Tilda, if you want to repay me. My request is not high. Just the glow-in-the-dark puppy will do. Give it to me as a gift. Looking at the lizard rat in the cave, Gwen bared her teeth with a look of disgust. I suddenly thought it looked ugly. Speaking of lizards, Charlotte, I really thought I had killed you. The antidote serum took effect, and I saw the lizard man falling down the building. Gwen couldn't help but feel panicked at the thought of that scene. Charlotte, how did you survive? Did Spider-Man save you? I've already told you that I'm Spider-Man. And Spider-Man has 8 lives, Charlotte said firmly. What's wrong with these people now? Why don't they believe the truth? Don't be funny. Charlotte, Tilda, this is not funny. Spider-Man died to save you. You should feel sad for his sacrifice. Instead of making fun of him, Charlotte didn't say much, folded his arms across his chest, and immediately equipped himself with the spider sense skill card. Looking at Gwen, who was shaking her head like crazy, Charlotte sneered and said, now you believe it, right? After turning off the skill card, Gwen felt dizzy and her messy golden hair stuck to her cheeks. There is a broken beauty all over her body. She stared at Charlotte with her eyes wide open, in a trance. How is this possible? If Charlotte is Spider-Man, then who is the dead lizard man? If Charlotte is the lizard man, then who is the Charlotte in front of him? Covering her head, Gwen took a step back. Her feelings clearly told her that the person who was laughing at her was Charlotte. But could it be that Charlotte could really split herself into 2? You didn't lie to me, you can really split yourself. Of course, Tilda. Charlotte raised his hand with an arrogant smile on his face, snapped his finger sand. A holy light lit up. The bathroom door in Gwen's room opened, and the clone dancing on horseback came out. Charlotte snapped her fingers again, and the clone swaying its hips turned into dust and disappeared. Oh my God. Gwen's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in surprise. This is unscientific. This is not scientific at all. Look at this again. Charlotte pulled up her sleeves, raised her middle finger towards the ceiling, and a hemp rope as thick as hemp shot out from her wrist out of nowhere. In an instant, the ceiling of Gwen's room was smashed through, and the spider silk connected to the attic. Gwen, Georgiuho heard the strange noise downstairs. Asked in confusion what. Gwen stepped forward and grabbed Charlotte's wrist, reaching out to feel around it. He turned his head and saw the spider silk as thick as a hemp rope, which was pinching Charlotte's arm hard. Charlotte, how on earth did you do that? Gwen's worldview was crumbling, and she even began to feel that everything she learned in school was fake. If there must be a God in this world, then that person is called Charlotte. Of course, it could also be Satan. Gwen widened her eyes and said, Charlotte, are you a robot? Or an alien, or have you obtained some alien technology? Have you watched too many science fiction movies? Charlotte rolled her eyes in disdain. I am a superpower with many superpowers, very strong. Very big, very powerful. Charlotte said, showing her strong posture, and asked Gwen. How about it, Gwen Tilda, do you want to experience it? Experience what? Gwen blinked her beautiful eyes. And for a moment, she was actually looking forward to it. Charlotte raised the corner of her mouth and said, Do you want to dance too, Brush? Charlotte grabbed the spider silk she had just shot, twisted her hips, and raised her feet to dance on the pole. With quick eyes and hands, Charlotte, seeing that the situation was not good, quickly took out the skill card. There was no music playing at this time. Gwen didn't know what was going on and asked with some confusion and surprise, "Charlotte, you can actually control my body," without answering. Charlotte just calmly put down his legs and said, "Ahem, Tilda, I made some mistakes just now. I'm serious this time." Charlotte raised his head, pointed at Gwen and said, "Gwen, do you want to dance too?" Before the two of them could move, a passionate music came from the ceiling. Gwen's body was out of control again, and she felt her uncontrolled body with surprise. Bye 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 beep 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 Tilda. Following the rhythm, Gwen twisted her body and danced. Bye 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 next to her Charlotte, who was wearing a commemorative shirt, was squatting in a horse stance and waving her arms in unison with her. Then put your hands behind your back and move them back and forth. Step to the rhythm of the music with relaxation, strength and coordination. I just don't know why. Although their actions are exactly the same. But Gwen always felt that Charlotte's dance was more vigorous and perfect. The song ends, they both stopped at the same time. Gwen raised her arms, feeling the control of her body, once again hers. I couldn't help but sigh, wow Tilda, this is really hot. There's something even cooler. Charlotte put her hands on her hips and showed off. Gwen, do you want to dance too? No, I don't want to do it anymore. Gwen waved her hands and refused. Unfortunately, she had no right to refuse. The music started from the ceiling again. But George downstairs was unaware. Two tigers love to dance, Tilda. The little rabbit pulls the carrots obediently, yes Tilda. Twisting their hips, the two men followed the rhythm and waved their arms in unison, dancing a magical and brainwashing dance. Lights of various colors flickered above my head. Gwen was dancing with trembling eyes. She felt that she was mentally polluted, nourishes. After one stride, Gwen's pants made a sound of being overwhelmed. Gwen shouted angrily, Charlotte, stop right now. Ah. Charlotte canceled the skill card in confusion. Turning his head to look at Gwen, whose cheeks were red, he asked, what's wrong, Gwen, don't you like this song? Then I'll cut another one, that's enough, Tilda. Charlotte. Gwen squeezed her legs together and said, I have already felt the power of your superpowers. It is getting late now, my father will probably come up soon. It's okay, Charlotte patted her chest and happily explained to Gwen. My superpower is that I won't be disturbed at all when dancing. The two of us can dance beautifully all night long. Dance all night, Gwen's pupils trembled, you are a devil. Looking up her Mickey watch, Charlotte realized that it was indeed a little late. She glanced at Gwen's strained, standing posture. Smart and understanding, Charlotte immediately guessed that Gwen was in a hurry to pee. He nodded considerately at Gwen and said, Gwen, Tilda, have a safe trip to the bathroom. Tilda, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Charlotte opened Gwen's window, turned over and jumped out. He did not forget the agreement with Aunt May. That was a sumptuous meal. What does it mean to have a smooth trip to the toilet? Gwen curled her lips and looked at Charlotte, who was running all the way home. She hurriedly took out a pair of white sweatpants from the closet and prepared to change into them. But after a slight hesitation, based on her understanding of Charlotte, she was very suspicious that Charlotte would make a surprise attack and suddenly appear through the window to scare her. If she changed her pants now, the scene was embarrassing enough. So Gwen turned the bathroom door handle. So I'd better change in the toilet, huh? As soon as she opened the door, Charlotte in the bathroom was wearing a Spider-Man suit, sticking out his tongue, making a face and roaring at her. What? Gwen, who was caught off guard by fear, screamed, her limbs trembling and her features flying. She reacted very quickly, clenched the pants in her hands and pulled them towards Charlotte angrily. But Charlotte smiled triumphantly, turned into ashes and disappeared on the spot. Gwen. George downstairs raised his head in confusion. I'm fine, Dad. Gwen exhaled and looked at the little white mouse that Charlotte left in the room and said with gritted teeth, It's just that there's a mouse in my room, K. Gwen, Tilda. George spread his hands indifferently and tied an apron on himself, holding a cookbook in one hand and a spatula in the other. He continued to battle wits and courage with the splashing oil droplets. The picture moves along the gas pipeline, across the bright night sky. alternating with performance artists who miss Spider-Man. Diving underground and coming to a dark corner, Mrs. Gao put her hands behind her back, her expression gloomy and cruel. This time, she really paid too much for the lizard serum. On the surface, only the red ninjas and the lizard men were fighting. But secretly, the Hand not only had a brief firefight with the army, resulting in the deaths of several ninjas, but they also spent a lot of money to settle the matter. Even the red ninja, who successfully took back the lizard serum, died again in front of Mrs. Gao. She then handed the lizard serum to her chemical engineering doctor, who immediately began to crack and study the lizard serum. She hoped that this lizard serum, which would not be affected by the detoxifying serum, could give her a perfect answer at this time. The black man stepped forward and reported respectfully, "Mrs. Gao, the lizard serum has been successfully cracked." So fast, Madame Gao nodded with satisfaction. "He is indeed my top chef. He is also a Nobel Prize winner in chemistry. I knew he would not let me down." Walking forward with a bamboo cane, Mrs. Gao arrived at the chemical laboratory of the underground manufacturing factory. In front of Hatter, who was wearing a protective suit, was the bottle of lizard serum that he had taken from Charlotte. Some of the liquid in it was gone. There were bursts of sounds coming from the tester in front of Dr. Hard. He took the test report and took out a test tube from another instrument. He looked at the bright green liquid inside and raised the corners of his mouth. "I'm such a genius, Tilda." He carefully compared the lizard serum with his imitation, using instruments for a long time, and finally nodded with satisfaction. Mrs. Gao, who had been waiting for a long time, came up and looked at the lizard serum in the test tube in his hand. She was very satisfied. All the sacrifices before are worth it. As long as she has the formula for the lizard serum, she can sacrifice lizard men to dragon bone as food to obtain superpowered people. Then he surpassed Jin Bing in one fell swoop, killed Jin Bing, and annexed Jin Bing's forces. Build your own underground dark dynasty over the years. Madame Gao used evil bones and life condensate to recruit a large number of politicians. They are spread across the United States, and many of them even hold high positions. After all, for those old men who are in power and are aging, nothing is more exciting to them than longevity and immortality. By utilizing the network of influence she had established, Mrs. Gao managed her unique empire successfully. And now it's finally time for her to get one step closer. The market for Henixin is gradually declining, and she determined that marijuana, fentanyl, and methamphetamine are the future of drugs. She took the initiative and made them legally sold in the United States. Making a lot of money, Hard wearing a protective suit, came forward shaking the test tube in his hand, handed it to Mrs. Gao and introduced, "This is really a great work. Fortunately, I am smarter and have cracked it perfectly." Having said this, Hader tapped his head triumphantly. Holding the bottle of lizard serum, Mrs. Gao's eyes sparkled as she listened to Hader's introduction. Its main ingredient is water, haha, of course. Basically, all liquid drinkables have water as their main ingredient. They also contain methylparaben and propylparaben. In order to make it smell better, nerol is added. The main thing is C12H22O11 and a xanthine alkaloid compound, mixed with potassium sorbate. Looking at the lizard serum in her hand, Mrs. Gao nodded and handed it to the black man, saying without questioning, "Drink it." Now it's time to witness the power of the lizard serum. After taking the lizard serum, a purple light flashed in the black man's eyes. He raised his head without hesitation and drank the lizard serum in the test tube. The black man smacked his lips and frowned, but his body did not change at all. "Is it because I drank too little? This taste is very familiar, Tilda, and a little sweet." "What?" Mrs. Gao's face changed and she said to Hader, "Hurry up and bring that bottle of lizard serum over here. Give him some, soon." 3 more mouthfuls of lizard serum were poured into his stomach. Feeling the taste of the lizard serum, the black man's eyes suddenly lit up. "Mrs. Gao thought he was going to transform, so she backed away. The black man said loudly and confidently, "I remember this smell, it's Mountain Dew." "That's right," Hehe affirmed the black man's answer. "This is Mountain Dew C12H 22011 is white sugar. Plus caffeine, water coloring and flavoring, Mrs. Gao, this is a genius idea. Are we going to start copying Mountain Dew and selling exclusive drinks? I think we can make a ton of money, Mountain Dew." The two big words made Mrs. Gao's eyes go black and she almost fell to the ground. In disbelief, she snatched the lizard serum from the black man's hand and took a big gulp. Then he almost vomited blood onto the ground. She had given so much, had sacrificed so much. And in the end, just for a bottle of soda, a bottle of Mountain Dew. "That's right, Tilda," Hehe raised a finger and said. "There was also urea and rat droppings in it. I forgot to mention it just now, but this doesn't affect the taste of the drink too much. It makes it more flavorful, Tilda," puff Mrs. Gao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The bamboo stick in her hand broke, and she collapsed to the ground, covering her chest. "That's right. There has never been any lizard serum that can make the antidote serum ineffective. Charlotte was just making up an excuse at that time. In order to pour the detoxifying serum into the bottle of Mountain Dew to serve as eye drops. The Mountain Dew drink was naturally poured into an empty tube containing lizard serum. But he didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise later. Someone actually came to snatch the lizard serum from him. This is so interesting, tilted in congratulations. You get the skill card Big Liar when you equip this card. You can easily distinguish the truth from the falsehood of the other person's words. But within 24 hours you will only speak the truth. Free attribute points plus 2 Big Talker. What's the situation? I feel like I haven't been lying to anyone recently. What Big Talker? Gwen can attest that my nickname has always been Honest and Reliable Young Man. System, you are slandering, you are defaming Gwen. The system slandered me, he slandered me, so Charlotte. The reason you didn't answer the phone for the past 3 days is because you were in Arkham Sanatorium. Ben asked confused, "That's right, Brother Ben. I was in Arkham Mental Asylum and just came back from there." Charlotte nodded sincerely, raised his right hand and said, "I, Charlotte, will never tolerate lies. Dr. Arthur can prove it for me." Ben realized that Charlotte was not being sincere. But he still called Dr. Arthur in person, Dr. Arthur. Charlotte said he stayed with you for 3 days and just left you. Right, wait, what did you say? He was in my bathroom for 3 days, oh my God. Why didn't I notice when he came, Mr. Ben Parker? Bring Charlotte here for another checkup if you have a chance. I think I may have misdiagnosed her. After glancing at Charlotte's innocent eyes, Ben chatted for a few words and then hung up the phone. The next day, life returned to normal. Charlotte brought Gwen to Hanmo Technology and started delivering takeout on a motorcycle. George Yuho's injury had recovered. Immediately accepted the investigation of Connors. In the dark sewer, George and Yulan followed the traces left by the lizard man, and after many hardships, they finally found Connor's secret experimental base in the abandoned subway station and went in to search. Yulan picked up the same empty tube of lizard serum on the ground. It looks like this is the place, with George here. It really does take more time to get twice the result with half the effort. Hank put his arms around George's neck and said, "It's a pity that Connors refused to say a word after being arrested. He just kept asking to see Charlotte's family in a strange way. Otherwise, we could have gone faster, Tilda." When another police officer mentioned this, he suddenly had an idea. Why do you think Connors wants to meet Charlotte's family? Is it because Charlotte is another lizard man? Impossible, Smith was the first to deny, even in the sewer. The cool Smith wore his broken sunglasses to maintain his mystery. George also shook his head and said, "It's definitely not Charlotte. The lizardman is dead, but Charlotte is not dead." Smith nodded in approval. Although Spider-Man would definitely not have survived in the situation at that time. The appearance of Charlotte made Smith question this. It was raining heavily, and visibility was blurred. Perhaps Spider-Man was not at the center of the explosion. But he saw that the situation was not good and managed to escape. But the lizard man is definitely dead. Look what this is. A police officer exclaimed. And George rushed to the police officer's side, looking at the 4 bottles of antidote serum placed casually under the table. George and others' pupils trembled, and their minds were in a mess. Antidote serum? Why is there an antidote serum here? This is totally illogical. George, come and look at this. Yulan was also surprised when he turned on the computer here. He not only found the encrypted chemical formula of the lizard serum, but also found something else, so surprised. Hank stretched his neck and exclaimed, "Is this the design of Ghost Spider's suit? And the remaining materials for making it?" Hank hugged his head and screamed. Ghost Spider is actually in cahoots with Lizard Dr. Connors. They first created a disaster that endangered the entire New York. And then Ghost Spider saved everyone. Their goal is just to deify Ghost Spider. Hank, don't be so arbitrary. Maybe we should ask Connors. In a few hours, the New York Police Department issued a wanted warrant for Ghost Spider on the grounds that he was an accomplice of the lizard man Connors, and asked Ghost Spider to go to the police station voluntarily and explain everything. In just one day, Ghost Spider went from being an admired superhero to a wanted rat. The owner of the Daily Bugle shouted on the news channel, "Shameless, liar murderer who endangers humanity. Bandit who deceives the world and steals reputation. I've said it before, these masked bugs are just scum. They were never superheroes, but scum who hid their heads and showed their tails. I spit on them." Upon hearing the news, Gwen dropped the marker in her hand. Her sky suddenly collapsed. Her head was buzzing and her mind went blank. What's the situation? What happened? Gwen reacted and dialed the phone. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "Charlotte, you bastard. What have you done? It has nothing to do with me." Charlotte quickly took the phone away and argued awkwardly. This is the inevitable fate of all Spider-Men. There is no Spider-Man who has not suffered many disasters. Superpowers are a gift from fate to you, but also a shackle imposed by disaster. The greater your abilitith, greater your responsibility. The smaller your ability, the less trouble you have to deal with. It seems that the current difficulties are because of me, but in fact, heaven without me. The will of the world will take action against you. Everything must be looked forward to after all. There are still many hard days ahead. Besides, I didn't know your father would find evidence of your crime. My criminal evidence. Gwen held her chest tightly, feeling so angry that her chest ached. As much as I wanted to hug Charlotte yesterday, I wanted to push her head into the toilet today. Watching Gwen looking at her with gritted teeth, she punched her test bench again and again. Charlotte swallowed his saliva, rolled his eyes, and said with a confident tone, "Besides, Gwen, did you become a superhero just for the fleeting fame? Do you save others just for superficial fame? If they misunderstand you, will you stop saving people? If they praise you, will you work harder? Keep calm, leave everything as it is. And time will tell if people are the real people. Besides," they were scolding Ghost Spider. "What does it have to do with you, Gwen Stacy? So, I should thank you too," with eyes blazing with fire. Charlotte said hurriedly under Gwen's murderous gaze, "Oh no, I won't say any more. My phone is running out of battery, ziz-ziz-caw." After quickly hanging up the phone, Charlotte wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Too horrible, looks like I have to avoid Gwen recently. She seems to be very irritable recently. Tilda, I don't know if it's because of relatives coming Tilda." Charlotte muttered a few words in her heart, turned around and walked into the police station, raised her hand and greeted George, "Hi Tilda, George Tilda." Zia Charlotte. When Connors saw Charlotte, his pale face turned rosy and his voice trembled. Throughout the day, he rehearsed countless times how to announce Charlotte's death to Charlotte's family. But he felt like there was something stuck in his throat. He felt very sorry for Charlotte and couldn't say anything. Seeing Charlotte finally made him breathe a sigh of relief, and his tense spirit relaxed. He was glad that Charlotte was okay. Charlotte kept George's instructions in mind and asked him to induce Connors to reveal the identity of his accomplices and confirm Connors's criminal process. Of course, Charlotte is very good at this kind of talk. He slammed his hand on the table, pointed at Connors and shouted, "Hey, tell me who your accomplice is." Connors was stunned. "Charlotte, you." Charlotte frowned and shouted angrily, "Who in the hall dares to sue me? I tell you that if you confess, you will be severely punished and spend the rest of your life in prison. If you resist, you will be lenient and can go home for the new year. Tell me everything you know right now, or else. You just didn't explain." "Sorry, Tilda, I never had any accomplices." Connor's heart calmed down, and the rationality that was crushed by Charlotte's death prevailed again. He crossed his hands, looked at Charlotte with a smile, and answered seriously, "Impossible. We found the design of Ghost Spider's battle suit and the formula for the antidote serum in your laboratory." "Connors, you still want to deny it?" "Connors. Water method, antidote, and spider suit." After being stunned for a while, Connors looked at Charlotte with a meaningful expression. And Charlotte also said, "Tell me quickly. Besides the ghost spider, who is your other dead giant lizard accomplice? How else can we charge you with murder and manslaughter?" Snap, pushing open the door. George walked in with a speechless look on his face. He knew he couldn't trust Charlotte, but he didn't expect Charlotte to be so disruptive. Sitting in the chair next to Charlotte, George said in a serious tone, "I am Charlotte's family. You met Charlotte, and you also met me. What do you want to say to us? Come on," raising his hand. George signaled his colleagues to turn off the recorder and audio. Waiting for Connor's confession, he glanced at Charlotte. Since Charlotte was fine, there was nothing to insist on except Charlotte's identity. It was nothing more than going to jail, shaking his head. Connors regained his composure and said with emotion, "First of all, Ghost Spider is not my accomplice. I don't have any accomplices. It is impossible for me to make lizard serum and develop antidote serum at the same time. That would be too divisive. After I was completely infected by the lizard serum, I never returned to that secret laboratory, I think. The ghost spider must have found that place and developed an antidote serum based on the lizard serum." "Reasonable, very reasonable." George nodded. This seemed more like the truth. "Unfortunately, the director has already issued a wanted warrant, and Ghost Spider will not surrender himself. If we try to persuade the director to withdraw the wanted warrant now, he will definitely not agree due to his face." Connors continued, "Alas, I was too impatient at the time. The moment I successfully replicated the super soldier serum, everything was irreversible. I couldn't wait to update the lizard serum, and found that all the mice had no rejection reaction. I was really ecstatic after thinking it over for a long time. I finally injected the lizard serum into my body. I didn't expect that the first generation of lizard serum would change my will and make me develop the second generation, completely turning into a lizard man and committing so many wrong things." "Ah, Tilda," Charlotte also sighed. "Rest in peace, Connors. The lizard serum is already very good." Connors laughed and shook his head. "Maybe I shouldn't have been so concerned about losing an arm. I should have been researching spider serum instead of lizards. Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, Tusk, Charlotte. Why don't you think the spider serum warped their minds?" The lenses of Connors' glasses glowed with a faint light. His face was calm, the corners of his mouth were pursed, and his heart was full of curiosity. Charlotte raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Doctor Conrad, I think it's because of the user's genes, Tilda. How can you be sure that people infected by the lizard serum will also have their consciousness distorted?" "So that's how it is," Connors suddenly realized. Haha, Charlotte's genes are so interesting. Why did he have to study animals instead of Charlotte? Charlotte serum. Spider-Man, Lizard Man, and aliens have no future. You all should behave yourself. Of course, this thought only flashed through my mind. Connors smiled and said to George, "Officer George, that giant lizard is a Komodo dragon injected with lizard-boosting serum. And it's one of my experiments. I Connors have never had any peers. Just ask whatever you want to ask. I will tell you everything I know, of course. There are some questions you're better off not asking. Because that's better for everyone. Walking out of the interrogation room. Charlotte shook her head. Doctor. Connors is a good man, but we are not a good match. If you made panda serum, maybe I would follow you, after all. Who doesn't want to be a simple and cute giant panda and become someone else's baby? Of course. There is one more thing at the Charlotte police station. An important thing that he has never forgot. Charlotte walked into the hall, and her expression suddenly changed. She looked at George beside her. He stood straight. His eyes were bloodshot and staring straight ahead. What's going on? George, who was about to send Charlotte away, was shocked. Is Charlotte going to have a seizure? George, I can't control myself. I'm being controlled. I'm being controlled. I'm being controlled. Say the important thing 3 times, George. What's the situation? Charlotte's expression changed again. And his whole demeanor and attitude changed. Smith, who had been keeping an eye on Charlotte since she arrived, stood up quickly and frowned as he watched Charlotte. Look at the anxious George in front of him. Charlotte looked terrified. Help. George, stop me. Purple man, it's Purple man who did it. What? George's voice became more and more urgent. He really didn't understand and couldn't react. Charlotte walked briskly, stretched out his legs, waved his hands, and rushed towards the police station door mechanically, dodging a policeman who was about to pounce on him. Charlotte shouted as he ran, George, help. I'm being controlled by the Purple man. Remember, it's the Purple man, while shouting excitedly. Charlotte raised the corners of her mouth and gave a big thumbs up to her own intelligence. The plan goes through, as the saying goes. If the mountain doesn't come to see me, I will go to see the mountain. If we can't find the Purple man, can we not frame him? How can it be, I am such a clever little fellow? I'm controlled by the Purple man. I'm controlled by the Purple man. He ran quickly all the way while shouting, which soon attracted the attention of passers-by on the road. The smile on Zyren's face slowly disappeared as he watched Charlotte running past him. Question marks popped up in his head. When did I control him? I do not know how, seeking favorable comments. Charlotte's movements were very fast, and his arms were swinging gracefully, full of a sense of leisure and ease. George followed closely behind, swinging his muscular arms and taking big steps towards Charlotte. Hank and Smith quickly caught up, both of them running briskly with standard steps, carrying the momentum of sprint masters at the same time. Several police officers who were unaware of the situation immediately stood up and chased after the man regardless of their own capabilities. Several people rushed forward and rushed out of the New York Police Department. Charlotte even slid forward in a move that was beyond common sense of physics to avoid the flying pounce of the guard at the door. As if his legs were not his own, he rushed forward quickly with Charlotte. The panic expression on his face was so lifelike. Several people ran all the way. After Charlotte rushed past the Purple man, he realized who he had just met out of the corner of his eye. He was shocked. I searched for him among the crowd for hundreds of times, and when I turned around, I saw the Purple man hiding in a corner beside me. No. What are you doing here? Charlotte's body stopped suddenly, contrary to Newton's, and turned his head towards the Purple man. He stomped his right foot down hard, turned mechanically, stood very straight, raised his hand, and looked at the Purple man with a serious face. Salute. Purple man, Purple man. Charlotte leaped forward and was pinned to the ground by George, who was out of breath and caught up with her. But she kept saluting him. Hank also arrived quickly, holding his knees with his hands and breathing heavily. He followed the direction of Charlotte's eyes, raised his head and saw the Purple man in the alley. No. Is there really a Purple man? Don't move. Hank quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist and aimed at the Purple man's head. Smith, who followed, grabbed Hank's collar and pulled him away, shouting, Everyone be careful, the Purple man can do mind control. Purple man. After saying that, Smith pulled out a strange gun with muzzles on both top and bottom from his waist. and without waiting for the purple man to react. He pulled the trigger at the purple man without hesitation. A blue light shot out quickly, and the unlucky purple man was blasted away. When Charlotte turned her head, she saw George's face flush at his eyes bloodshot, and he swung his big fist and hit Charlotte's head hard, ready to knock the controlled Charlotte unconscious. I don't know if it was an illusion, but George's mouth opened up, revealing his white teeth, and his expression was ferocious, as if his revenge was about to be taken. I'm fine, I'm not under control, George. Charlotte tilted her head quickly, and George's fist hit Charlotte's hair and hit the concrete floor. Looking again, George had a calm expression, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a carefree look on his face like a superhero. His right fist was vertically on the ground, and there was a deep thinker in his eyes. Charlotte, I'm glad you're okay, Tilda, keeping his punching posture. George's right fist trembled. He stood up and sat on the ground, looking forward with a depressed look. Charlotte stood up and dusted herself off. She looked at George's outstretched fist and asked with concern, George, are you okay? I am fine, then. Before Charlotte could finish her words, several black discs that looked like pieces of paper flew over and stuck to Charlotte's back. The next moment, sizzling, sizzling, sizzling. Dazzling electric light bounced on Charlotte's body. The intense electric current made Charlotte's body sway as she danced a rhythmic breakdance. Smith, put your hands down. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. To ensure that Charlotte was subdued, Smith used all the electric shock discs he had with him at once. Because the last attack against the two controlled people was ineffective, the power was increased this time. George rolled over to avoid Charlotte's surroundings and was pulled up by Hank. Looking at the little electric Charlotte, George couldn't help but worry, is this really okay? Don't worry, everything will be fine, Smith assured. After capturing the two controlled policemen, S.H.I.E.L.D. conducted research and testing overnight. It was discovered that the purple man's method of mind control was to utilize an unknown pheromone, which was like a virus. It also required contact with the controlled person and the use of sound induction to give instructions. And this control cannot be maintained for long due to cell metabolism. Studies have shown that pheromones will be excreted from the body and become ineffective within 12 hours. Therefore, it is very simple to deal with the purple man. All you need is a chemical protective suit and noise-proof earplugs, and the purple man's mental control will not be effective. The only pity is that this pheromone cannot be synthesized artificially. Charlotte was covered in smoke and said in a hoarse voice, Left 0, right fire, Thunder God help me, ding. Congratulations, you got the skill card. Heavenly punishment, thunderbolts fall from the sky. And it will treat everyone present equally. Free attribute points +2. Charlotte fell to the ground with a miserable smile. Smith glanced at Charlotte, put on noise-canceling earplugs while holding a weapon, and quickly came to the place where the purple man had just been knocked away. At this time, there were only a few drops of purple blood left on the ground, and the purple man had disappeared without a trace. He took out a tool from his waist, scooped up the cement like cutting tofu, and placed it in the evidence bag. Smith knew very well how powerful his weapon was, and the purple man looked like he had only suffered minor injuries, which was enough to show how strong the purple man's body was. However, now that we know for sure about the existence of the purple man, then we have answers to all the things that happened before. If a purple person walks in this society, he must be very conspicuous and special. Anyone with a little curiosity will take a second look at him. So why has no one noticed his existence? This is enough to show that one of the purple man's abilities is to release pheromones so that people around him will not pay too much attention to his existence. As early as in Arkham Mental Asylum, the purple man had set his sights on Charlotte, in order to help Charlotte let the attacker bleed to death, and also made the police who were searching the carpet pay no attention to the kitchen. Afterwards, purple man might have been targeted, or he might have just wanted to continue helping Charlotte. He made the life restorers kill each other. It also revealed that the life returners were a conspiracy of the hand. Ren had no intention of doing anything to the two policemen. He just asked them to hide their traces. As long as 12 hours pass, they will naturally return to normal. At most having a nightmare, however. Smith raised his sunglasses and curled up the corners of his mouth. But Ren didn't expect that his traces had already been discovered by me. I followed him all the way and finally found his flaw. The reason why Charlotte lost control just now was probably because of his strong physique, which caused the pheromones to lose their effectiveness prematurely. The Purple Man had no choice but to call Charlotte back to his side. The Purple Man's remote control method probably uses a radio headset. Charlotte's body twitched as she fell to the ground. Damn it, as we all know, the bodies of superhumans are good conductors of electricity. Although he was not as weak as Thor, he also made Charlotte's legs weak with the electric shock. Smith's attack was so brutal that Charlotte's clothes were burnt by electricity. Smith came back and looked at Charlotte's condition and said, "He will be fine soon, no more than 12 hours. Charlotte raised her hand tremblingly. "I'm no longer." Dead. Tilda snapped. Charlotte fell to the ground with her hands down. The moment he saw the Purple Man, Charlotte also realized something. That's why I haven't found this guy around Jessica. Because this guy is a bastard. He has been following me all the time. Another villain whose maliciousness is so shallow that even the spider sense doesn't pay much attention to him. Charlotte didn't understand the Purple Man. She didn't know whether he was just a lazy guy or a despicable lazy guy who liked to watch the fun. He just thought that following Charlotte would be fun. But he didn't expect, if you're not paying attention, you'll become the object of entertainment. 12 hours later, Charlotte was released from solitary confinement. After confirming that Charlotte was indeed fine, George let him leave the New York Police Department. As soon as he went out, he received a call from Mary Jane. Once MJ calls, Charlotte must take a look at MJ's phone number. This phone number looks very funny. It's a good place to urge for updates. Tilda. Maybe you can also criticize the author. Tilda to improve the plot. Tilda. Hey MJ. Tilda. Hey man. You were finally released from the police station. How does it feel to be in there? Having known you for so long, I knew that this day would come. MJ changed the tone of his mournful chant and cursed coldly. You're going to get skewered sooner or later for not answering the phone and your fucking voicemail box. Don't be like this, MJ. Charlotte drawled out her tone and rolled her eyes. Did he not want to answer the phone? He couldn't answer the phone. George helped him reply to the message and told everyone who called him the good news that Charlotte had been taken to the police station. Haha. Tilda. MJ sneered twice, picking at her nails, and said, "Enough of the nonsense, Charlotte. Are you ready for the holiday trip starting tomorrow?" Tomorrow, Charlotte was slightly stunned, then raised her phone and looked at the date. Yes, tomorrow is Monday, time flies. And it is indeed the starting point of the holiday trip. Tilda. MJ continued to introduce himself. Harry had rented a pickup truck, and since Gwen couldn't go, Harry decided to take his female companion. We will drive along Route 66. A journey of more than 24 kilometers, which will take more than hours. We will pass through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, Colorado, and finally Texas. Each state also has unique scenery and landmarks, such as Michigan Avenue in Illinois and Wisconsin, Windy Town in Kansas, and Raccoon Town in Colorado, which are all beautiful places to stop and explore. Charlotte didn't listen carefully at all and complimented with a smile. Your strategy is really good. Haha. Tilda. Because I have a conscience. Tilda. After laughing twice, MJ said proudly, you bastards don't care. It can only be left to me. What I have said is only 1/10,000th of my strategy. I looked up detailed information and bought newspapers and magazines from each state. I planned the duration of my trip, planned where to stay and eat, and researched local laws, culture-and eating habits, history, weather, transportation documents, bulls, clothing, only you. Charlotte, don't know that MJ couldn't have done it without me. Tilda. Listening to MJ's arrogant voice, Charlotte curled his lips. Of course, he couldn't be completely unprepared, but he just happened to not be prepared for what MJ said. MJ, have you checked the details of highway crimes in each state? The code names of serial killers roaming along the travel routes, and the number of recent cases? Charlotte asked with a wicked smile. After hearing this, MJ was stunned. She really didn't know. You don't know, Hehe Tilda, Charlotte sneered. You dare to say that you don't even know this? The strategy guide is complete. Unlike me, I would only feel sorry for Hehe Tilda. You, MJ asked, gritting his teeth. Then tell me quickly, okay, since you asked sincerely. I will be merciful and tell you, a little bit. I don't know either, meow Tilda. After saying that, Charlotte quickly hung up the phone and turned off her phone again. Midtown Science and Technology High School has 4 vacations a year. They are spring break, summer break, autumn break, and winter break. Summer vacation is the longest, lasting 3 months, followed by winter vacation at 2 months, spring vacation at 1 month, and autumn vacation at only 2 weeks. Most students like to have a few happy parties or go to uninhabited areas for wilderness challenges during the holidays. Charlotte and others are on the third type, a long-distance but interesting self-driving tour. It was now May, and it was spring break at Midtown High School of Science and Technology. Although the journey is long, everyone except Gwen is looking forward to the trip. Picking up the phone, Charlotte was about to turn it on again to tell Gwen the good news that brought her misfortune. Hi tilde Charlotte Parker tilde. At this moment, a deep voice sounded from behind Charlotte. Charlotte's expression changed slightly, and he stood there concentrating, in the alley behind him. A man in a purple suit walked out, his suit fluttering. He looked at Charlotte with a smile and asked, "Can you tell me how you found me and how I was exposed?" The night grew deeper and darkness seemed to envelop everything. The hustle and bustle of the street, the stars in the sky. Everything began to become distant. Charlotte seemed to be in the realm of the purple man, and everything here became unnoticed. There is only a bleak breeze, Tilda, Charlotte chuckled, turned around and looked at the purple man not far away. You don't really think you've hidden it perfectly, do you? Charlotte nodded her head gently and said, As long as you pay attention to me, I can naturally feel you. This is true during this period of time. Charlotte had been using her spider sense and had indeed sensed the purple man. It's just that this feeling is so subtle that I don't know who it is. It was not until now that the purple man's malice slowly grew, allowing Charlotte to see him clearly. How interesting, Tilda, pursing his lips slightly. Ren became more interested in Charlotte. If I could control Charlotte and keep her by my side, wouldn't I be safer? So purple man. Guess what? Why did I dare to come here, even though I knew you were here? The purple man's expression changed, and he immediately moved away. Although he was not attacked, he became alert and looked around for any movement. However, nothing really happened. When he turned his head again, he saw Charlotte waving his hands quickly and running away with big strides. Purple man! The purple man shouted, Why are you running so fast? I can't control you. If I could control you, wouldn't I have done it long ago? The purple man shook his head in dissatisfaction. He just wanted to talk to Charlotte as a purple man and ask Charlotte why he was exposed. However, after my identity was exposed, I was alienated. Okay, I can't do anything to you now. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards, Tilda. But I didn't expect that Charlotte didn't even turn her head. Charlotte, this purple guy is so gay, run. Otherwise, it might be too late. After running all the way back home, Charlotte began to pack up her things at night and prepare to escape. Just leave the Spider-Man clone here. If anything goes wrong, just cut off the skills. But if you leave the real body, you may fall into the hands of the purple man. It is well known that purple man is a psychopath. But Charlotte didn't know how perverted it was, therefore, Charlotte couldn't wait for tomorrow's holiday trip and wanted to set off immediately. The next day, carrying a bag full of money, the impatient Charlotte finally met MJ and Harry. Harry was driving a burgundy Dodge Ram pickup truck. He was wearing a floral shirt, short sunglasses, and a slicked-back hair, he got out of the car, lowered his sunglasses, and looked at Charlotte's thick windbreaker. Dressed like a cool guy. Both of them looked down upon each other. After not seeing her for a while, MJ put on light makeup, dyed her hair light red, and her previously tanned face regained some of its whiteness. But she looks so arrogant and seems to deserve a beating. And Harry's girlfriend, a beautiful woman with big wavy brown hair, Sally Burns. Harry got out of the car and raised his eyebrows at Charlotte. What the hell are you carrying in that bag? Don't tell me it's homework. Otherwise, Sally will definitely laugh at me. Haha Tilda, Sally laughed twice and looked at Charlotte. She was also very curious about her friend Harry. He casually opened his backpack and showed the three people the banknotes stuffed inside. Harry's face darkened, and he quickly stepped forward and closed the backpack. Are you crazy? You just robbed a bank. You are preparing to escape and sell the stolen goods. Well, Tilda, you are indeed crazy, pushing Harry aside. Charlotte walked quickly towards the cab. What are you crazy about? This is the tip I earned during this period. He just put the ones with larger denominations on the top. Just as she was about to enter the cab, Charlotte was grabbed by the back of Destiny's collar by MJ, who locked her throat and pulled her back. MJ said angrily, "You, the ghost car, Charlotte, still want to drive? Dream on. For this trip, the three of us took turns driving. And you, the ghost, don't even think about touching the steering wheel." As Charlotte Listenedge saw Harry walk by, sticking out his tongue and raising his middle finger at her. Then he stepped into the cab of the pickup truck and hooked the door with his middle finger. And Charlotte and MJ came to the back seat. Opening the car window, Charlotte waved to Gwen, who had a gloomy look in her eyes, and blew her a kiss. With a cheer, the pickup truck set off immediately. At the same time, a Spider Silk was ejected and Spider-Man, carrying a music player, landed on the busy street of Wall Street. He raised his hand and greeted the stunned crowd around him. Hey Tilda, greedy hyenas, Tilda, slaves of money. Your super Jesus Spider-Man, he's back again. Offer your flowers and applause. And howl loudly for your great neighbor Spider-Man. Oh. From this moment on, there is no kind and handsome Charlotte in New York. Only Spider-Man who works 24 hours a day. Rejoice, my people. No one responded, and no one shouted excitedly. The scene was completely silent. Charlotte didn't feel embarrassed. She raised her hand and turned on the music player on her waist. He rubbed his head again like a fly as the music started. Charlotte raised her feet and walked forward, twisting her body as she walked, shaking her arms and dancing arrogantly. He casually snapped his fingers in front of the blonde beauty next to him, took a few quick steps, spread his wings, twisted his body, and glanced at the discounted clothing store. With a surging heart, he walked to the side. Damn. I didn't bring any money, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Spider-Man isn't dead. Damn it, Spider-Man is a shameless liar. I've said it before, this monster won't die so easily. Spider-Man lied to us, boycott Spider-Man. He and Ghost Spider must be in cahoots, asshole. Go to hell, Bugs. His reputation plummeted, but Charlotte didn't care. Light wings, spread I spread my light wings. The spider silk launcher on his wrist suddenly shot out a stream of spider silk, hitting the shouting man in a suit who was about to throw eggs at him. He pulled it down and removed his pants. Charlotte slowly raised her middle finger to shoot spider silk. Another spider silk hit his vital point accurately. He casually wrapped the spider silk on the side of the road. As Charlotte danced spider silk after another shot out. The crowd here immediately screamed in panic. The people who had tried to surround Spider-Man to condemn him began to scream and run away. Look at them running excitedly and cheering for themselves loudly. Charlotte rubbed his head proudly and said, "How can you bully me, fly man, so easily?" With a music player hanging on her waist, Charlotte ejected the spider silk and headed to the next area to show her presence. In the pickup, Charlotte also followed the non-existent rhythm, shaking her head, putting her hands out of the window, and swimming forward. MJ, with his chin on one hand, rolled his eyes, glanced at Harry, who was chatting happily in front of him. raised his hand and yawned. What's wrong, Tilda MJ? Why are you sleepy right after coming out? Charlotte looked confused. Isn't this the happiest time? Heh, Tilda MJ sneered. How dare you ask me that? I spent the whole night researching the information on highwaymen. I couldn't fall asleep before I finished. And after I finished, I couldn't fall asleep even more. Hehe, Tilda, Charlotte laughed twice and said, Don't be afraid, Tilda, I'm prepared. I have a very complete set of techniques for falling asleep. Would you like to try it out? Charlotte aimed at MJ's head, ready to make a move. Goodbye, MJ sneered at Charlotte's skills. You are not a serious person. And you definitely don't have serious skills, Tilda. Damn it, but your head looks like it's easy to hit. His left hand pulled back his restless right hand. MJ, Tilda, don't worry about murderers, Tilda. How can I? The great Spider-Man, scared by a little serial killer. Call out before leaving New York. A Chevrolet sports car drove past at high speed. Followed closely by 2 police cars, Charlotte took a look. I have to admire George's professionalism. He was admitted to the hospital because of a car chase. And he started playing car chase again the next day after he was discharged from the hospital. Charlotte's eyes lit up and she said to Harry, How about we catch up with him and kill him, Pit who? George, before Harry could answer bang bang bang. When the gunfire sounded, the 4 men simultaneously bent down and lowered their heads. Okay, Tilda, pretend I didn't say anything. The vehicle continued to move forward and, not far away, it saw the stopped sports car again. George was standing on the side of the road, with his hands on his hips, watching Hank kneeling down on the shot black man and handcuffing him. I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Harry had to slow down because of the car debris on the road. George reached for his waist warily and turned to look at the approaching pickup truck. Hi, George, Tilda. A familiar turn of phrase let George immediately know who was in the car. After glancing inside the car and not finding Gwen, George nodded to Charlotte with a serious expression and said loudly, You 4 be careful. There are a lot of bikers on the road these days. Don't get hurt by them by mistake. The road under the scorching sun was filled with the hot smell of fuel. Harry stepped lightly, and the pickup truck's full horsepower made a roaring noise. He leaned one hand against the car window and pulled down the sun visor to block out the rising sun. In my ice, scenery on both sides passed by quickly, and only the road was straight and long. Driving out of the bustling city, the vehicles on the road become extremely scarce. The surrounding scenery is bleak and desolate. Vehicles are also being driven faster and faster. Amid the roar, a black Honda Civic EJ1 rushed past the pickup truck, followed closely by 2 Dodge Challenger SRTs. The driver of the last car was Frank. He glanced at the pickup truck and saw Charlotte's head sticking out from the back seat. He was slightly stunned, but there was no hesitation. The car continued to speed up, trying to overtake Harry and move forward. Fuck. Harry stepped on the accelerator. 1 is enough, 2 is enough, but you do it again and again. Do you really think that I, Harry, have no temper? The engine roared. The pickup truck had great horsepower and accelerated quickly, and began to catch up under Harry's driving. Fasten your seat belts, everyone, Harry said as he glanced at MJ and Charlotte in the back row. Of course, MJ buckled up his seat belt and just said, Why not, Harry? You're carrying so many things. You can't outrun them, that doesn't count. Harry gripped the steering wheel tightly. I hate it most when other people overtake my car together. As he said that, he wanted to have a thrilling car race with 3 sports cars. Domenico was leading the group, glanced at the pickup truck that was quickly catching up with them. His bald head reflected the sunlight, and he couldn't help but smile crookedly while holding the steering wheel. Vince next to him also smiled and found it very interesting. As the leader of the speeding gang, Dominic naturally likes racing the most. And what he enjoys most is the joy of victory after racing. Seeing Harry approaching in the pickup truck, Dominic not only did not speed up, but slowed down and waited for Harry to drive forward. Lady in the car behind was also very cooperative. Only Frank at the end frowned. It is better to have less trouble than more, in his opinion. The most important thing is to get rid of the pickup truck and complete the task. Not to mention that he was very reluctant to have any contact with Charlotte. He always felt that the child was evil and full of disaster. Not to mention that he had also seen the news about Charlotte's driving, which was a completely life-threatening way of driving. Picking up the intercom, Frank said, "Dominic, this is not part of our agreement. If you want to break the agreement, I'm sorry I can't accompany you." Listening to Frank's voice on the radio, Dominic also picked up the intercom and replied, "Jason Tilda. The agreement between us was to arrive at the designated location on time and catch up with the truck with Rogers printed on it, which was full of valuable goods. You need to assist, and now is the time to assist." Frank's face darkened slightly, and he continued to speak into the intercom. "I have indeed provided assistance now. I repeat, it is best not to race with them. Jason, it's too late, Tilda." With that, Dominic hung up the intercom. Harry's pickup truck quickly moved forward and began to drive side by side with Dominic's Honda Civic. After glancing at Sally in the passenger seat, Dominic's eyes fell on Harry, who was driving. He looked at the back seat of the pickup truck again and saw Charlotte looking at him with her head tilted and a smile on her face. Just a bunch of kids, Dominic was a little bored. But Harry knew without him, reminding that a thrilling car race had already begun. The engine roared and the pickup truck's tires rubbed against the ground. When racing on the highway, the advantage of driving skills is not very obvious. And what matters most is the configuration. Dominic was a better driver than Harry and drove a modified car faster than Harry. Harry didn't dare to drive too fast because he was carrying a companion and was defeated soon. Fake Squid, feeling humiliated, Harry pounded the steering wheel angrily. The three people's cars passed him one by one. Calmly and quickly Anne sped away. Tusk, 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 tusk. Charlotte in the back row mocked, "On the highway, the cars don't honk the horses, don't nail little Harry." "How ridiculous, Tilda." Harry glared at the rearview mirror, reached back and raised his middle finger at Charlotte. "Fuck it, Charlotte." The car continued to move forward, and the people in the pickup truck saw from afar 3 speeding cars slowing down and approaching a truck. The leading Honda Civic overtook the truck and blocked it in front of it, limiting its speed. The truck driver, who didn't want to get involved in a murder, had no choice but to slow down. In the Honda Civic, Vince picked up the motorcycle helmet next to him and put it on his head. Who doesn't wear a motorcycle helmet when riding in a car? Vince leaned his head over the roof of the car, holding a grappling hook gun in his hand. He pulled the trigger, and the grappling hook connected to the rope was accurately inserted into the passenger windshield. The scene scared the truck driver, but he could only drive the truck steadily. Feeling a little helpless, buckling the safety lock of the grappling hook to his waist, Vince leaped forward and lay dangerously on the front of the truck. He gave a grim smile to the stunned truck driver inside. With a strong pull, Vince pulled the entire passenger windshield away. He stood up and jumped into the passenger seat. Seeing the panic-stricken truck driver, Vincent pulled out a pistol from his waist, aimed at the driver's shoulder, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot through the driver's shoulder. The driver's eyes widened and bloodshot, and he covered his shot shoulder and said angrily, "Fuck it. You bastard raised by a bitch, we are in the same group, Tilda." "Of course I know, Tilda." Vince spread his hands and said, "If you weren't shot, how would you explain it? I'm doing this for your own good, Tilda." Vince patted the driver on the shoulder and said, "Okay, stop complaining and stop the car. This is all to eliminate your suspicion. Otherwise, you can just stop the car and hand the truck to us. Why put on such a show? Your 4 audiences are watching from behind. When you get off the car, ask them for help. They can prove your innocence, by the way. What is this batch of valuable goods you're talking about?" "Fuck." The truck driver slowed down, covered his injured shoulder, and raised his middle finger to Vince with his injured hand. "Introducing, this car is full of Captain America's toys. They are so valuable, Captain America's toy." Vince pulled up his motorcycle helmet and widened his eyes. Even Dominic's brow furrowed. Vince punched the passenger seat and yelled, "Yes, that is indeed valuable." He stopped the truck and pushed the driver out to ensure that the plan was flawless and true. Vince did not give the truck driver anything, including his wallet and cell phone, soon. The Honda Civic led the team to move forward rapidly again. The driver with a shoulder injury limped towards the pickup truck of Charlotte and others, and walked over quickly with a pale face. Harry slowed down and was about to stop the car when Charlotte in the back seat patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, they are in the same group, so." Harry stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, leaving a mouthful of exhaust fumes for the injured truck driver near the pickup truck. He stared at the pickup truck, going farther and farther away in amazement. And the words he had been thinking about for a long time just came out of his mouth. "Help, help." The pickup truck drove a short distance before stopping under the truck driver's surprised gaze. He quickly walked towards the pickup truck, calling out as he walked, "Wait for me, take me." In the pickup truck, Harry unbuckled his seat belt and said as if he had made up his mind, "Charlotte, MJ said you're a good driver. I want to see you drive. Are you really good?" He patted Sally on the shoulder and said, "You should sit in the back, it's safer." "Don't." MJ tried to grab Charlotte, who was standing up, but her hands and feet were restrained by the seat belt, so she couldn't grab Charlotte's sleeves. She shouted in panic with a look of despair on her face, "Harry, you're going to regret this." "MJ, I'm the one driving. The co-pilot is also the driver." As Harry said, they sat in the co-pilot seat, while Charlotte ascended the throne with a look of enjoyment in her desperate eyes. Turning around, Charlotte showed MJ a devilish smile and said, "MJ, I'll give you a chance. It's not too late to take back your evaluation of my ghost car, Charlotte." "No way." MJ swallowed his saliva, hurriedly fastened the seatbelt he had just unfastened, and grabbed the handle next to the car door. His expression tense, pursing her lips. She believed that Harry would definitely regret it. Harry looked at MJ speechlessly. Is this necessary? The facts tell him that it is necessary. Watching Sally sitting down and fastening her seat belt, Charlotte slowly started the car and said, "Harry, look, I, your godfather, will help you get revenge now." Harry patted Charlotte on the shoulder with a relaxed look and said, "Good buddy, Tilda. Hey, Tilda, don't. The truck driver just approached and found that the pickup truck slipped forward a little. Before Harry could open his mouth to mock Charlotte's speed, the pickup truck suddenly accelerated in the desperate gaze of the truck driver and sped away. "Harry, MJ, Sally, oh my God, such a strong push on my back." Charlotte's attributes are far better than before. In order to avoid encountering danger, she temporarily equipped herself with Spider-Man and Spider-Sense skill cards. And even the speeding car skill card is ready to be replaced at any time to ensure that nothing goes wrong. And in New York, Charlotte's spider suit disappeared instantly. And underneath he was wearing, or the spider suit Hehe. Charlotte had been prepared and made 2 sets for herself, just in case. The pickup truck roared and drove quickly towards Dominic's convoy. Watching the pickup truck go and come back, Frank couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. If everything goes well, that's good news. The pickup truck came speeding closer with a cloud of dust, and in a moment it was behind Frank's car, which was slowed down by the truck. Frank picked up the intercom and said, "Jason, this is none of your business. Don, Vince." "Lady, who is Jason? How many Jasons?" "Bald guy, do you want to compete with me?" "Don't cry if you lose, Tilda," Charlotte asked arrogantly. "What are the techniques for straight-line acceleration?" "Faster on a curve is really faster. But there are no curves here." Charlotte drove the pickup truck closer, came to Frank's side, tilted her head, lowered her head, turned around, and gave Frank the middle finger. Harry, who was right next to the middle finger, looked pale. The middle finger occupied all his sight. He felt like he was about to die. After having a full breakfast in the morning, his stomach felt extremely uncomfortable. "Charlotte, look at the road, look at the road, look at the road now." Harry screamed. With a casual swing of his hand and a twist of his hip. Charlotte used his spider sense to steer the pickup truck around the boulder in the middle of the road. Harry, who was about to vomit, widened his eyes. Because he realized that Charlotte, no seat belts at all. "Stop the car now, Charlotte. I don't need you to help me get revenge, damn it. If I ask you to help me avenge me again, you can only avenge me." Holding his churning stomach, Harry stuck his head out of the car and began to vomit uncontrollably. Charlotte had already passed France and was in front of him. And Kia was just. All of Harry's vomit flew towards Francie's car. In an instant, Francie's face turned terribly ugly. As black as the bottom of a pot. "I knew it. It's not good to meet this boy, Charlotte." Frank gritted his teeth and turned on the wipers. Noticing that Charlotte's pickup truck was approaching with great force, Dom became very alert and noticed at first glance that the pickup truck had a new driver. He immediately contacted Letty and Vince. The three cars joined forces and blocked Charlotte's way side by side. The big truck was moving towards Charlotte, limiting her space, with Frank behind her. Charlotte was surrounded by the convoy. Charlotte sneered and asked the three companions in the car, "Do you want to experience the feeling of flying?" "Absolutely not," screamed MJ, who had kept his eyes closed. "That's not necessary," the weak Harry recovered. "Help," Sally slapped the car window desperately. Just as MJ said, Harry felt that giving the driving seat to Charlotte was one of the worst things he had ever done in his life. "Charlotte, because the road was blocked." Charlotte slowed down her stomach, churning, and Harry, who couldn't control himself, stuck his head out of the window again. "Frank, damn you. My car." With shaking hands, he turned on the wipers again and wouldn't turn them off again. Charlotte's eyes looked around for all the gaps between the three cars. But they were indeed blocking the road. Charlotte's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up. The plot of Fast and Furious flashed through his mind. He turned the steering wheel sharply. And in the horrified eyes of everyone, Charlotte drove the pickup truck and lightly stepped on the brakes, driving the grip swinging back and forth. One move, the hearse drifted and rushed under the big truck. Because the chassis of the truck was very high, the pickup truck quickly rushed out and came to the other side of the truck, accelerating again. Charlotte overtook the convoy and drove the car in front of Don. Harry's head was sticking out of the car window. His eyes were lifeless and his mouth was open, and he felt like his soul was almost flowing out of his mouth. "I am already dead. No one can save me." Charlotte raised her hand and patted Harry's back with concern. And Harry's face turned pale, his mouth puffed up. And he sprayed, two sports cars and a truck. Everyone's face turned black. Only Frank at the end felt refreshed. The worst one was Dom because he had the car window open. MJ suddenly felt the seat in front of him move unusually, so he couldn't help but open his eyes. Then, in her horrified eyes, Charlotte was driving, stuck his head out of the car, turned around and made a face at the people behind. The pickup truck then sped away. The journey that was originally planned to take a whole morning was completed by Charlotte in just 1 hour. At the next stop, 3 other people rushed out of the car and held onto a big tree, vomiting violently. They just felt that the sun and moon were dim and their heads were buzzing. Is this the legendary car Ghost Charlotte? Love it, love it, love it so much, It is indeed a car that only ghosts are qualified to ride. Harry, I regret it terribly. If I were given another chance, I would never allow Charlotte to sit next to me while driving. If I could add a time limit to this promise, I hope it would be 10,000 years. Glancing at the 3 people around him, Charlotte crossed his arms and shook his head calmly. Is it that serious? I didn't even dare to drive too fast. How come you guys are like this? Harry's situation wasn't entirely Charlotte's fault. He had a stomach upset in the morning, and now even his legs were a little weak. He could only stand by the roadside with a pale face and trembling. Harry, are you okay? Are your legs weak? Then let me drive on. I'll go slower this time. Charlotte has sent you a team request, Tilda. The 3 people shouted in unison, absolutely not. Jingle bell, at this moment, the phone rang. Charlotte picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Gwen. Line connected. Hey, Charlotte. Gwen's voice was full of embarrassment. But she still spoke with a rosy face. I quit my job. I want to travel with you guys. What do you think? Just for a while, you guys. You guys shouldn't have gone too far, right? Charlotte looked around and saw that the pickup truck had arrived at the border of New York State. He nodded and said, "It's true that we didn't drive too far. It only took more than an hour. If we drive faster, we can get there in half an hour." Harry, MJ, you want to fly a plane? Turning around while talking on the phone, Charlotte asked the three people. Gwen said she quit her job and she also wants to join this perfect, relaxing and happy vacation trip. Do you agree? I agree. I agree, of course I agree. MJ nodded repeatedly after dry heaving for a while. She really couldn't stand it anymore, only Gwen, who grew up with Charlotte, can control her a little. If this continued, she felt that she would have the life to travel, but not the life to return. Harry and Sally had no objection to this. With everyone's consent, Charlotte drove the car, but was kicked away by Jan Harry, who had a stomachache. Drove the pickup truck and slowly returned. What? Why is Harry still driving? Because Sally and MJ's driver's license is a youth learner's license. Under New York State regulations, they can only drive between 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. And only when they can prove they have lessons. Otherwise, you are driving without a license alone on the highway. I was caught, but I needed to go to court and explain to the judge. They can only open their doors if they go to other states with more relaxed laws. Gwen, Mobius frowned in the office that morning. Gwen was always absent-minded in the morning, and she made a lot of mistakes, even on the simple tasks at hand. There seemed to be a black aura still floating around his body. This made the rigorous Mobius very dissatisfied. Looking at the depressed Gwen, who didn't respond after being called several times by me, Mobius's face gradually darkened in Gwen's mind. The scene of the early morning still emerged. Charlotte's flying kiss, and Mary Jane with heavy makeup behind her. She always felt like her heart was stopping and something was about to fly away. That's right, it's a happy holiday trip, click. With a little force, Gwen crushed a test tube into pieces. Gwen was completely unaware of this and just continued doing what she was doing in a dull manner. Click, there was another crisp sound, and veins popped up on Mobius's forehead. He wished he could have a boxing match with Gwen. As a scientist, Mobius is not only a misophobe, but also a perfectionist with obsessive-compulsive disorder. In front of his eyes, Gwen crushed one test tube after another, filling the entire laboratory table with pieces. This made him grit his teeth, his face twitched. His heart trembled, and he wanted to commit suicide by banging his head against the wall. He should never have allowed Gwen to come to his lab. Gwen tilde, Mobius stretched out the tone. And when he called Gwen's, there was a tremor of anger in his voice. But Gwen, with her eyes wide open, remained unaware. Click. The test tube exploded, and the liquid inside spilled all over the floor. Mobius' scalp was tingling, and even his hands were shaking. Gwen finally responded with a roar. She blinked, glanced at the test tube fragments on the table in front of her, and blamed strangely, Dr. Mobius. Don't love me, but don't hurt me. Why did you break my test tube, Mobius? Eyes wide open. You're fired, Mobius said angrily, gritting his teeth. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. She shook her blonde hair and said in surprise, What? I'm fired. This is great, I'm fired, Tilda. I can go on holiday trip together, oh my god. Why am I staying here doing this boring job? I could have left together, you can't learn much here. But you can learn a lot on holiday trips. Even Charlotte chose to travel, that's right, goodbye, doctor. Mobius, and thank you. Mobius was also ready to criticize and forgive Gwen. Pursing his lips and with anger rising, Mobius watched in silence as Gwen happily walked away quickly. He had thought Gwen was a promising person before, but now it seems that she is a hopeless person. After receiving the good news, Gwen resolutely picked up the phone and called Charlotte immediately. The pickup truck drove onto the highway back to New York. moving steadily and slowly all the way. Finally, in the even inch of Rion saw Gwen, who looked refreshed, looking at the 4 people in the car. Except Charlotte, all looked listless. Gwen, who was carrying a lot of bags, asked curiously, "What's the matter? Are you unhappy with your trip?" Harry fell out of the cab and was quickly caught by Charlotte, who got out of the car and put him on the ground. Charlotte said with a sad face, "Harry, when?" "Don't make me spit in your face, Charlotte." Harry raised his head with a pale face. His vomiting was not because Charlotte was speeding, but because he really had a stomach problem. He took out the stomach medicine from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, then stood up and said, "I just feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. I'm not dead, Tilda." "Okay, Tilda." Gwen put the luggage she had prepared in the back of the pickup truck and said, "Charlotte, you bastard, Harry has a stomachache. And you let him drive, be a decent person." Charlotte immediately realized her mistake. As a person with conscience, Charlotte said sadly, "I am willing to take responsibility for my actions. I was wrong, Tilda, so I'll drive it. Ding, Tilda, Tilda, Tilda." Harry jumped up from the ground, refreshed, and said, "No. I can do it, Charlotte, what a pity." The final result of the coordination was that only Gwen could drive. Only left foot braker, right foot clutch, left foot brake. Right foot clutch. Gwen reached up and turned on the windshield wipers. Goo. MJ couldn't help swallowing. Harry's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, "Get down here." There was no choice. The pickup truck was finally handed over to Charlotte. Gwen, who was sitting next to Charlotte, crossed her arms and looked angry. "Isn't it just that I recited it wrong? It is common sense to scrape the glass before driving. Experienced drivers know that they must ensure a wide field of vision when driving. Even Dr. Mobius dared to sit on it, and I never had any accidents." Gwen glanced at the back seat. MJ, who had fastened his seat belt quickly and was holding the roof handle, was tense and very nervous, Gwen felt, inexplicably. Harry, who was squeezed behind Charlotte, said palely, "Father, I beg you to slow down. I don't want to die yet." As the car started slowly, Charlotte, who was not equipped with any skill cards, glanced at the people in the rearview mirror and couldn't help rolling his eyes. It's normal for Charlotte to not drive fast and drive safely. But this is very un-Charlotte. It's as outrageous as seeing a crazy person suddenly stop being crazy. The smooth ride made MJ relax a lot, but she vowed not to unfasten her seat belt. The sky gradually darkened. Dark clouds covered the starlight, and the humid air seemed to be announcing the arrival of a spring rain. Leaving behind the hustle and bustle of the city, the lights on the road gradually became sparse, until the headlights that Charlotte turned on became the only light in the world. It seemed that this was the only car driving on the desolate road, and the darkness outside the window seemed to be lurking with unknown horrors. The breeze hit the car window, trees on both sides rustled, and the night was extremely gloomy. The desolate air brought a chill to everyone in the car. Harry had already put on his coat, and MJ couldn't help but wrap his clothes tightly. Charlotte glanced at the co-pilot next to her where Gwen, who was full of energy, was studying the map. She said happily, further ahead, "We will soon reach the most remote town in New York State. Mayhew Town, Tilda. We can just walk along the small path not far away and get supplies and refuel in the town. You can also camp in this mountain and have a bonfire party." "Oh my God, it's perfect." After driving for a while, Charlotte turned the car into a small road, looking at the even darker and more terrifying road ahead. He couldn't help but smile. "Don't you think this scene is familiar? It's like the opening of a classic horror movie, Tilda. The sky is dark and Gloomythe Town is deserted, and a pickup truck is driving alone on the road. 5 young men and women went out to travel and camp. Then an accident happened, sudden lithe car broke down, and everyone was scattered. Forest, light rain, supernatural monsters, cannibal village, corpse-crushing demons, strange religions, unexpected encounters, sudden explosions of blood plasma." "Shut up, Charlotte." Harry, leaning on Sally's shoulder, rolled his eyes. His health had improved a lot. After taking stomach medicine, his face was not so pale anymore. Now he was in urgent need of a hearty dinner. Although the current atmosphere is indeed the same as what Charlotte said. But who says this so late at night? Are you trying to scare the little girl? MJ's face turned pale as she recalled the information she had found last night and clutched the seat belt tightly around her chest. There were frequent disappearances of pedestrians and sightings of serial killers in the Mayhew Town area. According to her plan, she should have avoided this place. Unexpectedly, they encountered so many accidents along the way. But they finally came here, jingle bell. The phone rang suddenly, causing the tense MJ to tremble all over. Gwen picked up the phone and saw that the caller was her old father George. Only then did she remember that she had suddenly left for a vacation and had forgotten to tell George. Line connected. Gwen immediately took the initiative and said, "Dad, Tilda, I'm with Charlotte now. Remember the holiday trip I mentioned before?" "That's right, Tilda, we are off on the way, Tilda. Are you together now?" In that pickup truck, Georgiuho was drinking water at home. Had a head full of question marks. The scene of meeting Charlotte in the morning flashed before his eyes. Why do I remember there were only 4 people in the car? And Gwen was not there. Could Gwen be under the car? This outrageous thought only lasted a short time in George's mind. And he soon realized that it was Charlotte who came back to take Gwen away. "I know, Gwen," George sighed. "I just called to ask why you haven't come home yet. Since you are together, I have nothing to say. Have fun and be safe. Of course, Tilda, we are safe." Gwen was talking on the phone, not far along the path. Charlotte saw a car with its lights on, parked in the middle of the road. Who would park the car here for no reason? Is there really a corpse shopping demon? Charlotte said with surprise. MJ was a little panicked. She strongly suspected that the person in the car in front was really the murderer. Bang! The wheels made a popping sound, and the car lost speed. "Ah!" MJ screamed immediately. Before Gwen finished her words on the phone to George, saying that we were safe. There was chaos inside, and a woman's scream was heard again. George was so frightened that his whole body trembled. His hands shook, and the cup in his hand fell to the ground and exploded into pieces. However, had no time to pay attention to it, and quickly stood up and asked, "Gwen, are you guys okay?" "We're fine, Tilda. It's just that the tire of the car was blown out. Charlotte is a very good driver." "I won't say any more, Tilda. I'm hanging up first." The phone hangs up. What? The one driving is Charlotte. That is far more terrible than a flat tire. George, still frightened, became even more worried about Gwen's life safety. Oh ho, Tilda. The car was out of control, but was stabilized by Charlotte's superb skills. He calmly parked the pickup truck on the side of the road and came to the back of the Dodge Challenger SRT. Okay, Charlotte now understands why the other parties stopped here. Pickery, MJ, and Sally were all terrified. But Gwen was very calm. Charlotte unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to glance at MJ, whose eyes were wide and face was pale. She clenched her hands so tightly that her sharp nails almost pierced into her skin. And she looked very terrified. "Don't worry, MJ, Tilda, it's just a minor incident. Besides, serial killers always target people who are alone. How can there be so many of us who are afraid of him?" Charlotte spread her hands, spoke, opened the door and got out of the car. When she looked up, she saw Frank getting out of the Dodge Challenger with a speechless look on his face. He held a phone and a flashlight in his hand and said, "Jason, someone deliberately scattered triangular spikes on this road. I don't know if it's a prank or some other plan." Frank had already checked his tires. After the mission was completed, he drove back and came to Mayhew Town on the way. Frank thought that his car needed to be cleaned urgently, so he arrived here earlier than Charlotte. "I just didn't expect to meet Charlotte here." Gwen opened the car door, get out of the car curiously, and asked, "Charlotte, is this your friend?" The other people also got off the car one by one. Charlotte opened her mouth and briefly introduced Frank. "He's half a friend, I guess. His name is Frank, and he's an underground deliveryman. Of course, he prefers to be called Jason or Bald Guy." Then the identities of Gwen and others were introduced one by one. Meeting here as fate. Harry got out of the car and checked the tires. only to find that, unfortunately, 3 of the 4 wheels of the pickup truck were punctured. It was already late, and this place was still a long distance away from Hehe town. There was no village in front and no shop behind, so it was difficult to even call for a tow truck. What should we do now? Harry patted the pickup and turned to ask Charlotte. What should I do? Charlotte looked around and looked at the forest. It seems we can only wait until tomorrow. There was a car noise, and another car was coming on the road behind us. Seeing a group of people ahead, the car slowed down. It slowly stopped not far away, as the vehicle approached. Everyone realized it was a police car. The car door was opened, and 2 policemen, a man and a woman, jumped out of the car. They walked forward to check, and immediately found the triangular iron spikes on the road. The policewoman loosened her hands from her waist, and her expression became much more relaxed when she realized the problem. She signaled the male policeman to clear the nails on the road, and she walked towards Charlotte and the other, smiling. It looks like you need help. Thank God, Tilda. MJ nodded with surprise. We really need help. Our pickup truck has a punctured tire, and this is too far from town. With a friendly smile, the policewoman nodded and walked forward, glanced at the supplies on the pickup card, and said with a smile, the only problem is we can only tow 1 Carthage gentleman, and I think they need more help. You can ride in the back seat of our police car and head to town, and the rest can wait until tomorrow. Frank looked at the model of the police car and asked, do you have a spare tire? 2 of my wheels are damaged. But I brought a spare tire in now, I only need 1. Frank didn't want to leave his car here, and he didn't want to sit in the back seat of a police car. The policewoman turned around and glanced at her companion, made a brief confirmation and nodded to Frank. Man, you are indeed lucky. Soon. Frank put on new tires and drove at the end, taking Harry, Sally and MJ with him. And Charlotte got his wish and sat in the back seat of the police car, looking Harry-touching there, with a happy expression on his face. He tilted his head and smiled broadly towards the camera on the roof. The convoy sets off again, after a long time. A pair of scarlet eyes opened in the darkness, holding a hammer in his hand. A bald old man in tattered clothes leaned out of the darkness. His eyes were fixed on several cars driving away. There was a fierce light in his eyes. He showed his yellow teeth and smiled grimly in the darkness. Turning around, he saw 3 other perverts appear behind him. They were dressed in rags and looked like 3 tramps, but each of them was uglier than the other. Their faces looked like they had been splashed with sulfuric acid, and the melted state was horrible. Their behavior was also crazy. They had different bloody weapons on their waists and exuded a horrible stench. The eldest brother took out a golden ring from his pocket. The second brother tilted his head, drooled, and stood there in a daze, staring blankly in the direction where everyone was leaving. The third brother held a plastic box, and regardless of his bleeding palms, he grabbed a handful of triangular iron nails and threw them on the road, scattering them everywhere again. Beep, beep. Car lights came on in the distance, and the 4 men looked at each other. The bald old man grinned and winked at them. Soon, a red Chevrolet drove up, and its tires ran over the triangular spikes. With a loud bang, the tire burst. The person driving the car didn't have the skills of Charlotte and Frank, and the car overturned and hit a tree on the side of the road. In the bright car lights, bald old man leaned out. The hammer in his hand rubbed against the ground, making a squeaking sound, and he walked towards the car with terrifying steps. The blonde in the car was half-conscious and thought the person coming was a good person. She opened her mouth and called for help, 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 touching the blood on her head. She unbuckled her seat belt and struggled to climb out of the overturned car. Her boyfriend in the driver's seat also had a bleeding head and was unconscious. The third brother suddenly stuck out his extremely ugly head, opened the car door, grabbed her boyfriend's body, and pulled him out of the car. The dizzy blonde thought her boyfriend was saved, so she climbed halfway out of the car, in a trance. A pair of feet in military boots stepped in front of her eyes, and the hammer hit the military boots lightly, making a crisp sound. The blonde looked up, only to see an old, vicious face. He stretched out his foot and pressed down with his combat boot, crushing the palm of the blonde's hand hard. Then slowly applied force and began to grind it bit by bit. What screaming in agony! The blonde slapped the older man's calves. But to little effect. Puff. The smelly dagger pierced the blonde's cheek. And the boss was standing behind her without her knowing. As he twisted the dagger, a creepy laugh came out of the boss's mouth. The murderous rap with disturbing content. The wailing turned into sobbing, painful moans. The palms of their hands pinched the blonde's neck. And the second and third brothers carried her boyfriend to her. At this time, her boyfriend was covered in blood, and his breathing was weak due to the torture in a short period of time. With a smile on his face, the killer sings and dances with content that may cause discomfort. The annoying sound penetrated the ears of the blonde beauty, and the double blow of physical and mental made her feel worse than death. The blonde's eyes widened the next moment. The murderer who caused discomfort made a joke. The third brother pinched the blonde's mouth hard, forcing all her pain back into her throat. He pulled the blonde out of the car by the head and made her kneel on the ground. When he came to the blonde beauty, the content of the murderous eating show that may cause discomfort, the blonde beauty's eyes did not seem to be examining a human being, but rather a delicious food covering her mouth, slashing her black silk with a knife. The killer who causes discomfort chooses food. The content may cause discomfort, and the killer plays with toys. The eldest brother came with his head. The old man held the hammer and came behind the blonde beauty with a smile. The murderer who may cause discomfort played a joke on you. The shrill cries alerted the animals in the forest. It was dark at night, and Charlotte and others had arrived at the town. Gwen pointed to the place where the ogres were hiding and suggested that everyone go camping there. She also warmly invited Frank, after a little hesitation. He called Lai to let him know he was safe. Everyone sent the pickup truck for repairs and set off immediately with their packages. The previous chapter was banned, so I could only block all the blocked parts with content causes discomfort, so it's a bit jumpy. And I'll try to avoid such plots in the future. Simply put, it's a single bald old man with 3 vicious ogres. They stretched out their dirty and vicious hands to the innocent blonde passerby and grabbed the woman, while her boyfriend was worried, and finally was forced to act separately and had no choice but to leave. In the dark night, Charlotte and his group, carrying their bags and lighting flashlights, hiked to the woods, preparing to camp and have a picnic in an open space in the wilderness. Harry, who was walking in the front, was leading the way with a double-barreled shotgun in his hand and a Glock on his waist. After all, who goes on a road trip without a pistol? Harry was really energetic at this moment. With a gun in his hand, he was ready to add the perfect prey to tonight's bonfire. Stepping on the moist soil underground, the broken branches creaked crisply, and the clear sound was heard in the night, adding a bit of unknown and ominousness. There was a faint stench in the air, and in the darkness where the light could not reach, a terrifying shadow seemed to flash by. Sally, feeling timid, lowered her sexy body and followed closely behind Harry. Charlotte, on the other hand, was smiling, shaking her head, and lagged behind them by a few steps. MJ walked beside Gwen, who was full of confidence and had no worries at all. Looking at the two people who were full of confidence, he felt a little more at ease. Charlotte's eyes moved, and he raised his hand and shone the flashlight at the place where the shadow had just flashed, illuminating the body of a rotten deer. Suddenly, several suppressed cries of fear were heard. Gwen curled her lips into satisfaction. Although the night was dark, it was as bright as day in the eyes of Spider Gwen. Although the insects did not dare to approach her, many scenes looked very ominous. She no longer looked forward to camping in the woods. Policewoman Carter also exclaimed in surprise. She shamelessly followed along on the pretext of protecting everyone, wanting to get a free meal of wild game. Of course, she was really worried about everyone. She only talks about protection, but of all people, she looks the most timid and cowardly, even worse than Sally. A mouse running by almost killed her. Finally, Frank is a man who has seen big scenes. He moves with great vigor, keeps his eyes and ears alert, and even has a sense of calmness, as if he has returned to his own territory. Going out for a picnic in the middle of the night may seem unreliable, but when it happens in a small American lake town, it seems very reasonable. Charlotte was curiously fiddling with the lady's pistol that Harry gave him, the Ruger LCP. Gwen also had a Hammer technology-produced Jewish K-30 on her waist. As they moved forward, fine rain began to fall from the sky. They had to quicken their pace and find an open space to set up the tent as quickly as possible. And a bleak narration seemed to be heard in the wind and rain. The moment they stepped into the woods, it was as if an evil wind blew past them, and they seemed to have left the city and entered another wild world. This is the border between evil and chaos, a horror that cannot be reached by sunlight. The gloomy forest is like a devil that swallows people without spitting out bones. Once you enter it, there is no way back. The trembling late night is filled with a sense of horror. This darkness seems to hide countless unknown horrors, adding to the bloody hunting atmosphere unique to the dark forest. The root of their fear comes from the worry that their own lives cannot be guaranteed. But their fear is right. As the story progresses, an evil disaster is brewing. Because in the darkness at this moment, there was a pair of blood-red eyes staring at them. Gwen elbowed Charlotte in the stomach, shutting up his stomach with all the rest of his words. The female police officer Carter beside him was so frightened that her face turned pale. Even her hands on the gun bag on her waist were shaking. She looked around suspiciously, looking for the pair of blood-red eyes, MJ, who had high expectations for the police. Couldn't help but twitch his lips. Are you here to make people laugh? The four ogres have been committing crimes in Mayhew Town for so long and even settled down there. But they have never been discovered or caught. This shows the ability of policewoman Carter. It was Frank, the last one who noticed something unusual first. The flashlight in his hand illuminated a mountain bike in the grass, and Frank walked forward with a stern face to check. There was only a thin layer of dust on the mountain bike, which was still being knocked off by the rain. The front tire was completely scrapped by the sharp blade. Looking at the mountain bike in front of him, which was definitely not cheap, Frank frowned and touched the blade on the frame. He stood up and walked a few steps to Charlotte's side and said, "Charlotte, something is wrong here." "That's right, Tilda," Charlotte nodded. "That's right, Tilda, look." Harry, who was walking in front, called out, "There are scrapped vehicles scattered around the open space here, and in front of it is a gloomy cabin with dim lights on." There were not many fools present. Harry, sensing the danger, clenched the shotgun in his hand, retreated quietly, hid himself behind the abandoned RV, looked towards the cabin and whispered, "Sally, please stay away for a while. It looks like our picnic plan might be ruined." Tilda Carter, the only stupid policewoman, came forward. She glanced at the scrapped vehicles and abandoned clothes around her and asked, "What's going on? What's wrong?" "I think this is logical. It's normal to have some abandoned vehicles. After all, this may be the favorite camping spot for young men and women. Maybe we should go to the cabin and ask Tilda." "Of course, a maybe." "Probably. It could be Tilda." Frank glanced at the policewoman Carter. He had a misogyny for stupidity, so he directly pulled out a pistol from his waist and said, "But it's better to be cautious." "Let me lead the way," Charlotte said impatiently, putting one hand in her pocket holding the lady's pistol and ignoring everyone's attempts to stop her. She took the lead and walked towards the door of the cabin. Glancing at the scratches and dried blood on the door, Charlotte narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand and patted the door again, equipped himself with a skill card and shouted loudly, "Open the door, your takeaway has arrived. Please come out and sign for it." After a few knocks, because she had re-equipped the spider sense skill card, Charlotte knew that no one was in the room, and she smelled the stench wafting from the door. Charlotte raised an eyebrow in disdain and without hesitation kicked the door hard. Smashing it to pieces, he stretched his head to look inside, then immediately turned back and said, "There's no one inside. But this is a serial killer's hidden residence. The scenes inside are extremely gory. And I don't think any of you would want to see them. What? Policewoman Carter's face turned pale, and she shouted anxiously. Call the police, let's call the police. She took out her old-fashioned cell phone. And was about to cry, she turned to Frank and asked, What's the 911 emergency number? Frank rolled his eyes. And MJ, who had already picked up his phone, shook his head with an unpleasant expression. No, I've tried it. There's absolutely no signal here. What should we do now? Gripping the double-barreled shotgun tightly in his hand and swallowing his saliva. Even Harry was a little nervous. Cold sweat broke out on his palms, and the rain made the shotgun a little slippery. A spring rain may cause the weapon in your hand to misfire. Facing a vicious murderer, you can never be too careful. Charlotte returned speechless, glanced at the people looking at him, and said, Of course we run away quickly. What else would we do? Give them more food. What you said makes a lot of sense. I am speechless. Harry's eyes lit up and he quickly stood up, preparing to return the same way. Policewoman Carter disagrees. We don't have a signal on our cell phones. Maybe we can go look in the cabin and use the landline to call the police. Shut up. Terry wanted to hit Carter with the butt of a rifle. You are a stupid supporting character in some horror movie. I suspect you are in league with the murderer. Drop. At this moment, sound of a car engine was heard, and a trailer was seen coming out of the forest in the headlights, getting closer and closer. A blonde lady was hanging on the back of the car and was dragged along by them. It's amazing, Tilda, looking at the ogre's returning headlights. Charlotte shook his head speechlessly. It was really like any horror movie plot. Could you dare to be more outrageous? As the vehicle approached, they did not notice the people hiding there then. Suddenly, Charlotte's cell phone rang loudly, and Carter was startled. The jumping caused a flash of fire at Carter's waist, and her old-fashioned pistol went off accidentally. A bullet fired and hit the cab of the pickup truck accurately. The old man driving the pickup truck widened his eyes, raised his hand to touch his right ear, looked at his hands full of scarlet blood, smiled grimly, and murderous intent overflowed when he turned his eyes. He saw Gwen sticking her head out to check beside the car. Fuck, cursing loudly, Harry stood up without hesitation, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger at the trailer. Bang, 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 the gunfire was intense. Except for the policewoman Carter, who was lying on the ground with her hands covering her ears. Everyone on Charlotte's side fired their bullets without hesitation. After firing 2 or 3, should something felt wrong. And the women's Ruger, LCP, and Charlotte's hand inexplicably turned into a desert eagle. Hearing the sudden gunshots, even Frank couldn't help but turn his head to look, unable to confirm whether he was dazzled. In just a few moments, several people smashed the crane into a sieve, but the 4 killers on the car dodged in time. The ogre boss, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was shot 4 times by Frank and Gwen and fell beside the crane. With George's guidance and her own efforts, Gwen's shooting skills are very accurate. Coupled with her attributes and night vision, she is unmatched in nighttime gunfights. But she was unwilling to shoot at vital points. After experiencing the incident with the lizard Charlotte, she made up her mind and silently abided by her principle of not killing. So her 2 shots only hit the ogre boss's arms, while Frank's 2 shots hit the boss's waist, abdomen, and thighs. These 3 ogres are 3 deformed and terrifying perverts. They love to kill passersby while laughing and cook them for food. The deformities were caused by their family's tradition of incest and cannibalism. Plus, they had been drinking contaminated wastewater for a long time, which caused their deformed bodies to mutate again, making them tougher and stronger. However, this kind of strength is only compared to ordinary people. The ogre boss who was shot has now fallen to the ground, blood bubbles coming out of his mouth, and he is unable to move his body. Seeing this, Charlotte immediately raised his gun and fired, and all 3 shots hit the calf of the ogre boss. Listening to the gibberish and weird shouting of the ogre boss, Charlotte cursed inwardly, "Fark. I didn't even open the lock. No, I'll try again." Charlotte stuck his head out and shook it twice in succession, casually dodging 3 bullets, while shaking his head rhythmically. He observed the direction from which the bullets were fired and raised his eyebrows at the balding old man. Murderous old man, WTF, don't be too outrageous. What kind of monster is this? 2 more bullets were deflected by Charlotte's head. Charlotte finally aimed his gun at the old man who was shooting at him and pulled the trigger. The bullet went off course and hit an abandoned car nearby. After bouncing off the car door, it rushed towards the old man who was squatting to dot, and the bullet hit the target accurately again. After being towed, the old man covered his crotch in pain. The scream was so shrill that it made all the men present feel their crotch tight. In particular, this ricochet bullet got stuck in the old man's small cun due to insufficient power. Ding, congratulations, you get the skill card. Headshot boy, when you use a weapon, you will always hit the target's head accurately. Free attribute points +2. Charlotte bared his teeth and glanced at the old man's position. He lowered his head with a look of disgust. That scene made Charlotte unable to help but empathize with the situation. She clamped her legs together and her whole body trembled. Although Charlotte did a good job and his shooting skills were very accurate, the men present still cast condemning glances at Charlotte. Charlotte said to Gwen, who stood up and prepared to shoot, "You protect Sally and MJ and leave the rest to me, Tilda." In response, Gwen nodded and jerked her head to dodge a bullet. The murderous old man, bastards. I'm going to report them for cheating. Sometimes the murderer is so desperate that it makes people want to call the police, Tilda. Frank couldn't understand such a scene. Can you dodge bullets by just shaking your head? How about practicing it yourself? He shook his head slightly. Hiss, Frank took a breath. It seemed to be of some use. No wonder everyone in Indian movies dodges bullets. Frank didn't have many bullets left at this time. He shot and broke the limbs of the ogre boss. After changing the magazine, he said, "Charlotte, this is not a solution. This is their territory. They are much more familiar with the environment than we are. We should provide tactical assistance and be careful not to be defeated by them one by one." It was really dark, and the previous attack had already extinguished the crane's lights. In the darkness, anyone's light source would be the primary target of attack. Suddenly standing up, policewoman Carter turned on the flashlight and looked around. She didn't even listen to Frank and shouted, "We should split up and run. Whoever can run will win." Bang! Harry knocked the policewoman unconscious from behind with the butt of his rifle and said calmly while replacing the bullets in his shotgun, "Remember to testify for me." She was knocked unconscious by the murderer next to the crane. No, except for the old man. The other 2 freaks did not have guns in their hands. We have an absolute advantage at this moment. In my opinion, we can definitely kill the old man first. Now is not the time to be soft-hearted. We will definitely not show mercy if we can kill him. As he spoke, Harry suddenly stood up and pulled the trigger at the ogre boss, who was still alive on the ground in the distance. A cloud of blood sprayed from the boss's body. Charlotte, who had changed his skill, Cardlso stood up and fired a shot, hitting the chicken accurately and confirmed. The guy on the ground is still moving. He must not be dead. Let's kill him first. Harry looked at the Desert Eagle in Charlotte's hand with fear. Brother, my good brother. I have never done anything to let you down before, right? I never knew you were such an accurate shooter. There was a roar from the generator in the cab, and I didn't know when the 3rd ogre ran to the basement of the cabin, Tilda. However, at this time, bright car lights illuminated the entire venue, and one abandoned car after another, connected by wires, lit up, with the number exceeding 20 or 30. In the brightness, Harry and the others finally realized what kind of scene they were in. There was blood everywhere, and worn-out clothes and smashed bones could be seen everywhere. Sally screamed in terror as the light suddenly became brighter. The 3rd ogre circled around them and launched a sneak attack. He stood up and drew his bow and shot an arrow at high speed. The arrow was as fast as a meteor and shot towards MJ's throat. MJ had no time to react. She could only watch the blood-stained arrow getting closer and closer. Before the third brother could even let out a triumphant and excited laugh, a white hand stretched out and easily grasped the arrow firmly in his palm. Gwen threw the arrow backhandedly, and it pierced the third brother's left shoulder. The third brother fell to the ground and disappeared in the abandoned car. Gwen certainly didn't dare to chase him, for fear of being tricked into leaving the mountain. On the other side, Charlotte fired a few shots and then began to change positions, preparing to launch a sneak attack on the old man, only. Jingle bell, Charlotte's cell phone rang again. Helplessly answered the call openly, raised the gun, and fired another random shot in the direction of the old man. The old man at the back of the car let out a painful wail. "You can't afford to play, you beat up an old chicken. You don't have the strength, Tilda, you little piece of trash. Hello, Charlotte, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer the phone just now? Gwen's phone couldn't be reached. And why did it sound so noisy on your end?" The series of questions made Charlotte a little confused. He tilted his head slightly and dodged a bullet casually. He said without even looking in the direction of the old man, "George, I didn't do anything, I was just in a gunfight, Tilda." He raised his hand and pulled the trigger, firing a shot into the sky. After a moment, the old man, who had changed his position, let out a painful scream. "Gunfight, Charlotte, are you in danger? Where are you now?" "I'll zizzy on the other side of the phone." George listened briefly and confirmed Charlotte's statement about the gunfight. He listened to the voice anxiously. Charlotte said on the phone, "We are sizzling. Sizzling, now the situation is. Sizzling, Gwen is, sizzling. Sizzling dying, sizzling. Ha 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 zizzy, the phone was hung up. "George, please tell me what happened to Gwen, ha 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 ha." The second ogre suddenly rushed out, waving 2 smelly machetes in his hands. He stabbed Charlotte's stomach with one knife, laughed wildly, and opened his mouth to bite Charlotte. Faced with this kind of attack, Charlotte remained calm, holding the Desert Eagle and silently aiming at the opponent's head. Bang, 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 bang. It was one shot after another. Although the 3 ogres did not feel much pain, the impact of the bullets still made them fall to the ground. However, Charlotte's bullets followed them like a shadow, turning in the air and attacking the target accurately. The scene was extremely cruel. Charlotte couldn't bear to watch it, so he just silently changed the bullets and tilted his head to look in the direction of the old man. With an expression of pity, he raised the gun and pointed it at the second ogre. Bang, 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 bang. Cruel, not at all. Looking at the cars around him and the blood all over the ground, Charlotte felt that she was too kind. The last bullet passed through the ogre's lower body, drew a large semicircular arc, and once again accurately hit the old man's Zyokun. The feeling of the second brother's missing body made him even crazier. It also allowed him to evolve from the second-in-command of the ogre to a true ogre. Although his lower body was bleeding profusely, the ogre still crawled towards Charlotte with his knife, wanting to kill and eat Charlotte like he had done to all the people before. Charlotte sighed and shot him, breaking both of his arms. Then he fired 3 more shots, 2 in the chest and 1 in the head, and he died. The third ogre's angry shout was heard in the distance. Charlotte raised his hand and took the Molotov cocktail that the third ogre threw to him, and threw it at the ogre, turning around and looking at the third ogre's hidden figure. Charlotte sneered, ignoring the raging flames on the ogre behind him. Charlotte returned to his previous position and came to Frank's side. At this time, everyone's bullets were basically exhausted, and they dared not shoot at will. The old man, who had been attacked many times and shot several times by Frank, had basically lost his combat effectiveness. At this time, only one left on the scene was the last ogre. The third one. "I'm running out of bullets, Tilda, how about you, Charlotte?" Charlotte reached under the RV where they were hiding and pulled out an Uzi in front of Frank's wide eyes. "No, man. Where did this gun come from?" Frank looked down at the bottom of the car in confusion and saw a dead head with its eyes open. He immediately stood up and gave Charlotte a speechless look with a dark face. What's with that expression? Did you see a dead head? Charlotte asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Hehe tilde, I'm looking at a dead head tilde. After turning on the safety, Charlotte stood up, holding the Uzi, and walked towards the hiding place of the third ogre in broad daylight. The third ogre gritted his teeth, stood up with a mad laugh, and shot an arrow at Charlotte. Charlotte pulled the trigger and the bullet hit the arrow, piercing through it entirely, and then hit the third ogre's second. Click, click, click. The shooting sound of Uzi is crisp, with a rhythmic knocking sound, and the recoil is very low, but the gun tip is prone to red heat. Charlotte stepped forward, and bullet after bullet flew out of the muzzle and shot into the body of the third ogre, causing him to twitch all over. He was unable to resist and could only continue to make screams from his mouth. Every shot Charlotte fired hit the body. Blood splattered, but none of them hit the vital points. His bullets seemed to have eyes, and each one lodged in the body of the third ogre, leaving him bloody and distorted. Finally, Uzi's bullets are all gone tilde. Looking at the ogre who had fallen to the ground but was not dead yet, Charlotte gently pulled the trigger twice towards his left hand, lowered his eyebrows, and looked at the third brother. Gently blew away the green smoke on the muzzle of the gun, smiled and whispered to himself, I bet your gun is full of bullets. The drizzle fell from the sky, landing on the third brother's body, flowing down his torso and staining the ground with blood, standing in front of him. Charlotte smiled, the Uzi in his hand emitting flames. The recoil made his palm tremble slightly, and bullets flew out of the muzzle and shot into the body of the third brother. I bet your gun is full of bullets. This skill is really more powerful than Charlotte expected, because Charlotte saw a rising road to wealth in it. Why should I deliver food? I can just sell bullets. This is a completely zero-cost business. Bullets are manufactured using system plugins and then put up for sale, becoming a bestseller all over the world. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Resale increase, price grow bigger and stronger. Create greater success, become a CEO. Win the heart of a beautiful rich woman, and reach the peak of your life. Charlotte vaguely saw his bright future, becoming the world's #1 arms dealer. Far surpassing Tony Stark, he was wearing a leather coat, sunglasses, and had 2 pistols on his waist. He raised his proud head, looked at the silo with contempt, and sneered. I bet there's a big nuclear bomb in your gun. Frog fun. I am such a genius. The beautiful picture flashed by, and countless gold bricks floated before my eyes. It's just, Charlotte's beautiful illusion was awakened by the painful voice of the third ogre. Looking down at the third ogre on the ground, who was countless times heavier than before, Charlotte gritted his teeth and fired a few more shots, then casually threw the red-hot Uzi into the third ogre's bathwater. Chinese letter. Turning around, Charlotte saw that everyone, including Gwen, looked at him with something wrong, because he just fired 70 bullets at a person at close range. The scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere was unbearable to watch. Charlotte, with a smile on his face, looked far more perverted than the murderer. Charlotte said dissatisfiedly, What are you guys looking at? Why am I the pervert? He's an ogre, and he's not dead yet, tilde tilde. So everyone thought Charlotte was even more perverted. The third ogre opened his mouth and spit out 2 bullets, his eyes staring straight in the direction where Charlotte left. Ding, congratulations, you got the skill card. Dog thing, I may not be a human, but you are really a dog. Free attribute points +2. He ignored the third brother, because the fire caused by the Molotov cocktail was gradually spreading. Although this group of ogres dragged the scrap car here, they did not pump out the gasoline from the car. After a long time, some cars are still leaking oil. In the rain, the fire spread, and the painful wails of an old man were heard not far away. This made Charlotte a little stunned. No, you are not dead yet. Policewoman Carter also woke up slowly with a dazed look on her face. Everyone walked forward cautiously with guns in hand to check the old man's location. Next to an overturned SUV, an old man's legs were set on fire, and the flames had spread to his lower body. In order to escape, The old man had been crawling forward secretly. He even tried to be smart by smearing the leaked engine oil all over his body so that he could crawl faster. But now he has trapped himself in a cocoon, and his cleverness has backfired. Charlotte took a look and saw the miserable condition of the old man and immediately raised his hand to stop his teammates from coming over. The burnt smell in the air also made people's scalps numb and nauseous, blocking the sight of Gwen and others. Charlotte whispered, "Why don't you take them away from here, Harry? Leave this to me," as he spoke. Charlotte took out a Ruger LCP and handed it to Harry. Harry looked hesitantly at the old man, who was struggling and waving at Charlotte for help, with a desperate look on his face. He covered his nose and nodded. "We'll be a little further away, and waiting for you not far away. Please hurry up," as Harry, Gwen, Sally, and MJ left. Charlotte turned her head and looked at the old man who had crawled in front of her. The motor oil on his body was not easy to ignite, but he did not know what was attached to his legs, and the flames followed him all the time. Seeing the old man with his lower body on fire, screaming and groaning, Frank felt sorry for him and said, "Let's help him." "No." Charlotte quickly stopped Frank from picking up the blanket next to him and said, "Don't do this, Frank. I will never allow you to suffocate him with waterboarding. That's too cruel. No, I mean putting out the fire." "Oh." "Wait a minute." Charlotte tilted her head, looked at the old man, whose lower body was on fire, squatted down and asked in a friendly manner, "So you're going to recruit Tilda? I'm asking this, Mr. Corpse, do you need any help? I feel like your lower body is already brittle, so." "Forget it." Yeah, the old man, in great pain, nodded impatiently. His face turned pale due to severe pain and excessive blood loss, and it was unclear whether the tears flowing down his face were a mixture of rain or sweat. The look in Charlotte's eyes, besides pleading, was also filled with naked hatred. Hearing the old man's affirmative reply, Charlotte smiled unmoved and said, "Okay, Tilda will rescue you right now." The kind policewoman noticed the scene here. She rushed over and took the lead in rescuing the old man, shouting, "Don't worry, just hold on, I'll be right there." As she spoke, she picked up a plastic bucket from the abandoned vehicle, unscrewed the lid, and rushed over. "No," looking at the gasoline barrel in the hand of policewoman Carter. The old man let out a desperate cry. Charlotte and Frank quickly made way for the policewoman. The next moment, a full bucket of gasoline was poured on the old man's face, into his screaming mouth and all over his body. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky against the rain. Looking at the old man, twisting in pain and wailing in the flames, Charlotte couldn't bear it. So he picked up a water cup from the abandoned vehicle and poured the rain water in it on the old man. "Oh, my God." Policewoman Carter then realized that what she was holding was actually a barrel of gasoline. She was so scared that she quickly threw what she was holding aside. The gasoline in the barrel splashed, and the flame ignited the barrel. In the sight of the three people, it rolled to the RV on the side. The next moment, a towering flame lit up there. Charlotte, "Frank, is this person poisonous?" The fire quickly ignited the entire area of junk cars, burning the ogre to ashes. Charlotte, Frank, and policewoman Carter evacuated immediately and found Gwen and others not far away. Buzzing. The sound of helicopter propellers came from the sky. Gwen looked up, her eyes piercing through the darkness, at George hanging outside a helicopter in the distance, looking for her. Her expression couldn't help but be a little dazed. "Dad." Then told there with George. Gwen and Charlotte were taken to the town's police station and began to answer questions honestly. Harry was quite easy to deal with. After asking them a few simple questions, he let them go. They left the unrepaired pickup truck to Charlotte and Gwen, and quickly chose to leave this place full of psychological shadows, and took the police car to the next target point, where they were waiting for the two, in New York. While being questioned by the police, the idol clone was studying the skill card he had received from the letter. Then he equipped the skill card dog thing. "I may not be a human, but you are really a dog," with a flash of holy light. Charlotte immediately turned into a Zyugu. "What the hell?" The dog spoke in human language with a surprised expression. Charlotte used all 4 limbs and jumped to the mirror, looking at herself in the mirror in amazement. He became a handsome, majestic local dog. After raising his hands and making all kinds of weird faces in front of the mirror, Charlotte finally confirmed it again and again. It was right, I really am a dog. Charlotte wordlessly canceled the skill card and stood up from the ground. Then he looked curiously at another skill card, Live Madness. Equip skill card, in an instant. Charlotte's vision suddenly changed, with countless green code characters composed of zeros and ones flowing. And a big face flashed by, the images in his eyes flickered, as if his head was rapidly pulled away and then quickly zoomed in. As a few system prompts popped up, the scene in front of me turned into a scene that looked very camera-like. At the same time, a live broadcast room called Chinese Letter appeared at the top of the recommended homepage of each live broadcast platform. Even the C's live broadcast platform was not spared. Countless curious people flocked to the live broadcast platform to watch. As soon as they came in, they were pleasantly surprised that what they saw with their own devices was the highest definition picture quality. This is also the world in Charlotte's eyes at this moment. The spider suit on Charlotte's body was covered by another set of skin. It was a straight and handsome suit. Every curve of it was full of elegance that touched people's hearts. He glanced at the system's flashing prompts. An unknown life black has been paying attention to you and has finally waited for you to start your live broadcast room. He is very interested in everything about you. You have added new fun to his immortal life, black. Your live streaming skills have been enhanced by unknown rewards. Note, due to the influence of unknown forces, this skill may not be equipped at the same time as other skills. Your all attributes +5 when you equip this skill card. Your skill slot will increase by 1. Note, the more rewards you receive, the stronger your abilities will be. There is no time to think too much about the meaning of black. Charlotte felt as if his brain was blown away by a cannon, rushing straight into the sky during the starry sky, looking at the stars in the sky, and then falling into the deep sea swimming and diving, and exploding with a loud bang. Countless bullet screens from countless platforms flashed before my eyes. What is this, performance art? Why is this anchor not moving at all? Show us the tip of his shoe, fuck you. I clicked on C's live broadcast, why are you doing this? The anchor is a hacker. I don't care, I want a shiver tilde, and what's the price? As his spirit returned to his head, Charlotte couldn't help but shiver, it's so cool tilde. Shaking his head, Charlotte looked down at his handsome suit with some confusion. He is majestic with a strong and well-proportioned figure. Every detail seems to be carefully carved, and he exudes a unique charm and temperament. His waist is soft and strong, and the lines of his back are smooth and natural. Looking at the mirror in front of me, every angle is like admiring a beautiful painting. As Charlotte raised her head and looked at her own face in front of her. Of course, this scene was also broadcast live. Countless people followed Charlotte's eyes all the way up, looking at Charlotte's face. WTF, the same comment instantly filled the screen. Some even exclaimed, this must be CG made in advance. Charlotte exuded a mysterious aura and reached her climax as she raised her head. His head at this moment was a huge camera, looking at himself in the mirror from a first-person perspective. Charlotte, good guy, is this how I broadcast live? Special effects, BGM. Colorful words flashed in his eyes. And both the bored people in the live broadcast room and the bored Charlotte at this moment heard the music at the same time. The chanting music made Charlotte's aura more charming and mysterious. Looking at herself in the mirror, Charlotte raised her right hand wearing a white glove and wanted to touch her face. I didn't have a clear idea of my appearance before, but now, looking at my camera lens worth 200 million, I finally realized that I am so handsome. Some people were really shocked by Charlotte at this moment, while some people thought that this was just a special effects feast and a new scam to promote the new movie. deciding to ignore the chaotic comments in front of him. Charlotte glanced at his attribute panel. Charlotte. Power, 27 Spirit, 280 plus 245 Constitution, 27. Appearance, 20 Features, be careful. Someone is paying special attention to you. Attribute points, 8. No wonder I feel more energetic than ever before. Tilda. Great Tilda, I feel like I'm gradually understanding everything. Tilda. Tilting his head to gaze at himself, shining on the screen. Charlotte bent gracefully, stood at attention, stroked his chest with his left hand, and bowed gentlemanly to all the audience. So handsome. Elegance, elegance, this is elegance. I have this figure, I want to look like this too. Does anyone know what movie this is? Charlotte looked at all the comments stupidly and was a little hesitant. What should I do now? I have no idea what to do. No work. Tilda. How about I bite a lighter? I don't have a mouth. Tilda. Ignoring the messy comments, Charlotte finally had an idea. Since we are broadcasting live, we should broadcast something that cannot be broadcasted. Tilda. For example, go live on the streets of Hell's Kitchen's red light district and have Shark help out, or special effects scene change. The font with special effects flew past, and before Charlotte could react, he appeared in Hell's Kitchen in front of the gate of the hand. With bare hands, the two younger brothers at the door opened their eyes wide and were startled by Charlotte's sudden appearance. They stared at Charlotte's camera in astonishment. Who? Still asking, this is a fucking monster. Quickly notify Madame Gao, as they spoke. The two men were ready to raise their guns and pull the trigger at Charlotte. Charlotte, are you kidding? This is too sudden. At least give me a carrot or a pencil. A large number of barrages passed by. I said it was CG. Can it be a special show? The pictures are really good. Tilda. I love it. Tilda. I love it. Tilda. I will support it when it is released. Tilda. Oh my gosh, it's better to dance than to fight. This place looks familiar. It doesn't look like a green screen. I look familiar. At this time, the BGM in everyone's ears has changed. The sound of rain outside the window continued to rain for 3 days and 3 nights. As the music played, Charlotte looked at the gun pointed at him. He moved slightly and rushed forward quickly. Like a phantom, a straight punch. The fist smashed the head of the hand brother, and every frame of the picture was clearly visible in the high-definition camera. The splashing liquid did not soak Charlotte, but it did not splash onto the camera lens at all. One punch made countless people in front of the video tremble. Seeing his white gloves turning scarlet, Charlotte cursed inwardly, turned around and kicked another younger brother in the crotch, then punched him in the face. Barrage. WTF, Mincea's live broadcast room. I've taken off my pants. Tilda, you show me this, I'm so weak. Wow, the special effects in this movie look so good. This is too real. You. Why do I feel something is wrong? What the hell? I was just wondering why this place looked so familiar. This place is next to the store where I work. Damn. This is a real murder. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. You. Tilda, where's the super manager? Where's the super manager? Charlotte shook the blood off her hands. A voice shouting, I want to call the police, quickly ran away. Looking at the big iron gate in front of him, Charlotte clenched his fists silently and adjusted his gloves. He actually planned to come back tonight, but now he's here. Tilda. Oh, this is really too inelegant. After taking off his pants and preparing toilet paper, an elderly bald man finally finished his day's work. He sat in front of the computer, exhaled a breath, opened his favorite website and prepared to relax. As soon as he opened the website, the beauty came into his eyes and he was dazzled. This is wow, this big thunder. So tender, lowly. Tilda, love it. Tilda. The lecherous old man took off his pants, looked at the cover, and couldn't wait to open the live broadcast room. The cute little girl jumped up and down, and as the old man's expression relaxed, she accidentally touched a pop-up ad. And the next moment, the scene in front of her suddenly changed. A fist slammed forward, flesh and blood flew everywhere, making the old man tremble all over and tense up. Before he could react, the camera showed a fierce kick in the opponent's crotch. which drained all the old man's energy. This scene brought a surge of excitement to the old man. And he felt the same pain as before, with his bare buttocks. He held his vital parts, covered his heart. Flipped over the chair and fell to the ground. Cameraman. I heard a loud noise in the room and was worried that he might have an accident. The family members rushed to the door, and the young woman tried to open it, but was stopped outside by the locked door. His son arrived soon after, and without hesitation, he kicked the door open to save his father. Then I saw the old man covering his heart with one hand and holding a chicken with the other, with a tissue ready in his hand. The video in front of him was showing restricted and bloody scenes that were too hard to watch. "What are you standing there for?" The youngest daughter reacted first and yelled. Everyone quickly called an ambulance and carried the old man, who was holding the chicken tightly towards the gate. At this moment, there was a party going on at the door. It was bustling with people. Charlotte raised her hand and prepared to kick the iron gate, then gently put it down inside the door. Countless men in black and ninjas had been waiting for a long time, pointing their Uzis at the door, just waiting for Charlotte to rush in. Stunt montage. The next moment, the door opened inexplicably and Charlotte appeared in the crowd. Stunt cross silhouette too, flashes of blood appeared. And as the camera flashed, the heads of the three men in black were cut off. Charlotte turned and looked at the other ninja. Stunt jump cut. He appeared in front of the other person in a flash and waved his hand. Special skill cut off. The great head fell to the ground. The picture is comfortable and smooth, just like the most perfect movie scene. And every shot is extremely handsome. Focal length, lens, exposure, composition. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Click, click, click. At this time, the ninja finally reacted and quickly sprayed bullets at Charlotte with 4 Uzis. In Charlotte's camera also flashed a red light, which quickly spread around. The incoming bullets and flying shurikens gradually slowed down, and finally became slower and slower in Charlotte's field of vision. Special stunt bullet time. The subtitles exploded again after the overwhelming battle scenes. Looking at the live broadcast on the phone, he exclaimed, "Bullet time, WTF, that was so cool just now. Dimmy dimmy dommy tilde, how is that possible? That's not scientific at all. This is definitely not a live broadcast tilde. Is this also reality? It must be a movie. Or a carefully planned plot, a movie with live monsters." The scene flashed and Charlotte had dodged all the bullets. Crossed hands is cross silhouette. In a montage, he appeared outside the gate. The remaining few people not knowing what was going on fired bullets randomly and unfortunately injured their teammates by mistake. They didn't start searching for Charlotte again until they ran out of bullets. Charlotte kicked the door open and walked in. Special stunt flashback appeared behind the ninja, raised his hand, special stunt wipe, and cut off the heads of the 2 men. His figure flashed in an instant like a ghost, and he used the invisible blade to kill people with just a wave of his hand. Although he looks extremely handsome during the live broadcast, but Charlotte was speechless. Why was it so troublesome to clear a few soldiers with this crappy skill? Special effects fade in, fade out. It was gradually getting darker in front of him. Charlotte had already arrived at Mrs. Gao's underground unique product factory. He walked forward, but no one noticed his presence. The workers here are still working hard, and the criminal evidence is broadcast to the entire network by Charlotte. Unfortunately, Mrs. Gao was sent to the hospital due to cerebral hemorrhage at this time, so she didn't have the chance to kill him today. Looking at the familiar black man approaching and the ninjas walking quickly towards the door behind him, Charlotte took the initiative again. Stunts action continuity, stunts cross silhouette. Charlotte was carelessly adjusting his bloody suit. And then several corpses standing in front of Charlotte fell to the ground. The sound of a police car was heard outside the door, and this sound also passed through Charlotte's head and spread to the entire live broadcast room. After calmly looking at the workers who had escaped, Charlotte turned around and continued to do his own thing. sharing everything here with everyone. Accompanied by the moment, Yulan rushed in with a gun. Special stunts, invisibility special. Charlotte stepped into the darkness. The live broadcast room disappeared instantly. Her sight lit up again. And Charlotte looked at George and Carter sitting in front of her and said, "That's what happened. I really had no ill intentions. I just shot all the bullets out. I didn't mean to kill him. He just scared me. I don't know why Uzi is there. It's very likely that the ogre is hiding there." No, they were not dead at that time. Charlotte. George's face turned dark and he said angrily, "A Desert Eagle with 4 rounds of ammunition. An Uzi with 2 rounds of ammunition. One of which was used in a murder case. And one was also reported lost both this month. Why would they appear at a crime scene several kilometers away? Even if I had suffered from cerebral thrombosis for 10 years, I would not believe what you said." Shocking, a well-known New York police chief has been suffering from cerebral thrombosis for 10 years, but still insists on solving cases. Carter on the side raised his hand weakly and said, "I believe, I'm shocked, George." George couldn't help but frowned, raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. It wasn't that he didn't believe Charlotte. But during the interrogation, one person is needed to play the bad guy and the other to play the good guy. Carter volunteered to play the good guy, and George, who played the bad guy, was indeed so angry at the two that his face turned black. He still thinks that Carter, who killed the ogre, is a promising person. By the time Charlotte was able to leave the Mayhewtown police station, it was already the morning of the next day. George originally wanted to show his impartial attitude and help Charlotte as much as possible secretly in someone else's territory. But he didn't expect that the way policewoman Carter handled the case was really eye-opening for him. Not only was she willing to release Charlotte immediately, she also took all the responsibility for the deaths and guns of the 4 ogres on herself. Under George's persuasion, Charlotte was kept overnight out of necessity. Early the next morning, Charlotte was kicked out of the police station. Do you think policewoman Carter is really stupid? You are right, she is indeed not very smart. But she also knew the merit, knew that Charlotte was a good person, and knew the benefits of killing 4 ogres. The chief of Mayhewtown then praised Carter highly, called the chief of the New York Police Department, and then sent Carter to the New York Police Department as an outstanding talent. He was lucky enough to become George's subordinate. George, turning his head to look at the policewoman Carter, who was smiling at him. George was speechless. This is such a nuisance. Did I ask her to clean the toilet? On the contrary, Carter was smiling happily. Yes, she is George's little fangirl. At the entrance of the police station, Gwen had been waiting for Charlotte in a pickup truck for a long time. She smiled sweetly at Charlotte and impatiently invited Charlotte to get into her stolen car. Hurry up and sit down, the driver is ready to drive. After swallowing his saliva, Charlotte sat awkwardly in the passenger seat, watching Gwen concentrating on turning on the wipers and cleaning the windshield. He couldn't help but silently fastened his seat belt and said softly, "Gwen tilde." After carefully checking that the windshield was as clean as new, Gwen turned her head and looked at Charlotte with a puzzled look on her face. Looking at Gwen, who was ready to start the car, Charlotte glanced at the wall of the police station behind him, silently helped Gwen shift into reverse gear, pulled the handbrake, opened the rearview mirror, and nodded at her. It's okay, nothing happened, Gwen curled her lips in disdain, stepped on the accelerator, and the pickup truck sped forward. The long path went forward all the way, and soon we crossed the entire Xiaoluo and rushed through the gate that merged into the highway. Okay, Charlotte spread her hands. Gwen not only likes to accelerate, but also has pretty good driving skills. It seems that the journey will be safe, Charlotte, feeling happy, lowered her seat, leaned back comfortably, and turned on the radio. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of the crash of Flight 180. We will never know why Alex took the survivors from the plane. He destroyed God's design for death. This is what I want to tell everyone: never resist your death. All the survivors at that time did not survive. The only way to survive is to hide in the shadows of the world. But you must know that no one can escape death. We can't know which will come first. The accident or tomorrow. This is too unlucky. Charlotte raised her hand to switch the channel and said, "We can't know which will come first. The accident or tomorrow, but we will know which comes first. The accident or the next second, Tilda." Gwen smiled slightly and said, "You are so childish, Tilda." The passionate prelude sounded. And someone drove the car for him, allowing Charlotte to put his hands behind his head and cross his legs comfortably. A peaceful and carefree life and unfettered. A one-way journey never to be returned. Ride on the road to hell, road to hell. Satan pays me what I owe, this is the rock band. Ride on the road to hell, road to hell. Rock highway to hell, and let Charlotte sway to the rhythm with a smile on her face. Great, this is much more auspicious. Charlotte Parker Tilda, a faint call blew past Charlotte's ears, causing Charlotte to be slightly startled. She turned her head and looked at Gwen and said, "Gwen Stacy, Tilda, did you just call me by my name?" Gwen glanced at the red light and stopped the pickup truck in front of the merging gate. She rolled her eyes and said, "Who called your name?" "I didn't. Who was calling my name just now?" And it sounded so sexy, Tilda. Charlotte looked around in confusion. There were several parked cars around and, not far ahead, an old lady who was scavenging was picking up bottles on the ground. There were no suspicious people. And the passionate music continued to play, Road to Hell. Set out on the road to hell without hesitation. This road to hell, for some reason, Charlotte suddenly felt an inexplicable chill rushing over her head. Gwen on the side also looked around in confusion, then pouted and asked Charlotte suspiciously, "Did you just call me by my full name?" Charlotte opened her mouth and was about to deny it. But after thinking carefully, "I think I really did scream Tilda." Tilda, you're yelling so cheesy," Gwen said with disgust on her face. "Hey Tilda, so corny, Tilda, so disgusting, Tilda," Charlotte said with a look of disgust. The green light in front came on, and a school bus drove past Charlotte. The naughty children on the bus shouted excitedly in unison. "Pile up, pile up, pile up, pile up," Charlotte frowned. Several consecutive events gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. He reached out and grabbed Gwen's arm, not letting her move forward immediately. He looked around with a cold face. Of course Gwen couldn't move forward even if she wanted to, because the car in front of her also stopped in place, and then turned its front end, blocking the road horizontally. In the red car, another female voice shouted in despair. "No, we can't leave. There will be a car accident here. We will all die." Her voice was filled with tears. "I saw it. I saw everything. There were bodies everywhere and wood. I saw it all. Fuck." Charlotte's face turned dark, and she turned to meet Gwen's puzzled gaze, but did not explain. "This scene is so classic that it reminds me of the news I just heard." Charlotte immediately understood that this was the plot of Final Destination 2. And in Final Destination, no one can escape the pursuit of death since they were here. It meant that the two of them were definitely being targeted by the god of death, which meant that Gwen and he were doomed. It's just that Spider-Man died in a traffic accident. Why does this sound so outrageous? A police car drove past Charlotte and stopped next to the red car in the front. The policeman who got out of the car smelled the scent of marijuana as soon as he came to the car. He glanced at the driver, Kimberly, with red eyes, and basically confirmed that the group of young people in the car must have been high, and then asked Kimberly to get out of the car. Behind the car, a group of people rushing to their deaths honked their horns frantically. He had no idea that his death was approaching. Charlotte reached out and pulled out the car keys, motioning for Gwen and herself to get out of the car. Another energetic young man driving a Thunderbolt also took a big gulp of a refreshing drink called vodka and staggered out of the car. There are also speeding pregnant women and black motorcycle men. As far as I can remember, there was no one driving safely in this movie. Could it be that the reason why I and Gwen got into an accident was because Charlotte quietly turned her head and looked at Gwen. "What's that expression on your face?" Gwen naturally noticed Charlotte's strange expression very quickly. And she said angrily, "You must be thinking something bad. And my spider sense is still trembling inexplicably now." Before she could finish her words, Gwen suddenly turned her head and looked behind her. In her eyes, a truck carrying a full load of wood passed by quickly and rushed straight ahead. Kimberly also noticed it and yelled, "That's it, stop it. It's going to kill us all, we have to stop it." Gwen, who was not far away, blinked and said, "Did you see it?" "I saw it," Charlotte nodded solemnly. "This wood is smuggled, this is a crime. No, I mean. The driver of the truck, there was no driver. Just a black shadow." The truck in front exploded as everyone looked on in horror. And it was hit by countless dangerously driven and speeding vehicles, causing flames to quickly appear. Before Charlotte could react, Gwen started and kicked Charlotte in the stomach, sending Charlotte flying dozens of meters away. And then she quickly dodged to the side. As Charlotte flew out in a spin, a motorcycle that was blown away fell on the spot where Charlotte had just stood and exploded into a ball of fire. Puffed. Charlotte was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his stomach with his Hanshi's eyes wide open. And behind him was a huge tree that was broken in half. Gwen hurriedly ran towards Charlotte in panic, then startled again and took a step back to avoid a tire falling from the sky. "Death, these two look a bit difficult to kill." Gwen ran over quickly, stepped forward to help Charlotte up, and asked with concern, "Are you okay, you know? I just tried to save you." With blood flowing from his mouth, Charlotte nodded expressionlessly, I know. I can still hold on." As he spoke, he equipped himself with the spider sense skill card and checked the surroundings for danger. Gwen laughed awkwardly twice. Ever since she knew that Charlotte was Spider-Man and had many superpowers, she had been secretly studying Charlotte. She also discovered that Charlotte's superpowers could not coexist. That is, Charlotte's spider sense was just one of his superpowers, and it was one that was not used often. So she immediately pushed Charlotte away. But she didn't expect. Charlotte's body was so delicate that she got hurt by the slightest touch. The policeman in the distance also noticed the commotion here. But as soon as he turned around, his expression froze and he immediately pushed Kimberly away. An out-of-control truck came head-on and hit Kimberly's red car, pushing her friends in the car into the sea of fire. This scene was so thrilling that it caused everyone to shift their attention away from Charlotte. Gwen looked around warily and asked Charlotte, "What was attacking us just now? My spider sense has been vibrating strangely, but I always feel that the opponent's attack is very weird." That's right, Tilda, using Gwen's sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Charlotte felt her body recovering quickly and said, "We must have been targeted by some evil creature." Gwen nodded seriously, looked around and said, "It seems to have left Tilda." Charlotte shook her head. "No, it just left your sensing range." Charlotte sensed that there was a dangerous aura lingering around, watching from afar and not leaving. Everyone in the distance began to pay attention to the car accident in front of them. And few people paid attention to Charlotte and Gwen, who were suddenly attacked. Kimberly sat on the ground, staring at the sea of fire in horror and sadness. She couldn't help but grabbing the hand of Policeman Thomas and said in a sad voice, "I saw it, I clearly saw it. No, they shouldn't have died." Looking at the tragic scene in the distance, even Gwen's expression began to become sad. She was the ghost spider, and in the face of such natural and man-made disasters, she was powerless and unable to save them. Holding her stomach aside, Charlotte was silent for a moment, but couldn't help but said, "Gwen, were you just deliberately taking revenge on me?" "I'm not, don't talk nonsense." Gwen shook her head quickly, her face flushed. "How could you think of me like that? If I wanted to take revenge on you, I would kick you in the face." Really, this is a lie." Gwen's expression suddenly paused, and she tilted her head to look at Charlotte strangely, frowning and saying, "Charlotte, did you use any superpowers?" "Skill card, big liar. When you equip this card, You can easily tell whether the other person's words are true or false. But within 24 hours you will only speak the truth. Ha ha ha, Tilda, facing Gwen's question. Charlotte let out a deafening laugh. With an innocent look on her face. She shook her head and laughed. That's right, Tilda, that's it. Gwen narrowed her eyes slightly. Her spider sense sensed something different in Charlotte. And she asked again, what superpower? Charlotte laughed foolishly for a long time. Laughing so hard that he fell forward and backward. Out of breath, but when he took a breath, he became serious and answered uncontrollably. Big liar, I can easily tell whether what the other person says is true or false. But within 24 hours I will only speak the truth. Damn. What a rubbish ability, I have no choice but to answer. Not far away. Everyone was looking at Charlotte, who was laughing with strange eyes. Their expressions were filled with disdain and disgust. So many people had just died, and everyone was in grief. But Charlotte could actually laugh out loud. He must be a lunatic. Gwen pulled Charlotte and told her to stop laughing. It was really embarrassing, but now Charlotte can't lie. Gwen's eyes lit up slightly, and she immediately wanted to ask a lot of questions. But she didn't expect Charlotte to run forward without hesitation. If you can't afford to provoke me, how can you avoid me? An hour later, after making 3 rules, Gwen said she would never ask any more questions. And only then did she persuade Charlotte, who had taken the car keys and ran away to come back. Back to the police station in Hehe town. All the people who had just managed to escape gathered here. The police station was in an uproar. The Hehe town police station had never encountered such a big scene before. In addition to the car accident on Highway 180, the case of the serial killer was also being handled. Even George and Carter did not leave at this time. With his arms folded across his chest, George looked at Charlotte in silence with a dark face. You still say you are not a jinx. He turned his head to look at Gwen and said with concern, Gwen, are you okay? Gwen smiled and nodded, saying sweetly, Charlotte and I were both fine, with a thump. Charlotte stood up, abruptly raised her right hand, and answered loudly, I'm in trouble, Gwen kicked me hard. Right here, as she spoke, Charlotte lifted up her clothes and showed the redness and swelling on her abdomen to everyone around her. George, Gwen, everyone. Is this the psychopath who laughed at the car accident scene? It seems like he has a problem with his brain. I didn't mean it. Gwen pulled Charlotte's clothes off awkwardly and gave George a dry laugh. No, Charlotte pointed at Gwen and yelled. George, she did it on purpose. Gwen lowered her head, clenched her white fists, gritted her teeth and avoided everyone's sight. Damn it. This is revenge for me kicking him. Are you sick? The Thunderbolt train owner couldn't stand it anymore. He glanced at the cute and beautiful Gwen, shook his yellow hair, stood up, and scolded Charlotte. That's right, Charlotte put her hands on her hips, pointed at herself, and said proudly, I just got out of Arkham Asylum, although Dr. Arthur said I'm cured. Charlotte, you make me so awesome. Huang Mao gnashed his teeth and said angrily, You know you're abnormal, so what's there to be proud of? Ha tilde, Charlotte sneered and replied, I am proud of myself because I am abnormal. What is there for a normal person to be proud of? George suppressed his boiling, indulgence eppled Gwen over, and asked suspiciously in a low voice, Did you kick him in the head, Tilda? Dad, Tilda. Gwen looked resentful. What are you talking about? Are you taking me as a donkey? And Charlotte isn't that stupid. Gwen paused and explained. He just suddenly wanted to tell the truth, Tilda. No. I don't want to at all. Charlotte on the side retorted honestly and righteously. Gwen, damn it, get away from me. Looking at Charlotte, who was trying to sabotage her, Gwen gritted her teeth and wished she could kick him in the face. George wanted to ask more questions. At this time, Carter came over, knowing what was going on. She casually placed her large glass cup filled with hot water on the edge of the table and complained. Sheriff George, Thomas is questioning the little girl. And the girl is talking nonsense. What about Flight 180? National Highway 180 final destination order of death. And he even said that he saw everyone die with his own eyes. And that's how he managed to save everyone. This is too outrageous, Tilda. She shook her head and said solemnly, but I believe her. George was speechless and said nothing. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Charlotte and Gwen both raised their heads as if they were aware of something and looked around. The yellow-haired man who was sitting on the sofa felt a chill straighten his collar and drank a full glass of water. At this moment, he suddenly felt the urge to urinate. So he stood up and walked towards the toilet in the police station. After taking a few steps forward, a piece of blown target paper suddenly flew towards him, and the skull drawn on it scared Hugh Mao. As he dodged backwards, he accidentally touched the cup of hot water on the table, which immediately fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. After regaining his footing, the scalded yellow-haired man cursed angrily, shook off the water stains on his body, and walked forward again. But he stepped on the broken glass at his feet slipped, and fell heavily to the ground. A scream. A shard of glass pierced into the palm of his right hand, causing him to wail in pain. He quickly stood up and pulled out the glass fragment that was stuck in his palm. Blood was flowing from his raised hand. Squeak. The boiling kettle not far away made a buzzing sound. This had just happened, and everyone was on edge. The sudden sound scared another fat guy at the table. He quickly stepped back and sat down on the table where the water cup had been placed. The table was overturned, and the raised end hit the yellow-haired man's face heavily. He fell to the ground, and another long piece of glass was inserted into his lower abdomen. The yellow liquid gushed out uncontrollably, wetting his crotch. Oh my God, seeing this scene, policewoman Carter hurried forward and wanted to help Hugh Mao up. But I didn't expect that I accidentally stepped on his palm. What? The yellow-haired man screamed even more painfully. He twisted his body and wailed in despair. Bang. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard in the cabinet. A bullet flew past the yellow-haired man's turned head and hit the center of the target paper on the table behind him. All this happened so fast that it was hard to keep up. Carter did not dislike the yellow-haired man. He quickly helped him up with a frightened look on his face and let him sit on a stool. If this bullet hits, his entire head will be destroyed. Cold sweat soaked his back, and he, who had escaped the sudden life-and-death crisis, didn't know whether he should thank Carter or blame him. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the shards of glass from his lower abdomen with great pain. Compared to the desperate attempt he had just made, wetting his pants in public was just a trivial matter. He just won the lottery, and he doesn't want to die yet. Carter covered his mouth in horror, afraid that another accident would happen, and quickly bent down to pick up the broken glass on the ground. However, with this step, he accidentally hooked the leg of the yellow-haired man's chair. Amid the yellow-haired man's panic, he fell face down again and plunged heavily into the liquid on the ground. Looking at Carter, again helping up the wet yellow-haired boy, George's eyelids twitched. I don't know what he was thinking. An hour later, under Carter's care, Hugh Mao, who was burned and had his pants taken off, was finally put into the ambulance and sent to the hospital. The previous gunshot alarmed police officer Thomas in the conference room. After he came out, he quickly checked the shotguns stored in the cabinet. This was another accident, caused by the mouse accidentally touching the trigger. He couldn't help but said to Kimberly, I kind of believe you now. Your idea of killing people with the god of death. The sudden burst of gunfire and the miserable state of Hugh Mao scared everyone. Charlotte frowned and whispered to Gwen beside her. This matter is far from over, but just the beginning, Tilda. We too should be more careful recently. We should not reunite with Harry and the others for now. It is best to sleep with one eye open at night. Who knows what kind of danger we may encounter? Gwen shrugged her nose. This was the smell of truth. It was just the truth that made her feel a little worried. So what to do? One person goes to sleep, and the other sits beside to keep watch. No, Tilda, let's sleep separately, Tilda. Charlotte looked at Gwen with a cold expression and said warily, I'm afraid you can't help yourself at night and secretly do something bad to me, Tilda. For example, secretly drawing a turtle on my face. Seeing Charlotte's distrustful expression, Gwen gritted her teeth in anger. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Damn it, he is still smart. He saw through me again, back in the pickup truck. Charlotte got into the driver's seat, started the car. And the two set off again. This place called Hehe Town is really full of disasters. Although you will encounter life and death crises later, it is better to stay away from here. This is a bit evil tilde. After all, legend has it that no one can escape the arrangements of the god of death. And Charlotte was somewhat helpless at this time. In the evening, the two were still some distance away from where Harry and the others were. They parked the pickup truck in front of a motel. Charlotte rented a room with 2 beds, and the two prepared to start sleeping. At 3:47 in the evening, Charlotte had not yet gone to bed. Was playing with her mobile phone. Not far away, Gwen was sleeping soundly, smacking her lips. Jingle. The sudden ringing of the phone made Charlotte a little dazed. But she answered the call immediately. Charlotte. Be careful, you are in danger now. Charlotte couldn't help but frowned. Took out her phone and looked at the strange number on the screen in confusion. Who is this on the other side? Kimberly immediately reminded Charlotte anxiously when she found out that she had answered the call. In just one night, a large number of people were killed in the 180 highway accident case. Only she, policeman Thomas and yellow-haired Ivan survived. The Grim Reaper carried out her murder plan strictly in the order she predicted. Even Thomas escaped the sudden disaster by being hugged by her. Now the crisis fell upon Charlotte again. Now they planned to go to the psychiatric hospital to look for Claire, the only survivor of Flight 180. While not forgetting to remind Charlotte, what's going on? Is it so urgent in the movie? The speed of the Grim Reaper is too fast. Is he killing everyone in this circle? It's all my fault. Claire cried. Thomas and I gathered all the survivors together to discuss right and wrong. But we didn't expect the disaster to happen so suddenly. Good guy, before Charlotte could continue speaking. His spider sense suddenly activated, and Gwen jumped up from the bed with sleepy eyes. Drop amid the loud honking of horns. The headlights of a heavy truck illuminated Charlotte's room through the curtains. With unstoppable momentum, it instantly broke through the wall. Wood and building materials flew everywhere. And the front of the car was right in front of Charlotte in the blink of an eye. Rolling over her face. With his body shaking, Charlotte moved quickly. He grabbed Gwen's collar in a flash, broke through the wall without hesitation, and came to the next room, on the bed in the next room. There was a machete next to a pillow. An ugly, bloody man was sleeping. He woke up suddenly after hearing the noise and raised his hand to pick up the machete. Then the entire motel began to collapse. The ceiling shattered, and a murderer wearing a hockey mask and holding a sharp knife fell from the sky, pressing down on the 3 people with the ceiling and roof. Holy shit, it's a combo. Charlotte held the depressed Gwen in his right hand, grabbed the dumbfounded machete man with his left hand, and raised his hand to block him in front of the stunned masked man. He quickly retreated, withstood several blows from the synthetic board, and rushed out of the ruins on the side of the road. Charlotte threw Gwen to the ground, his face covered in dust and veins throbbing on his head. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone, and I didn't know if Kimberly had encountered anything. Anyway, Charlotte was so angry that she wanted to go crazy. Damn it, this god of death came and went without a trace. It's so frustrating. Gritting his teeth and using his spider sense, Charlotte quickly searched for the presence of the Grim Reaper. Unfortunately, this time I couldn't even find the other party's shadow. There was only a faint layer of red mist in the spider's sense, and it seemed that danger was everywhere. Damn it. If I find you, I will skin you alive. However, although the Grim Reaper was not found, the 2 danger source, one large and one small, in the spider sense quickly grew stronger and emitted a dazzling red light. In the ruins, 2 figures stood up. Jason stabbed Ugly Face's heart with a sharp knife. Ugly Face waved the machete in his hand, and then both turned their heads to look at Charlotte. 10,000 dirty words came out of Charlotte's mouth. Jason pulled out the sharp knife. The tip of the knife was not stained with a drop of blood. He held the bloody machete tightly with his ugly face. His eyes fixed on Charlotte. Why are these two people here? Hehe Town, Hehe Town. It's so beautiful that it can't be Crystal Lake, also. If the tiger doesn't send cats. Do you think I'm critically ill? Charlotte raised her palm and clenched it hard. The enemy is ashamed. I will take off his clothes. With a bang, the clothes on the ugly face were blown to pieces. And even the machete was broken into 2 pieces. The huge man was only wearing a sweatshirt and underwear. With empty hands and a confused look on his face as he looked at Charlotte. The murderous intent quickly faded. It just looks more perverted, Gwen, who was standing behind Charlotte, said with a look of disdain. Charlotte, don't you have any cooler skills? Why do you feel a little bit vulgar? Charlotte calmly explained, what's so vulgar? This is called holiness. This is the coolest skill. It conquers the enemy without fighting tilde. We all come naked and leave naked. Wear fewer clothes more in line with nature. What is that, putting on clothes? Wearing clothes is just a scam of capitalists. This skill is perfect. There is no clothes more handsome than being naked. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Gwen glanced at the ugly face at a loss, and couldn't help wrapping her clothes. I am still willing to be deceived by the capitalists. Holding a sharp knife in his hand, Jason just glanced coldly at the dumbfounded ugly face and rushed towards Charlotte quickly. Then it flew back even faster. Charlotte raised her hand and clenched it. But it was useless. Jason was not defeated. Well, I have won the battle and conquered the enemy. And I am still very handsome. Jason stood up. Holding his steel knife end, stared at Charlotte coldly. Black air wrapped around his body, and his eyes seemed to be glowing red. He took a step forward and walked towards Charlotte again. A sense of fear struck Charlotte. But she just felt more excited. As if she could smell the scent of death. Charlotte raised her head and said with a smile, my lovely friend, do you want to dance too? The next moment, Jason disappeared in front of the two of them and entered the barrier. Jumping like a little rabbit, damn it. Such a beautiful skill has a barrier. So we can't enjoy it together at the same time in New York. Spider-Man, who had just said the same thing, stood on a tall building and admired himself. That's right. Charlotte used the skill card Make a Friend Out of Nothing, and used the skill card Do You Want to Dance Too? From a distance, through her own mouth. He glanced at Leatherface, who had lost his equipment and was on standby. Charlotte raised her hand without hesitation, and the remaining clothes on ugly face exploded. He grabbed Gwen, didn't even look at her ugly face, turned around and rushed towards the pickup truck. The Grim Reaper is using a trick to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. The killer, Jason, is obviously not under the control of the Grim Reaper. But he may have been lured here by the Grim Reaper. What we need most now is not to get rid of Jace, but to get rid of this damn Grim Reaper. The pickup truck drove all the way to the center of the intersection and suddenly broke down. With a buzz sound, a drone vehicle running at full power rushed over and slammed into the driver's cab. The locomotive exploded instantly, with flames shooting up into the sky. The airbags around Charlotte popped out, restraining Charlotte's body. After tearing the airbag and unbuckling the seat belt, Charlotte smashed the windshield and jumped out of the window. I couldn't help but twist my neck with a dark face. Death is really hard to guard against. Seize the opportunity as soon as it arises. I don't know how Kimberly is doing. After getting out of the car, Gwen went forward to check on Charlotte's injuries. But she didn't expect that the fiercely burning motorcycle would explode at this moment, and half of the pickup truck door would fly towards her and be grasped in her palm. I see. Charlotte immediately understood that the attack just launched against her was just a cover. Death is still a detail-oriented person and is attacking Gwen in his own order. Charlotte's eyes moved slightly, and she picked up her phone and called Kimberly. Zia. Zia Luo, are you okay? This is great. When the call was connected, Kimberly was a little surprised at first. The call was suddenly disconnected before, and she thought that Charlotte and Gwen had been murdered. although the pursuit of the god of death has not ended yet. As long as there are people alive, it is better than anything else. I'm in trouble. My handsome face was blown black tilde, and there's an unkillable cutie chasing me. But I'm temporarily controlling him now. I feel very dangerous. Charlotte could only tell the truth, and then asked, "How's it going there?" Kimberly replied, "We are now in the psychiatric hospital in Mayhew Town. Claire, the survivor of Flight 180, is also here tilde. As for Ivan, he just passed away. The hospital's oxygen cylinder shot into his anus and then exploded. The scene was very tragic. Next, it's Thomas' turn again, and then mine. Claire suggested that we stay here, in the safest place." Kimberly's tone was down, not sure what to do next. Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "The Grim Reaper only kills people in order. What would happen if we changed the order? What if the people whose turn it is had stayed in a completely safe place? What if we brought the dead back in some other way? What if we find this god of death and kill it? What kind of god of deaths? How dare you call yourself the god of death? Ask the goddess of death if she agrees. He is a coward with no guts and is always hesitant. He must be a coward with no guts and no ability. It seems that he has everything under control. But in fact, he can only play some sneaky tricks. Death has shown off so many operations. But it is not as great as the pressure given to him by Gwen's kick and the killer Jason. Especially for Gwen, to be honest. She didn't need to dodge at all. Reaching out and grabbing the attack of the Grim Reaper was already giving face to this Grim Reaper. Break the order of death, find the god of deaths. Kimberly's face turned pale, and she thought Charlotte was completely crazy. How could the god of death be found so easily? What could one do if he found it? Now, what they need is a breakthrough. Is it reliable to break the death order of the god of death? How can they do it? Eugene fired 6 shots at his head with a revolver. But each shot misfired. In the arrangement of the god of death, we can't even die as we wish. At this point, Kimberly finally made up her mind and said, "I decided to hide in Thomas Psychiatric Hospital for a few days and calm down to think about countermeasures. There must be a way to break the deadlock. I've said it before, small seclusion in the city. Big seclusion in the mental hospital. How about it, tilde right? Even Dr. Banner agrees with this." In order to avoid the sudden attack, Charlotte, who was on the phone at this time, was pulling Gwen to walk in the wilderness, heading towards Mayhew Town again. Too many things happened there. So this Grim Reaper is most likely hiding in Mayhew Town. Charlotte doesn't want to live in fear all her life. It would be too boring. The killing power of the Grim Reaper is indeed not that great. But it doesn't hurt P-Plate's disgusting tilde. You can only be a thief for 1,000 days. But there is no way to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. Kimberly continued, according to Claire's research. Everything that happened yesterday was actually related to Flight 180 last year. Those people who were lucky enough to survive and should have died. They saved us directly or indirectly. So we are on the death list, and I think you are the same. What? Charlotte was stunned, and her scalp felt slightly numb. A flash of inspiration came to me. If Kimberly and the others were the ones who were supposed to die, and that's why they were put on the list and began to be arranged by the god of death, then what about Charlotte and Gwen? Call. A cool breeze blew across the lawn. A large cross several kilometers long was blown out faintly under Charlotte's feet. A meteor streaked across the sky, shining with brilliant fire. Looking at the meteor, that was obviously wrong. Charlotte couldn't help swallowing and put down the phone in his hand. Look. Charlotte is a shooting star, tilde we happen to be near the grove. Maybe we can pick up a Superman baby and raise him. Gwen turned and ran away, followed by Charlotte. Even if there is a living creature inside, it will be black. Even if it is Superman, it will be a black Superman, after all. It is very reasonable for a black Superman to be abandoned by his parents. Hey, Charlotte. Don't joke like that, Gwen said while running and looking around. Ha tilde, Charlotte sneered. It makes sense that a black couple would take him home without spending a penny. After all, Black Superman is the best product that humans can buy. He accidentally kicked a stone. And as if someone had pulled him, he stumbled and fell to the ground, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Spider-Man tripped, what a joke. The meteorite in the sky finally fell to the ground and, as expected, hit Charlotte directly. A spider silk shot out and Gwen pulled it hard. The shock wave from the meteorite's landing blew Charlotte away. And Gwen raised her hand to block the dust, frowning slightly as she looked at the meteorite crater on the ground. Pooh spitting out the grass in his mouth. Charlotte stood up, walked to Gwen and said, "How is it? Have you seen Black Superman, my Wonder Woman Tilda?" "Stop your crappy jokes, Charlotte. This isn't funny at all." Gwen rolled her eyes, looking at the black meteorite fragments in the pit. She curled her lips speechlessly. "It is not funny." "Okay, Tilda." Charlotte's spider sense moved slightly, and he was sure that there was something inside the meteorite. So he jumped into the meteorite crater. "What has 5 toes but isn't your foot?" Without waiting for Gwen's reaction, Charlotte laughed and said, "That's my foot, Hehe, Tilda, PFFD." Gwen curled her lips and rolled her eyes speechlessly. "Shenzhen your feet." I don't know what she was thinking about, but she was still so angry that she laughed. Hehe, Tilda. Looking at the silly Gwen, Charlotte spread her hands and said, "I still think the Black Superman is funnier, Tilda." Inside the meteorite, a creature similar to sticky liquid was quietly flowing and crawling, observing everything outside with its small eyes. Of course, the first thing it saw was Charlotte and Gwen. And Gwen is exuding an unprecedented attraction. He quietly flowed out of the meteorite and landed in the crater. Like a slime or a group of tadpoles, he observed the 2 people who were telling jokes, and secretly crawled towards Gwen in the dark. Then his tail was stepped on by a big foot. Charlotte lowered her head to observe the tiny venom and couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. There is something with 5 toes, pressing down on you like a mountain, from which you cannot get rid of or escape. "Oh, Tilda." Venom opened his little mouth wide and bit Charlotte's shoe hard, preparing to use Charlotte as a springboard to parasitize Gwen. Just one bite up, a picture instantly appeared in its mind. It was happily eating its brains and jumping forward. Charlotte suddenly pounced on it with a strange smile, parasitized it in an instant, and opened its bloody mouth to eat its brains. Venom shrank in fear, and quickly opened his mouth. He turned his head and spat to the side. "Charlotte." The breeze dissipated, watching the big X on the lawn under his feet slowly disappear. Charlotte immediately realized that the 2 of them had fallen into the trap of the god of death. Death led them to run towards the location where the meteorite fell, where they were hit by the meteorite. In fact, if they didn't run, there would be no danger. During this run, the meteorite almost took Charlotte's life. He reached out and pinched Venom's little tail, then lifted the dark creature up and watched it twisting left and right, baring its teeth, looking fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. Charlotte couldn't help but frown. "Is this Venom? Did I get the wrong fluid? Venom, that's it. It looks too weak." After a brief silence, Charlotte threw the venom into her mouth, chewed it, and took it out again, looking at the watery venom in his hand. Charlotte checked its identified properties. Name, venom species, alien symbiote with thoughts. Age, juvenile abilities, memory still gain aggression. Commonality, symbiosis. What is this? Gwen also walked forward curiously, and couldn't help blinking as she looked at Venom, who had regained his spirit and was struggling desperately towards her. "It looks cute, but you can tell at first glance that it is not a creature from Earth. I don't know if it's poisonous or harmful." Holding the elastic venom in his hand, Charlotte introduced with a smile, "It's called Venom. It's a sentient alien symbiote now, in its larval stage." Venom shuddered, and if it could have, it would have screamed in fear. "Impossible. How did you know? When? When did he take over my body and steal my memory? Oh. He just bit me. I am not clean anymore." The venom drooped limply on Charlotte's hand and never moved again. I squeezed the soft venom in my hand. It was so chewy. How come it would be so ugly when it grows up? Moreover, It seems that venom can also strengthen the personality of the host. If venom parasitizes me, I will definitely become more upright, just kind. And friendly, right? Just squeeze it again, and the venom has softened into dough. This surprised Charlotte. What happened was venom dead. Such a fragile alien life, after a slight hesitation. Charlotte raised his hand and sent the venom into his mouth. Gwen on the side had a complicated expression. Charlotte, you're stuffing things into your mouth again. Eating everything will only hurt you. In front of the bloody mouse, venom shuddered and could no longer hold back. It turned into black water and disappeared into Charlotte's hands. Ding, congratulations, you get a skill card. Parasitism in parasitic state. You can equip skill cards for the parasite. Free attribute points plus 2. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained a skill card. Share your physical status with others. Free attribute points plus 2. Ding, congratulations. You got the skill card. Tide riding, based on your attribute values. You can control the water flow, free attribute points plus 2. Congratulations, you get a skill card slot plus 1. You are parasitized by venom, all attributes plus 0 venom. Charlotte, no venom, are you such a loser? All attributes plus 0, are you serious? Of course. Compared to the increase in attributes, Charlotte pays more attention to the increase in card slots and the new skills obtained. Although surfing the waves may not seem serious, parasitism and sharing are obviously powerful. So Charlotte couldn't wait to equip the parasite skill card. But he didn't expect that once he equipped parasite, the out of nothing skill card would immediately fade away and be replaced. New York's pests finally disappeared on the rooftop. Charlotte blinked. So how should this parasitic state be used? Parasitize others. Gwen was still wondering where the tadpole in Charlotte's hand had gone. Charlatuho was equipped with the parasite skill card. Quietly took a step back and looked at Gwen stealthily. While Gwen wasn't paying attention, suddenly jumped up, hugged Gwen's neck and lay on her back like a spider, shouting, "Parasitic Gwen." Gwen shook off Charlotte, who was hugging her tightly on her back, and said angrily, "Charlotte, what the hell are you doing again?" Cough tilde, with a dry cough. Charlotte jumped off Gwen's back. The moment he touched Gwen, parasite was activated, and he even had another perspective. Remaining on Gwen's body, after a slight hesitation, Charlotte looked at the 3 card slots on Gwen's body and felt something. At this time, he can not only equip Gwen with skill cards, but he can even copy his own skills to Gwen. Interesting tilde. After failing to equip Gwen with out of nothing, Charlotte turned around and equipped Gwen with dog thing. Gwen didn't even react to what happened. A layer of blood-colored symbiote instantly wrapped Gwen, and the holy light shone and the skill took effect. Tilde. Looking at the silly golden retriever on the ground, Charlotte smiled, showing the results of the experiment. "Ah," Gwen screamed, and became so angry that she wanted to jump up and bite off Charlotte's head. "Asshole, what did you do?" Another holy light lit up, and Gwen fell to the ground and returned to normal. This is Gwen, who finally reacted and canceled the skill card for herself. Charlotte thought for a moment, looked at Gwen, who was rushing forward angrily, and equipped himself with dog thing. Charlotte, who had turned into a mongrel dog, did not hesitate and released the parasite copy skill card on Gwen again. So Gwen rushed forward and watched dumbfoundedly as Charlotte turned into a mongrel dog. The next second, the dumbfounded Gwen turned into a dumbfounded golden retriever. It turns out that the skill cards you prepare for others can be used and canceled directly by the other party. But the skills you copied cannot be canceled by the other party. Ignoring the fact that her head was being bitten by a dog, Charlotte equipped Gwen with the share skill card and tried to choose herself as the target. This time, the skill was successfully implemented. Charlotte's strength, 87 shared. Constitution, 73 shared special, self-healing factor. Wow, is Gwen growing so fast? How long had it been since she was bitten? Only about a month. It's really enviable if I didn't have the system. After eating that spider, wouldn't my attributes be stronger than Gwen now? Of course. It is more likely that he transformed into a spider monster, lost his mind and destroyed the city uncontrollably, and was then killed by the newly debuted ghost spider Gwen. After killing the spider monster, Gwen realized that the spider monster was Charlotte, holding the dying Charlotte in her arms. She cried bitterly and wailed in despair. Charlotte also grabbed Gwen's hand and used her last bit of strength to say the classic last words from Spider-Man. "I think I can still be saved. Oops, tilde, I'm dead, tilde." After canceling Parasite, Gwen held Charlotte like an octopus, biting Charlotte's head with a ferocious look on her face. "It's very unsightly." Gwen jumped off Charlotte, waved her fist in anger, and said angrily, "What tricks are you using again? Haven't you already felt it?" Charlotte shrugged, reached out and rubbed Gwen's dog head. "I'm trying to turn you into a dog." Gwen slapped Charlotte's hand away. Her face flushed with shame and she said angrily, "Don't you have any normal superpowers? Either you can take off the enemy's clothes or turn the enemy into a dog. Can't you defeat your enemy fairly? How could you do this to me? If you use your abilities in a righteous way, they are righteous. If you use them in an evil way, they are evil. I can strip others naked in an upright manner. So why can't I use them in an upright manner? Besides, whoever fights me is an enemy. Whoever fights me is evil. In order to stop the evil enemy from killing lives and destroying the world at will, I will use whatever power I can against him, tilde. After all, everything I do is for the good of this world, tilde. But this is too vulgar." Gwen still had a different opinion. Thinking about the battle with Charlotte, Charlotte suddenly clenched her hands, and her clothes immediately exploded into pieces. Standing in front of her naked body, Charlotte smiled evilly. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but secretly call Charlotte a pervert. Charlotte clenched his fist and said righteously, "For the justice of the world, what if I sacrifice my little reputation? Even if the world looks at me strangely, I am willing to sacrifice everything for the justice in my heart. Even if this world doesn't tolerate me, I will never compromise, Gwen, no matter how much you say it. Stripping people's clothes is not a decent skill. Especially don't use it on me. You can obviously win by fighting. Why do you have to strip someone's clothes? Charlotte, I can obviously win by stripping someone's clothes. So why should I fight? Speaking of which," Charlotte rubbed his chin with one hand and said, "I always feel like I've forgotten something." "What?" Charlotte shook off the bad images in her head and asked curiously. Puff, with a dull sound. A steel knife stabbed Charlotte's lower back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Charlotte looked down at the familiar steel knife, revealing a look of joy as if he had suddenly realized something. "Oh, tilde, so that's how it is." After losing control of the clone, little Jason ran out, "Ah, tilde, tilde," amid the euphemistic screams. Gwen felt as if her spirit was under attack, and her steps forward to help faltered. Compared to the last time he saw him, the killer Jason's abilities had increased again. Black energy was emanating from his entire body, and he even seemed to be able to easily defeat Charlotte. Charlotte kicked Jason backwards, covering his abdomen, and used the skill share on Jason without hesitation. Jason had just stood firm before he could launch another attack. He lowered his head in confusion and saw a wound tearing across his abdomen. His physical strength was fading, and although the black energy in his body was still increasing, he felt weak. Infinite enhancement immortality. Charlotte covered her abdomen, sneered, and started dancing on horseback on the spot. "Now in front of me, even if the Hulk comes, he will have to take 2 slaps in the face before leaving. The little killer Jason has the same attributes as me. How can he be my opponent? I can beat you down in a minute, tilde." Then Charlotte was dancing on horseback, held her head high, pointed at Jason with her right hand and said, "The decision is yours, Gwen, come on." Gwen rolled her eyes. Charlotte seemed to be acting strange again. A spider silk shot out, and Gwen easily took away Jason's steel knife, and then kicked Jason upside down. Having lost his attribute advantages and the possibility of unlimited evolution, the killer Jason was soon entangled to the ground by Gwen with spider silk. Looking at Jason, who has the same attributes as himself, twisting and turning like a maggot. For some reason, Charlotte had a strong sense of déjà vu. Twisting her body and dancing forward, Charlotte proudly held out her hand to Gwen. "My beautiful buddy, we have a pleasant cooperation. Come on, give me a high five." Gwen helplessly raised her hand and clapped her hands to Charlotte. And asked, "Charlotte, is he a demon? How should we get rid of him?" Charlotte lowered her head, observed Jason for a moment, and then picked up Jason's steel knife. After hitting Jason's kidneys 3 times and watching his wounds heal quickly, Charlotte realized something. He's not a demon, is he? I think he looks cute, Tilda. Reaching out to pull up Jason's mask and pinching his little face, Charlotte's smile became more and more proud. Cute. Before Gwen could finish her words, Charlotte cut off Jason's head with a knife. The head recovered instantly at this time, except for Jason's abdomen and Charlotte's wound, which were slowly healing. There were no other wounds on his body. This recovery speed seemed far more terrifying than that of an immortal body. After a slight hesitation, Charlotte blinked and stabbed himself in the stomach. Staring at the wound that appeared on Jason's stomach, Charlotte's eyes lit up slightly. Charlotte. Gwen was so frightened by Charlotte's series of actions that her scalp went numb. She quickly reached out to help Charlotte pull out the knife from his stomach, covered his wound, and said, "I know you're experimenting with your skills, but you don't have to experiment with your own body, Tilda." After being equipped with the sharing skill card, Gwen, of course, knew what the ability of the shared skill was. "But this scene before my eyes is too brutal, okay? Why not try it with your own body?" Charlotte turned her head and looked at Gwen, her eyes quickly lighting up. "What do you want to do?" Gwen took a step back, covering her chest with her hands, and said with a vigilant look on her face. A few seconds later, Charlotte discovered with regret that her parasitic skill card could not be used on animals that were not highly intelligent, such as ants, mice, hares, and monkeys caught by Gwen. Even after giving it to Gwen to use, she was unable to share her attributes with Jason, and could only be automatically assigned to Charlotte. So the idea of crushing Jason to death like an ant was forced to abort. After tying Jason up like a dumpling, Charlotte took Gwen and quickly walked towards Mayhew Town again. After all, there is still the big enemy called Death. Death does not have the ability to kill people directly. He can only use details and guidance. He did not guide the meteorite to Charlotte, but he guided Charlotte to the meteorite. He didn't send Jason to hunt down Charlotte, but to guide Charlotte to meet Jason. Even Gwen and Charlotte had nothing to do with the order of death of Kimberly and the others. Just now Kimberly was still in a safe psychiatric hospital, but Charlotte was attacked. Everything was meant to lead Charlotte and Gwen to believe. At this time, the target of death became Gwen again. So Charlotte said with concern and righteousness, "Gwen, Tilda, I'll send you to a mental hospital, Tilda. Question: what should you do if you want to send your best friend to a mental hospital?" Answer: he persuaded her with emotion and reason, saying that this was all for her own good. Now that the Grim Reaper was rampant outside, the two were at a loss like ants on a hot pot. But as long as one of them stayed in a safe place, then the Grim Reaper would not attack the person wandering outside for the time being in order to ensure his order of death. Then Charlotte would strike with thunder, find and kill the Grim Reaper. And her sacrifice was necessary, and Charlotte would avenge her. Question: what if she hits you on the head? Answer: sharing, the blow is on my head and the pain is on her brain. Good friends should share sadness, pain, despair, loss, and depression together. This is the deep friendship between two people. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Gwen, with an unhappy look on her face, was dragged by Charlotte to the mental hospital in Mayhew Town. He prepared to book a single room for her and also wanted to see Kimberly again. Charlotte felt that his chance to find the god of death was in Kimberly's body. The Mayhew Town Mental Sanatorium is built on the outskirts of Mayhew Town, on a hill that even vehicles cannot access, not to mention dangerous items. All metal objects are not allowed to be brought in, including mobile phones, rings, earrings, jewelry, glasses. And even nails must be trimmed to eliminate any potential sources of danger. This is what Claire wanted for her residents. And this is how she delayed death for a full year. After passing through many checkpoints and opening one door after another, the two finally met Kimberly, Claire and the others again in the hall, in the spacious hall. 3 people in simple clothes sat in 3 corners, their expressions somewhat nervous and worried. The way the Grim Reaper strikes is always through carefully designed death scenes. Simply put, it is an unexpected yet reasonable accident. The Grim Reaper never reveals his whereabouts directly, as if he is avoiding something. And this is the safe house that Claire carefully selected for herself. There were no dangerous items in the lobby or inside the house. And even the walls were covered in soft packaging in lucky colors. You might say deceased plague poison criminals. Planes flying into mental hospitals. But these cannot be regarded as the unexpected harvest of the death plan. The planes falling from the sky are more likely to implicate others and destroy the death carefully designed by the death. And now the 3 groups of people are in the 3 killing cycles of the god of death. Charlotte and Gwen were in one group. Kimberly and Thomas were in one group. And Claire from Flight 180 was in a separate group. Charlotte, do you have any good ideas? The moment Kimberly saw Charlotte, she sat up and asked impatiently, as a young person who has just entered college, if she had to stay in a place without any entertainment for the rest of her life, she probably wouldn't be able to last a week. Of course, Tilda, Charlotte said with a smile while holding Gwen's arm. My approach is to take the initiative. Take the initiative. Sitting by the bulletproof glass window, Claire couldn't help but sneer. She completely sneered at Charlotte's naive idea and asked with a sneer, "That's easy to say. But how did you take the initiative to attack? And who did you attack, the god of deaths? Is a god that controls death really that easy to defeat? I think it's safest to stay in a mental hospital. As long as I don't leave here, death will never be able to do anything to me." Perhaps it was because she had been lonely for too long. Or perhaps it was because she had not exercised enough. But Claire's face was sickly pale, her eyes were bloodshot. And she seemed to be eager to talk to a few people. She raised her face, looked at Charlotte without blinking and said, "No one can escape the arrangement of the god of death. Everything is part of the god of death's plan, Tilda." "That's right, Tilda, so I just need to keep Gwen here. And the so-called Grim Reaper won't attack me for the time being, Tilda." Charlotte ignored Gwen, who was sulking with a cold face, put her arm around her shoulders, and asked playfully. Claire glanced at Gwen and nodded. "Yes. That's exactly the truth. So Tilda, do you guys know where the Grim Reaper is hiding? I just want to have a chat with him, Tilda." Charlotte turned her head and looked at Kimberly. In her memory, she was the protagonist of the whole story. If there was one person who knew where the god of death was, Kimberly was the most likely person. Kimberly didn't know why Charlotte was looking at her. She was confused and shook her head quickly. Instead, Claire spoke. "Although I don't know where the god of death is, there is someone who may know. If you really want to end this, I can take you to find him." Thomas also spoke. "I am also willing to help after all. I am a police officer and can solve some sudden troubles. At this time of death crisis lies with Gwen, Kimberly, and Claire. Following Charlotte out of the mental hospital, Claire is undoubtedly the most dangerous one. However, she really couldn't hold on any longer. Her companions died tragically in front of her, which made her heart gradually turn cold. She lingered in the empty room for a whole year, which made her mentally ill. Sometimes living is more painful than death. When she saw Charlotte and others saw not an opportunity, but an invitation from the god of death. The god of death did not want her to commit suicide and die in the hospital, but to add her to his death plan. Gwen crossed her arms and said with a bitter face, "Charlotte, Tilda, I don't think there's any need for me to stay here." "Gwen, Tilda," Charlotte smiled and patted her shoulder gently. "That Grim Reaper is very rigorous. Looking at his methods and sequence, you can tell that this guy must have obsessive-compulsive disorder. You stay here to protect Kimberly, and I will go face him. For the sake of his own death order. He would probably not be willing to kill me, even if I slapped him in the face. Of course, if he makes a move, I'll call you. And then there's no need for you to be here. Your staying here not only ensures your own safety, but also Kimberly's safety, and indirectly Thomas's safety and my safety. Claire is the least secure one. Claire let out a breath and said, "It's okay with me. After all, I don't want to live anymore. If I can really escape, I will be so happy, Tilda. Even if I die on the way, I have nothing to lose." After comforting Gwen, Charlotte said goodbye gloomily, took back her cell phone, wrote down the phone number of the Mayhew Town Mental Hospital, and strolled out of the hospital. As soon as she left the hospital, Charlotte couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, put her hands on her hips and laughed wildly towards the sky. Jai, put Gwen in a mental hospital, get it? Gwen has also lived in a mental hospital. Such a perfect opportunity is really hard to find. The laughter startled the birds in the sky, and the people at the door cast strange looks at her. Gwen in the ward also looked around in confusion. For some reason, she felt like she had been tricked again. After getting in the car, driven by Thomas, except for Charlotte shaking her head and laughing more and more heartlessly, Claire and Thomas looked nervous, ready to face sudden danger at any time. Fortunately, they encountered no danger along the way and arrived at an extremely remote crematorium. This is a rock cave built at the foot of the mountain, dark and dry. An old black iron gate and a foul smell of sulfur in the air. According to Claire's explanation, all the bodies in Lake Town need to be burned here. If there is a person who has seen the god of death, then the incinerator here is the closest to the god of death. Just as the three of them walked in, a door with an ominous red light wafted out of it, and a black man pushed a tragic yellow-haired corpse out of the white fog. Like a devil stepping out of hell, when he saw Claire, he was slightly startled, raised his thin black lips, and smiled meaningfully. "Long time no see, Tilda, Claire, Tilda. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd, I can never forget your face. I dream of meeting you again, by chance one day. From then on, I began to miss alone. When I miss you, you are in the sky. When I miss you, you are in front of me." When Charlotte saw the 2-meter-tall black man in front of him, his spider radar immediately confirmed that the black man in front of him was the Grim Reaper he was looking for. "Hello, Tilda, Charlotte, Tilda. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Tilda." A magnetic and deep voice sounded, and the black man showed a mouthful of white teeth, turned his head and looked at Charlotte meaningfully. He exuded a strange and cold aura and was wearing a simple gray worksuit. The stench of sulfur hit Charlotte in the face, making her wrinkle her nose. The black man was pushing a bloody stretcher with the miserable body fragments of the yellow-haired man on it and stopped in front of Charlotte. He looked down at Charlotte carefully, looking at the intact upper half of the yellow-haired man's head. Charlotte narrowed his eyes slightly. In my mind, venom also made a sound for the first time, Tilda. It quietly imitated Gwen's voice in Charlotte's mind, and said in its own weak, childish voice, "Charlotte, Gigi, Tilda, I want to eat delicious brains. Tilda, can we taste this black guy's big head together? Slurp, let's just take a bite, Tilda, just one bite, Tilda, please, Tilda." "Sorry, Tilda," Charlotte opened her mouth and said calmly, "I don't eat shit. Venom, the letdown, JPG." Claire's mind was slightly dazed. She was still mourning and feeling sick over the yellow-haired corpse in front of her. Charlotte looked at the yellow-haired body. The sudden words, "I don't eat shit," made her confused. The black man was also somewhat confused. He raised his hand and shoved the yellow-haired man's body into the crematorium. With the sound of the skin burning, he said loudly, "This is not for you to eat." The black man misunderstood what she meant, and Charlotte curled her lips indifferently. He raised his head and looked directly at the black man in front of him. "Deaths." Charlotte had already arranged 108 death postures for him in his mind, and said provocatively, "You're the one who's been pretending to be the Grim Reaper and attacking me recently. Are you ready to die?" Without answering, the black man with his back to Charlotte just stood up straight. A strong body and upright posture at meters tall. and a broad and thick back. He still exuded a mysterious and eerie aura. Standing in the flames of the crematorium, he looked less like a human and more like a devil from hell. A terrifying black demon figure was looming in the flames. The strange atmosphere made Claire and Thomas retreat in panic uncontrollably. You're not the first person to ask me this question in person. But you're definitely, bang. Before he could finish his words, Charlotte punched him on the back of the head. The black man hit his head against the incinerator and almost fell into it. Amid Claire's exclamation, Charlotte waved his fist with a sneer on his face and said, "Why are you so hesitant and pretending to be so great? I really couldn't find you when you were hiding. But you have the guts to show off in front of me." As he spoke, Charlotte raised his foot and kicked him in the crotch. Just as he was about to kick, the black man's figure seemed to turn into a shadow and flashed to the side like a ghost. Looking at Charlotte angrily, "Enough." The air seemed to be filled with the roar of a demon. "Ha ha. I missed the kick, tilde, ha ha, tilde." Charlotte tilted her head, opened her mouth and couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha. Claire, you guys go first. Go quickly, tilde. I want to have some fun with him, tilde." Claire and Thomas also started to run away without hesitation, because this situation was not right in any way. And neither of them was right. With a dark aura emanating from his body, the black man looked at Charlotte coldly and said, "Are you going to attack me? You are too weak. Go back, tilde. I will forgive you, tilde, idiot." Charlotte said with disgust, "Should I attack you? I've hit your pig head before, but your head is really hard, tilde." Reaching out and grabbing a scalpel from the tool table, Charlotte threw it at the black man. The black man wanted to grab it, but he didn't expect the scalpel to turn strangely and fall down suddenly to stab his crotch. After a sound of metallic clashing, the bent scalpel fell to the ground, and an even thicker black aura emerged from the black man's body. Holy shit, what a little steel cannon. With such high properties, can the skin even withstand a scalpel? Charlotte, you still have a chance, tilde. Leave, tilde. I will attack you in order. The black man was leisurely and looked at Charlotte coldly, as if he was looking at an ant-a-toy. Go back to the story and continue playing this game with me. As long as you defeat me, I will give you everything I have. But if you die, your body and your soul will all be mine. Charlotte didn't bother to talk nonsense, picked up another scalpel on the table and threw it again. This time, the black man didn't even block it. The scalpel flew towards his crotch, and his body suddenly felt weak. He widened his eyes and looked at the scalpel stuck in his crotch with an expression of disbelief. The pain spread, causing him to open his mouth, tilt his head back and almost scream. This feeling is a faint sadness and the most painful despair in one's heart. "Heh, tilde," Charlotte sneered. "If I can't break your defense, can I break my own defense? A shard is inserting into you. Although it has no lethality, it is enough to be able to insert it." He pulled out the scalpel with trembling hands, and the wound healed instantly, but in a flash, a huge steel knife was inserted into the same place. This time, the black man couldn't bear it any longer. He knelt on the ground and let out a scream-like roar. "What, hey, tilde, share, I can't kill you. And I won't hurt myself, we're just playing, tilde." 3 consecutive strikes. Zia's flying knife never misses a target, tilde. Every blow from the knife was fatal in the sour. Thrilling pain, with a haze that made the black man tremble with fear. Although Charlotte's attack did not cause any physical harm to him, every knife strike hit his heart. He didn't even understand why it hurt so much, and he couldn't even block out the pain in his body. It hurt as if this body was not his own. He couldn't help but yelled at Charlotte, "Despicable. Shameless, obscene, vicious." Charlotte was holding a scalpel that was burning red in the crematorium with pliers. When she heard the black man's words, she was slightly stunned, and then her expression became righteous. "I am a kind, upright, brave, and honest superhero." He turned his head and glanced at the red scalpel belonging to the black man, and continued, "It means having the courage to face the devil's blade and never giving up even if it means facing death. Standing firmly against the devil. Never giving in despite all kinds of torture. Even if you're weak, you must try your best to enforce your justice once again." As he said that, Charlotte suddenly threw the smoking scalpel. No matter how the black man resisted in fear, the scalpel still accurately pierced his neck in the blink of an eye. Ah, with a devilish roar, the blade burned the surrounding skin, moisturized the flesh and blood on the edge of the knife, and then recovered instantly. The black man couldn't bear it any longer, pulled out the scalpel, turned around, and tried to run away, having just picked out the axe with which the black man would stamp his corpse. Charlotte flew into a rage when he saw the black man fleeing without a fight, and shouted, "You bastard, don't run. If you run away, you will lose." The black man turned a deaf ear to him, broke open the door of the crematorium, and took steps to run as far away from Charlotte as possible. A cold light flew out and inserted accurately from behind. The black man wailed, but did not pull out the weapon and instead quickened his pace again. Claire was still worried about Charlotte, but she didn't expect that after the hysterical scream. A black man with a scalpel stuck in his crotch was the first to run out. Soon Charlotte, holding 3 scalpels and swinging an axe, followed closely with a ferocious and evil smile on his face. Although the two have the same attributes, the black man is much faster than Charlotte. I don't know if it's because of the magical power or the difference in the body, or because there is no other Charlotte chasing after Charlotte. In short, Charlotte could only watch the other person getting farther and farther away from her. "You fell into my hand and tried to run away." The next moment, an axe flew towards the black man's head, then suddenly fell down and hit the black man's crotch. This time, cut it off directly at the root. Oh. This insane scene was so heartbreaking that the black man stumbled, lost his balance, and rolled to the ground. He had never experienced such pain before, although the lost part had been restored in the blink of an eye. He always felt that it no longer belonged to him. Charlotte quickly stepped forward and raised his hand to shake the black man's hand. "The enemy is ashamed. I will take off his clothes." The black man didn't even have time to react before his work clothes that were covering his private parts were blown into shreds, leaving only a white shirt and black holey underwear. The black man was confused, his eyes widened, and he looked at Charlotte, who was running towards him in disbelief. "You dare to call yourself a superhero? Your methods are too despicable." Charlotte, people who achieve great things don't care about small details, especially other people's small details. Bang. Another shake, and his underwear and shirt were blown into ashes. The black man with a scalpel stuck in his genitals stood naked between heaven and earth, looking at Charlotte in shock. Charlotte's expression did not change at all. She remained calm, and she just threw the last 3 scalpels directly at the black man. Shhhhhhkun was stabbed with scalpels, and the black man's expression was distorted for a moment, but he still stood up and ran away. Charlotte followed closely behind him and shouted, "Everyone come out and see, there's a demon here. A demon with no bottom line, he's actually running naked. This is not the attitude of a strong man, there is no shame. There is no bottom line at all. Hey, you pervert. Do you dare to put on your clothes and fight me openly?" The black man with a dark face and gnashing teeth didn't say a word. He just wanted to escape from here. This place is sparsely populated, and the demon's sense of shame is not that strong. Even so, he could be considered the most shameful demon. Although he felt very embarrassed, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if Kunsheng was stabbed a few more times and then ran away? Charlotte couldn't help but shake her head. This devil really had no bottom line at all. He didn't really care about being naked. It seemed that his skills were not as strong as he thought. What if you were stripped naked? Of course, I would show it to them openly. Even if they saw me naked, I would still be a warrior who made sacrifices for justice. Sure enough, a Charlotte kind brave, honest and happy superhero. Who else but me can be the idol of the common people? Thinking this in his heart, Charlotte didn't stop talking. "Sir, please don't run away. Let's sit down and talk. I have lost all my weapons, and I am no longer a threat to you." Without stopping, the black man with 3 scalpels stuck in his chest thought that Charlotte was farting. If you don't accept the toast, you will have to drink the wine as a punishment. Charlotte's face darkened, looking at the black man running away. Charlotte gritted his teeth, squatted down and broke his right leg with a punch. What? After a scream in the distance, the unprepared black man fell to the ground again and rolled over. But unlike every time before, this time his broken right leg did not recover instantly. Turning his head to look at Charlotte, who was walking over, the black man couldn't help but show fear on his face, and shouted in a timid voice, "Charlotte, what on earth do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Charlotte walked forward, leaning on a branch, and smacked her lips. Actually, I just wanted to test your ingredients. Congratulations. You passed my postgraduate entrance examination, Tilda. I now realize that you are indeed capable of cooperating with me. Cooperation. He pulled out the scalpel from Kun Kun with trembling hands and threw it far away. The black man's face twitched, and he wished he could grind Charlotte to ashes immediately. That's right, cooperation. Where there is black, there is white. Where there is darkness, there is light. Where there is evil, justice will grow. Where there is your brutality, heroes will shine. Because of you, we exist. Saving civilians and fighting crime are never as good as a magnificent battle between good and evil. Eliminating evil and calling for peace will never be as good as a profound performance of turning the tide. Without the rampage of demons, how can we highlight the heroes of the world? Without the suffering of the world, how can we be heroes? The naked black man frowned, clenched his right fist, and asked, "So, what do I get?" "You pretend to be a criminal again, so I can become famous. You can get," a palm hit his chest, and the alert but defenseless black man and Charlotte flew backwards together. Standing up, blood was flowing from the corner of Charlotte's mouth, and he laughed without any image. Of course, it's a notoriety that is hated by both humans and gods. If a demon does not seek bad reputation, does he seek good reputation? If he does not seek hatred, does he seek faith? This is a plan that has the best of both worlds. Finally understanding how Charlotte was attacking him, the black man stopped his right hand that was about to blow Charlotte's head off, said angrily, "You shameless bastard, get away from me. You son of a bitch." Parker. Under the control of the black man, the trees took root and the grass grew wildly, entangling towards Charlotte. Since hurting Charlotte would cause himself to suffer equal harm, if he could restrain Charlotte, he would have plenty of ways to make Charlotte cry her heart out. Before the entanglement and restriction of Charlotte's body could be completed, a figure quietly appeared, stunt-cross silhouette. The knife not only cut through the entangled vines, but also directly severed Charlotte's tendons in his hands and feet. As blood splattered, a huge camera locked onto the naked black man. At the same time, the live broadcast room once again appeared on the homepage of all live broadcast platforms. The scene inside made the scalps of countless people who accidentally entered tingle. Looking at the black man's naked body, everyone's pupils trembled. What's going on? Is this what I just clicked on? Are all platforms now so directly engaging in pornographic activities? Of course. The worst sufferers were the people watching Caesar's live broadcast. Because the next moment, the black man's hands and feet were broken and blood spurted out. Charlatuho was also lying on the ground, turned slightly pale, his eyes fixed on the black man. "Isn't it true that no one can see here? Don't you feel embarrassed? Then I will help you broadcast it live to the world and see if the devil will feel ashamed." In order to let the god of death know what was happening, the cameraman raised his hand and pointed to the sky. In an instant, the entire sky brightened. What was falling was no longer the sun, but lead backlight. The sky was broadcasting in real time, live footage. Combination skills, live broadcast madness, plus the most handsome guy. Glancing at the huge image of his naked body in the sky, the black man was so stunned that he didn't even care about his broken limbs. The other side. "Why don't you shut down the live broadcast room?" Nick Fury's expression was terribly ugly. He stared at the live broadcast on the big screen with a gloomy face. The first incident happened suddenly and ended quickly, leaving them unprepared. But the second time, they had been prepared for a long time. Director, there is no way, it can't be turned off at all. Hehe, who was wearing a Bluetooth headset, shook his head and reported, "We have used all means to try to shut down the live broadcast room, and even directly cut off the service area of L station. All other live broadcast rooms no longer exist. But this one cannot be shut down," Nick said sternly. "Then let the technicians analyze the environment there as soon as possible." "We must find them," Hehe nodded and gave the order. Then continued to report the latest news. The technical department conducted an analysis and found that the data from all live broadcast rooms on all platforms were normal. Even the live broadcast room cannot be found in the background. But it seems that their operation and the platform on the web page have been completely separated. Even if we block the C's platform, the live broadcast website still exists as if it has been locked. "What kind of technology is this?" Nick asked with a dark face. "The other party's methods have exceeded the imagination of our technicians. Even physical methods cannot interfere with them. It seems like alien technology that is beyond our time. Or an incomprehensible network superpower, Mazefak." Nick cursed and instructed, "Keep watching the live broadcast. Find this forest as soon as possible. And speed up the investigation of the black man. Found it." Hehe reported into the headset. "The other party is not hiding. The center of the Sky Live broadcast phenomenon is Mehu Town." The screen changes tilde. The huge naked body was right above the town of Mehu. Claire and Thomas stared at the sky in amazement, with the passionate BGM hop playing in the air. Looking at himself in the sky, the black man's face became extremely ugly. He roared at Charlotte, "Charlotte Parker." The cameraman's lens flashes. Special effects post-dubbing hiss. An evil roar was heard from the sky, and the picture showed a close-up of a black man's hideous and ferocious face. He was covered in blood and seriously injured. But the filming technique made him look very abnormal. And something even more perverted is coming soon. In Charlotte's mind, ordered Venom. "Give me the entire disguise, I want to be on camera." The weak Venom nodded pitifully, glanced at the six-winged black angel that Charlotte imagined, and puffed out his cheeks with all his might. A second later, a black silk stocking mask used for robbery was put on Charlotte's head. "Charlotte, you call this faking? Although this thing does not affect the line of sight. As long as he appears in the live broadcast room, his identity will definitely be revealed." "Venom, you little piece of trash." Venom shrank back into his mental corner, feeling aggrieved. It is just a larva that needs to grow. And the black silk mask is already the limit of its ability. Beside him, the cameraman raised his hand, special effect mosaic. After a brief trial, Charlotte confirmed that there was no problem, and a mosaic flashed next to the image of the naked black man. The Black Grim Reaper looked up at the live broadcast in the sky. He squeezed his legs tightly to cover his vital parts. Looking at Charlatuho was covered in mosaics. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Are you polite?" A sacred voice sounded from the sky. "You are a devil with no bottom line and no sense of shame tilde." He actually tried to use his body to pollute everyone's eyes. He also pretended to be the god of death, to slaughter ordinary people, and used the death game to reap lives and play with souls. But now Iron Train Man and Live Broadcast Man have exposed your conspiracy. Expose your bad behavior to the world. Your end is here. Now die, devil. Charlotte said this with a fierce expression. Stunt cross silhouette in an instant. Charlotte's limbs were separated from her body. "Ah!" the black man let out a desperate scream, and his limbs were separated from his body in the live broadcast. The next moment Charlotte, who was shaking with pain and looking pale, canceled the sharing skill and immediately gave his strength and constitution +1 point each. Blood gushed out and hands and feet flew back. Although he is still full of psychological trauma, Charlotte has recovered as before. Cameraman, No Tilda live streamer also used special stunt cross silhouette to cut towards the black man's head. Puff bloodstains crisscrossed, and a huge black devil punctured the black man's skin like a balloon. It still had the black man's flesh stuck to it, and it broke out of the black man's body. This scene shocked everyone in front of the live broadcast. I thought it was a perverted live broadcast room of cruelty and killing. But I didn't expect there were real demons. This is so scary. The number of viewers has skyrocketed, using its demon form. Its hands and feet recovered, and its height instantly reached 6 meters. He was emitting a black aura all over his body, had an ugly appearance, bloodshot eyes, bloody fangs from his mouth, wrinkles and bone spurs on his back, and was as black as a small mountain. He has a strong build, but his ribs are clearly visible, as if they are about to burst out of his belly. A pair of strong arms, scarlet as blood, with 1,000 pounds of strength, hit Charlotte's head with the force of a mountain. But in the next momental, though, his body was huge. All his strength and physical condition disappeared, because Charlotte used the skill share on him again. All of a sudden, the god of death was almost mad enough to vomit blood. It cursed, "Charlotte, you are such a fool. You are a human being with no bottom line." The demon was so angry at the series of actions that it realized the pros and cons and no longer hesitated. With dark demonic energy all over its body, it turned around and ran away. Run away quickly. Charlotte was so evil that he had lost the courage to face him. When Charlotte saw the other party running away at a very fast speed, he took a step forward with a neutral expression, like the god of death, coldly looking at the devil's back. If the clothes a human wears are his battle suit, then what is the battle suit of a demon who does not wear clothes? In the live broadcast room, the live broadcast hero slowly raised his hand seal. The moment Charlotte canceled the sharing, he gently clenched it in the direction where the god of death was escaping. Puff, with a subtle sound, the demon was covered in blood. There was a crack on the skin on his head and even on his entire body. Without any hindrance, the god of death rushed out of his demon skin with unstoppable force, revealing the organs and flesh inside. The shrill screams resounded through the heaven and earth. A complete demon skin fell heavily to the ground. This bloody scene of skinning was broadcast live to the whole world, and everyone was stunned. The barrage of comments was flying everywhere. Many people had just realized that there were terrible demons in this world, and before they even had time to feel fear for a few seconds, the host raised his hand and a complete demon skin fell to the ground. The two Charlottes took steps at the same time, walking towards the panicked death. But before they got close, events took another unexpected turn. A pale hand broke through the ground, passed through the flesh and blood that was no longer protected by skin, and grabbed the heart of the god of death. "No, you promised me that there is a contract between us." Blood spurted from his mouth, and the god of death wailed in despair. This pale hand gave Charlotte an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. It looked very similar to the hand that pulled him down when the meteorite fell. The air was filled with a sulfur smell so thick that it was suffocating. Even the airflow was distorted, and a faint yellow light was reflected in the heat. The whole world seemed to be dragged into hell by this hand, burning everything around it. Another cruel demonic voice sounded. "A contract between us. Of course, I am right, Tilda. The contract states that you need to prepare a body for me to descend into the world. It's my choice, it's your execution. But now you have brought this body to me, haven't you?" As the hand clenched, the heart seemed to be swallowed by the hand, along with all the flesh and blood of the god of death, which was pulled into the ground by the hand. A pale face flashed by, and a meaningful gaze paused briefly on Charlotte, then disappeared without a trace. On the ground, there was only a bloody demon skin left. Charlotte turned her head and glanced at the live streamer. As the two looked at each other, the traffic in the live broadcast room continued to drop at the speed of light, leaving only Charlotte's cold figure. Charlotte picked up the demon skin on the ground and weighed it in her hand. "This thing is actually quite heavy." An hour later, SHI. ELD arrived at the town of Hehe. The first thing they found was not the battlefield where Charlotte was skinned, but the meteorite crater where Venom fell. Nick stood in front of the pit with a deep expression. Like a dark abyss behind him, Coulson and Hill were exchanging all the relevant information. There's something wrong with this crater, Tilda. It shouldn't be this small, it shouldn't have landed here. The researcher with gray hair and reading glasses holding the instrument in his hand looked puzzled. This is totally unscientific. It doesn't make sense, Tilda. The pit is too small. And this is too weird. Scratching his sparse hair, he muttered to himself loudly. It should have blown up everything around it with a loud bang. But now it only created a small crater with a diameter of more than 20 meters. My God, there must be something wrong. Ignoring the scratching researcher, Nick only confirmed something. A meteorite can change its falling position and speed. Nick can't think of any other explanation except that it is manipulated by humans. Director Tilda, with his signature kind smile on his face. Coulson took a step forward, glanced at the black meteorite being tested in the pit, and said with a smile, just now, the terrorists who kidnapped Tony Stark released a video. It can be confirmed that Mr. Stark is now hiding in Afghanistan. But the technicians are still analyzing the video and user data. And it is difficult to get useful information from them. After a long silence, Nick immediately said, then arrest Obadiah Stane directly, this. Coulson was stunned, and after a little thought he said, but we don't have any evidence that Mr. Stanny kidnapped Mr. Stark, and we can't confirm that Mr. Stanny is really Charlotte Parker. Coulson, Mr. Parker. According to the newsmith recently sent back, Spider-Man is still wreaking havoc in New York. Although he is morally corrupt, he is indeed not Mr. Parker. One-eyed Nick turned his head. His eyes fell on Coulson and said in a heavy tone, do you remember Charlotte Parker's prediction? Of course I remember, Tilda. Coulson nodded doubtfully and laughed. That was just a kid's joke, Chief Nick. Should we take it seriously, little joke? Nick repeated the word, shook his head coldly, and said with deep eyes, wondering what he was thinking. It's not a joke anymore. What? Coulson couldn't help but take a step forward, his pupils shrinking rapidly. Aside from Mr. Stark being kidnapped, were there other prophecies fulfilled? Exhaling, Nick said in a deep voice, we found the last plane flown by Captain America Steve Rogers in the Arctic. Although it is incredible, he was indeed on the plane. And we found that the captain was frozen in ice, but still had a weak heartbeat. Coulson. Captain America Steve Rogers, legend of the last era. The superhero admired by everyone in America. He is really going to be resurrected. Before the excited Coulson could ask any questions, Nick turned his back and stared at the meteorite in the pit, not letting anyone see his expression, and continued, also, do you remember the sudden lizard man incident at that time? What did the dead lizard man, whose identity was never discovered, say? Lizard men are hiding among humans, Coulson. We all thought this was a fraud. But Congress still appointed the CIA, FBI, and Department of Defense to launch a joint investigation. Facts once again told us that this is not a rumor. Lizard people really exist. And New York has really been replaced and invaded by unknown aliens. When many departments jointly investigated the lizard men at a high level, we actually found them. Another prophecy has come true. In addition, the British Thor fighter jet was successfully verified and landed safely. The Purple Man is also hiding in New York at this time. He can control anyone and has the ability to save all living beings. The last one, Nick shut his mouth. The Olympics are about to start, and they are already taking off. Coulson's expression changed again and again. And finally he said with a gloomy expression, so, Charlotte really has the ability to predict the future. Nothing is ruled out, Coulson. And what matters most is not the prediction of the future, but the ability to transform the future. Otherwise, we will be at the mercy of fate. Tony Stark, Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, Purple Man, Doctor. Lizard Charlotte, Death, live broadcaster. As Nick thought about all the events one by one, A name became clearer and clearer: Charlotte Parker. Nick opened his mouth and said, "Now, the most important thing is to rescue Tony Stark." Coulson asked with some confusion. "Shouldn't we find Charlotte first?" Nick shook his head and said, "Since Charlotte mentioned Tony Stark's name, and only his name and his kidnapping case in the prophecy, then Tony must be the most critical person in the future. Mobilize all our agents, and we must ensure Tony Stark's safety." Nick's expression was very serious as he flipped through the death file in his hand. Death's previous actions were very small and covert. It can be said that Flight 180 was Death's most high-profile operation. After the car accident on Highway 180, the police did not believe Kimberly's words and had not even reported it. After all, there are countless accidents every day, and it is impossible that every one of them is the work of the god of death. Afterwards, the Grim Reaper simply wiped out the remaining victims, attracting only the attention of a few tabloids. During the Flight 180 incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. also sent agents to investigate and find the real culprit behind the incident. But the final conclusion was that everything that happened was indeed just an accident, and no signs of human manipulation were found at that time. No one thought that there was a demon behind these sudden deaths. Out-of-control roller coasters, faulty escalators, exploding gas pipes, fallen fitness equipment. It also made Nick wonder if he faced this sudden, coincidental death attack. Could he avoid it? No. He definitely couldn't avoid it. So why didn't the death god attack him? Why didn't he attack someone more dazzling? Is it that he can't or he doesn't dare? Is he afraid of something? Jingle bell. Hi, George. Tilda, while washing the demon's skin by the water. Charlotte answered the call from George. There was a falling meteor and a live broadcast of the devil, which made Georgiuho was stranded with Carter halfway. Worry about the safety of Gwen and Charlotte. George rubbed his brows, watching Carter running away after the spare tire that needed to be replaced, and asked anxiously, "Charlotte, are you guys in any danger? I couldn't get through to Gwen again, so I came to ask you." "Oh, Tilda," shaking his devil skin. Charlotte raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Little Gwen, Tilda, she was put in a mental hospital." Tilda, what? George was confused and puzzled, but not surprised. "I'm glad you're okay, so what happened recently?" George asked calmly in his sight. The spare tire rolled all the way uphill, then turned back and chased Carter towards him. Studying the tough demon skin, Charlotte replied, "It wasn't a big deal. I was almost hit by a meteor, and was chased by a demon called Death in the end. She sacrificed herself temporarily to protect me, and was admitted to a mental hospital. I think she likes it there too, so many dangers." I already knew Charlotte was a disaster. George paused, and silently watched Carter run away after the tire again, and began to think, should I keep Gwen away from Charlotte in the future and let him play with Carter? "Okay, Tilda, which mental hospital are you two locked up in?" "I'll pick you up right now, Tilda," George sighed. It was not just because he was getting older, but also because things were getting worse and worse recently. He always felt as if fate was targeting him. Maybe I should pick a time and take Gwen to church to pray, and then go to church to get rid of the bad luck. "No need, George." Tilda, Charlotte slapped her chest, making a loud clapping sound. "Don't worry, I will take good care of Gwen. I will scare her out in a while." Tilda in George's sight. The spare tire finally hit Carter, pressing her in the middle of the road. She waved her hands and desperately called for help from George. George, expressionless, walked towards Carter and spoke into the phone in his hand. "Then remember to remind Gwen what she promised me before. She had to report to me every day that she was safe, also. Charlotte, I feel like your recent behavior is becoming more and more dangerous. Remember, I don't want to see you on the news channel one day. Otherwise, I will personally take you to the police station." After saying that, George hung up the phone. Charlotte put away her phone, curled her lips, picked up the huge demon skin that she had washed, and pointed it at the sun in the sky. The thick and heavy demon skin was not translucent at all, which made Charlotte curl his lips in disappointment. and then he pulled the demon's skin onto himself, putting on the devil's face hood. Charlotte couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. This is the skin of a giant demon that is more than 6 meters tall. When draped over the body, it is many times larger than a quilt. Charlotte raised the corners of his mouth, as if he was wearing boots and gloves, and then his body suddenly became huge, covering himself with black demon skin. Skill card Lizard Parker. Woo Little Venom also looked excited. Black lines were repairing and entwining on the demon's skin, making this battle suit better fit Charlotte's huge body. Charlotte Power, 79 Spirit, 86 Physique, 79. Venom all attributes +1. No matter who the last invading demon, Death, Hand was. It must be a demon and definitely had no good intentions towards him. Although Charlotte had previously broadcast the existence of the devil, Charlotte felt that this was far from enough. I should help the demons to gain some fame and give them some trouble. Of course, the most important thing is that it is so much fun. Except for a huge tail that could not be hidden at all. The rest of Charlotte's body showed no trace of a lizardman and had completely taken the shape of another giant demon. He opened his palm and looked at the dark palm with a grim smile. Ghost Spider, your Lizard Parker is back again. At the same time, the other Charlotte turned pale and ran to Claire's car in a hurry. As soon as he got in the car, he shouted, "Claire, let's go. That black man is actually a demon." Claire looked at Charlotte with some suspicion. She had just watched the super large live broadcast in the sky. Of course, Sesh knew that the black man was a devil. But she also began to doubt Charlotte's identity. Aren't you really the superhero who just killed the devil? Another demon has taken over his body. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Ah, Charlotte's roar to the sky was heard from the forest. Feeling Charlotte's emotions, Little Venom also empathized with Charlotte's thoughts and absorbed them. With its little mouth open, it also roared towards the sky. Afterwards, Charlotte sat by the pool curled up, with her hands in her pockets, silently waiting for the plot to move to the next step. After all, the actors aren't in place yet, and the villain doesn't need to appear too soon. Although a little embarrassed, Charlotte found that she did seem to have a hobby of playing the villain Tilda. In the car, Charlotte performed passionately. The curse of death has expired. But this demon's body is obsessive-compulsive, and he still won't let us go. We need to face the devil's pursuit head-on. And this devil that has taken over the body of the god of death is extremely powerful. It will eat each of us in order of death. So now we must rush back to the mental hospital. Pick up Gwen and escape quickly. Looking at Charlotte's honest and kind face, Claire blushed slightly and expressed her belief. After Alet, the moment when the god of death died, she really felt her body light, as if some shackles suddenly disappeared. And even her face turned rosy now, the devil's pursuit. But she wasn't that worried, in Claire's mind. Unknown death is always more terrifying than visible entity. Far away in the mental hospital, Gwen pouted and picked at her fingers. In fact, Charlotte had only been gone for a short time. She currently had no idea what was happening outside. But she always felt as if she had been deceived by Charlotte here. So she secretly drew small circles on the ground for Charlotte. Of course, she didn't know at this time that Charlotte had matched her with an equally matched opponent. Both Charlottes were excited to play with her and enjoy this interesting holiday trip. The vehicle sped all the way and quickly arrived at the Mayhew Town Mental Sanatorium. Although Charlotte told Claire that the death curse had expired, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the safe journey. God knows what kind of life she had lived before, and how much effort she had put in to keep herself alive. She used the huge sum of money left to her by her companion to purchase an entire mental hospital and finally created a safe home for herself. She imagined countless ways of dying in the future and sat in the empty ward every day in fear, afraid that a satellite would fall from the sky or a meteorite would crash into the mountains. It may even make your mind tired and your spirit dazed. And now, everything is over. A tangible thing is coming to kill you. Just like a boss who has been using big moves, and suddenly his health bar lights up. It makes people feel happy, and their eyes shine. Charlotte in the forest saw that the time was almost up. So she finally started to move and rushed straight in the direction she came from. At this time, the place where Charlotte and the god of death had fought before welcomed another group of uninvited guests. They were carefully collecting the blood that belonged only to the devil on the ground. Charlotte's blood has disappeared due to the refresh mechanism of adding points. Nick and the others actually had no idea that Charlotte had returned to Mayhew Town. They received news that Charlotte and Gwen were attacked by the Grim Reaper in the motel and have now left along the highway, probably heading to the next location, because Harry and the other two had communicated with Charlotte. They had already rented a new pickup truck and left with the 5 people's luggage. The journey was smooth, and we have now arrived at Raccoon Town, where we are participating in the local festival and enjoying a happy time. There were strange noises coming from the forest, but no one from S.H.I.E.L.D. had time to react. Charlotte's figure was as fast as lightning, running along the road at high speed. When he stopped his excited steps, he was already standing not far in front of Nick. Charlotte and Nick, the two groups of people, totally unprepared, just stared at each other stupidly. Charlotte was frantically thinking of a countermeasure. The people in S.H.I.E.L.D. were really shocked by Charlotte's huge demonic body. Nick reacted the fastest. He suddenly flew to the side and pulled out the blue pistol from his waist without hesitation and pulled the trigger at Charlotte. A blue laser shot out and was perfectly blocked by Charlotte's raised right arm. With a simple idea in mind, Charlotte quickly got into the role. His eyes were cold and ferocious, and he shook his hands nonchalantly. He stood at attention and nodded gracefully at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Looking down at each of them, Nick raised his hand to stop the agents' attack. The guns in their hands could not cause much damage to the demon's skin. Charlotte glanced at Nick, smiled grimly, and said, "Nice to meet you. I think you must have heard of my name. Yes, I am the devil from hell, Nicholas Stanislavs, a great demon who controls and punishes the souls of betrayers. I have come here today using my incarnation. I am honored to meet you all. My admirers in the human world, Tilda. Please keep going. I need more betrayer souls to enjoy." The soul of the traitor. Nick was stunned, and his expression was a little ugly. He understood what Charlotte meant. All spies will go to hell and will be the meal of the devil in front of him. And Nick Fury is the spy among spies. Charlotte smiled cruelly and continued to add to her character. Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Maria Hill, Tilda Ahaha. These are all the foods I wrote down on the menu. I never thought that one day I would be able to meet my admirers face to face in the human world. Oh my God, Tilda, I can't wait to taste you in hell. Do you have any special requests? I like to eat roasted whole peepleed soybeans in the belly. Evenly apply special seasoning on the skin, control the heat. And do you recommend that I sprinkle more cumin? Nick's heart sank slightly and he asked unmoved, "Devil, what is your purpose in coming to the human world? Just to pick food? Of course not." Charlotte nodded nonchalantly, looking around, and said, "It's just that your souls all smell good, Tilda. I like the darkness of the rich sin and sorrow in your bodies the most." As she spoke, Charlotte turned her head and looked at Nick with deep eyes. "I can also taste your unknown memories and smell the fragrance of your despair, Tilda. Damn it, I want to eat your souls right now. But unfortunately, I still need to complete the Blackheart Demon's mission." Dark-hearted demon, Nick frowned slightly. "You are not allowed to say you haven't heard of it." Nick was interrupted by Charlotte's harsh rebuke before he could even open his mouth. Charlotte introduced with eyes full of admiration. The Darkheart is the son created by Mephisto, the Lord of Hell from evil. He has been exploring the essence of evil and has the power to corrupt souls. He is one of the powerful rulers of hell, unfortunately. The cunning Mephisto discovered the growth of Blackheart and cruelly weakened his power. So, now the Blackheart wants to recruit kind and righteous superheroes in the world to go to hell together to defeat Mephisto. Drive Mephisto out of hell. Let himself recover and have more powerful power. And I am the recruiter he sent Tilda. After saying that, Charlotte launched a sneak attack without hesitation. As a demon, he thought all this was normal and did not feel any psychological pressure. However, Coulson and others who were well prepared immediately opened fire and hit Charlotte in the body, knocking Charlotte down from midair. Damn. Such a weak body. Charlotte, pretending to be defeated, quickly retreated with a mysterious smile on his face, staring at Nick Fury and said, "By the way, do you want to sign some contracts with me? You can get anything you want from me in exchange. You must provide me with more souls of betrayers. A sure win, no losses, call out." Another blue laser was blocked by Charlotte. And Nick said coldly, "We never make deals with the devil." Hehe. Charlotte opened his mouth wide and let out a villain's signature laugh, and said in a cold voice, "That's because you never had the chance to make a deal with the devil, Tilda. This is just my incarnation. My real body is still in hell. You, a bunch of traitors, actually dared to attack me. I like your betrayal even more. After you die, I will play with your souls and slowly squeeze out every drop of darkness in your bodies. We don't need to be afraid." Nick answered sternly while firing. "We are willing to sacrifice everything for justice, even if it means going to hell after death. That is something we need to consider after death, devil. You can't shake our steadfast hearts." "It sounds so true, are you kidding me?" Charlotte sneered, maintaining her own personality, and made a seductive voice to everyone present. "You won't waver, so what about them?" Looking at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who shot at him, ignoring the sparks flying from his body and the pain in his chest, Charlotte stood there and said proudly, "Idiots. Your mortal weapons have no effect on demons, especially on a big demon like me, Tilda. Think about it, Tilda, there is no hatred between us. And killing you all will not do any good for me, Tilda. On the contrary, as long as you are alive, you will bring an endless supply of betrayer souls to me in hell. As long as you exist, darkness and power will corrupt you and make your souls even more delicious. You guys should be on my side, because I won't easily seal the food in advance. Your current actions will only bring endless troubles to your future. Even death is just the beginning, Tilda." Following Charlotte's words and his cruel expression, the look on the face of one of the religious agents became worse and worse, and the sound of gunfire hitting Charlotte became less prolonged. Charlotte seemed to have discovered something interesting, blinked her eyes, and continued to tempt. "Do you know how happy executives and congressmen are? Have you ever enjoyed a life of luxury cars and beautiful women? Have you ever experienced the crazy parties in the entertainment industry? You live with gunpowder every day, licking your wounds in the face of death. But all you get is to allow the capitalists to enjoy themselves better, with so many dignitaries and nobles protected by you. Who cares about your existence? The devil's words are not worth believing. Keep attacking." Nick glanced at the agent behind him and said angrily with a sullen face. Charlotte curled her lips and looked at Nick, who had a look of disdain on his face. "Look at this nigger's face. Your bullets can't penetrate my skin, but he still lets you keep shooting. He doesn't care about your lives at all, unlike me. I only feel sorry for my brother Tilda, because each of your souls is very precious to me. Look at his expression and think about what he did in the past, Tilda." Looking at the confused shooting, the solemn expressions of the few people, and Nick's expression, Charlotte sneered and continued, "You have already hesitated at this moment, Tilda. He has been seeing it all the time. When you go back, he will definitely hold you accountable. You have been shooting and risking being killed by me. You have gained nothing in the first place, and now you are being held accountable. Why are you still working for this nigger? Why not kill him here, kill this black man? Even if you die in the future, you will go to hell and enjoy it with the devil. Ha 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 ha. You can't even imagine the devil's happiness. Damn it." Nick cursed, inwardly, his expression gloomy to the extreme, and he shouted loudly, "He is a devil and only a devil. It is our duty to protect this world. Demons are born to lead others to evil. Don't worry, I will never pursue the matter when I return." Charlotte interrupted loudly. "He's still talking about responsibilities. He's still talking about not pursuing the matter." Charlotte asked faintly, Do you really believe him? Nick gritted his teeth, eyes back shivering, and continued to fire his laser bullets at Charlotte. And ordered, "It seems that bullets really have no effect on this demon. You go first, Coulson, Hill and I will cover your back." The bullet had no effect on Charlotte, but it was completely different on Nick. Realizing this, Nick ordered his men to retreat. After hearing Nick's order, several agents stood up, and the last agent looked at Charlotte, who had been standing there, with a cold light in his eyes, as if noticing his gaze. Charlotte also looked at him, with a pair of vertical pupils flowing with magma and a smile on her face. When he needs Yao, will push you to his side. Even if you are of no help, will take you with him. And once you pose a threat to him, he will not hesitate to let you retreat and abandon you. He wants to use your lives to lure me away, Tilda. Look carefully at his black face. Is it worth it? Is he really a good leader? Can you have a bright future working under such a heartless leader? Not to mention that what you are doing is a job that is licking blood and walking on the edge of a knife. Even if he says that he will not pursue the matter, he will still be dissatisfied with you. Aren't you afraid that one day he will silently arrange for you to die? The world is so miserable, we bother being so persistent. Take this black guy with me and go to hell to enjoy it, Tilda. You should be able to sense that he has begun to doubt you, Tilda. Not to mention, what if he finds out something? The agent standing at the end looked even more stern. He suddenly raised his gun and shot at Nick. Nick, who was prepared, rolled on the ground, turned around and shot the agent in the head. All the agents who were about to evacuate hid themselves and found cover. Charlotte grinned and said, "Now, someone has already ascended to the throne and is going to hell with me to enjoy the bliss. Aren't you planning to join in the action? Look at the black guy's performance. He has been guarding against you, Tilda. Working hard for him is even more." Bang. A shot interrupted Charlotte's words, and Coulson glared at Charlotte and said, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe." Hill also spoke. "We have long discovered that Bieber has problems and have been investigating him. He is an insider sent in by other organizations, but we have not alerted him. Our enemy is this demon before us." Nick didn't look back at the tents seen behind him. He stood up and stared at Charlotte coldly and asked, "What do you know and what do you want?" Hehe. Charlotte laughed and said jokingly, "She said she was investigating Bieber, which means they are also investigating you guys. They never believe you, Tilda. Now that Bieber has taken action, do you really think it can be kept secret? You really won't be implicated." Nick gritted his teeth. Damn devil, bang, bang, bang. Fierce gun battle broke out again. Faced with the sudden attack, this group of agents who were accustomed to suspicion could no longer distinguish who was their teammate and who was their opponent. Bullets were fired at everyone they suspected. One after another, they fell to the ground with expressions of disbelief. As the situation escalated, Charlotte laughed grimly and said loudly, "That's right. That's it, kill, kill. Killing one is a sin, killing 10,000 is a hero. As long as you kill everyone here, no one will know what happened here. Only blood can cover up sin." In a flash, several people fell in a pool of blood. Even several researchers had no choice but to draw their weapons and join the battle. And then they all died tragically on the spot. The king of spies is worthy of being the king of spies. Although Nick was targeted by many people, he was only shot in the left leg. He was an extremely accurate shooter, had a thick face and a black heart. He quickly killed the ace agent who attacked him and led Coulson and others to gain the upper hand. Few people shot at the good old man Coulson. And of course he didn't fire many shots either. Finally, when the smoke on the battlefield cleared, the only people who stood up were Nick, Coulson, Hill, and 2 other SHIELD agents. The rest were all killed on the spot because of the melee caused by the Hydra agents who were afraid of being exposed. Of course, the reason why everyone opened fire was because they were moved by Charlotte's words. Bang, bang, bang. Nick gritted his teeth and limped back forward. Lasers hit Charlotte's mouth. Looking at the demon in front of him, who had no intention of attacking him, he was extremely angry, Mazefac, are you satisfied? You bastard who grew up eating shit, tell me, what do you want? Hehe Tilda, Charlotte stared at Nick with contempt, raised the corner of her mouth and said, Nick, I don't want anything. I just like watching you humans kill each other. After all, this is what you are best at, isn't it? Just like you know compared to the two living betrayers. You are actually more willing to believe the dead betrayers, Tilda. Yes, Tilda, what was the purpose of this sudden gunfight? What's the point of innocent people's sacrifice? Are you really tempted by me? Or are they really hiding something in their hearts? With a devilish smile, Charlotte said softly, for these people who have something hidden in their hearts, do they really want to give it a try? Do they not know they are going to die when they shoot? Do they really think they are your opponent? They know your strength. Since you know you have been discovered and are in a dead end, why not make a sacrifice and make your destined death more meaningful? Nick, your heart is always full of doubts. Don't you suspect that this is just a self-torture trick to bury the nail deeper in order to gain your trust? Hehe, isn't it funny? A chill ran through everyone's heart. Nick frowned and stared at Charlotte without saying a word. He did begin to doubt. Behind Nick, everyone except Coulson was injured. After hearing what Charlotte said, the two surviving agents couldn't help but frown. Is this the devil? Is this the devil from hell? The devil didn't even make a move. But all the SHIELD agents were killed or injured. Ha Tilda, they helped you kill your close colleagues. But all they got was to be forever suspected by you. Is it worth it? Why don't you kill them both otherwise? There is no benefit in keeping two troubles who have begun to hate you. Charlotte's face was full of an expression of, I'm doing this for your own good. The two agents behind him felt a chill all over their bodies and couldn't help but touch their waists. Shut up, damn devils, I trust them so much. Nick shouted harshly, looking at the people opposite. The devil Charlotte still did not intend to give up. He looked at Coulson in silence for a moment, then looked away with a look of disgust. And his eyes fell on Hill. As soon as Charlotte opened her mouth, Hill's injured face immediately turned dark. Beauty, you are already over 30 years old this year. And you are already a mature old agent. Do you want to work with me? I am still in need of a Mama-san, Tilda. Bang, faced with Hill's angry attack, Charlotte shook her head in disappointment. I really can't stand being teased. It is basically impossible to persuade these agents now. They are too cautious about themselves. It is really boring, rather than. Charlotte smiled and said, oh my God, just like what everyone in hell said, Tilda, you humans, Tilda, are so gullible. You just believe whatever I say, Tilda. Hey, Tilda, there is no such thing as a traitorous demon in hell. I just randomly said my identity to play with you, Tilda. Use your brains and think about it a little bit, and you will know. I was just playing a little joke on you. Charlotte had a sinister smile, and every word she said stepped on everyone's heart, making Nick so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. No wonder we demons like to play with you humans. Because you humans are so fun. Looking at the ugly faces of the crowd and Coulson's dejected expression, Charlotte changed her tone and couldn't help laughing. You believe it again, you believe it again. Ha, you believe it again. Charlotte jumped up and laughed in a sharp and terrifying voice. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't attack because I can't attack ordinary people directly, Tilda. But Tilda, I will come to play with you guys again in the future. Tilda, you guys really made me have so much fun. Unfortunately, I have something else to do right now. So I won't stay with you any longer, you devil, Tilda. As he spoke, Charlotte moved turned into a beam of black light and quickly disappeared from their sight. No need to chase Tilda. Nick raised his hand to stop him. Of course, no one wanted to chase them. Everyone looked at the bodies of the agents, scattered all over the ground, with complicated expressions. Every person on Earth died at the hands of their own people. The devil inflicted heavy losses on them with just a few words. A heart sank into the lake, and everyone knew how terrible the devil was, and also remembered the face of the devil Charlotte forever. Looking back at the body of the ace agent beside him, Nick said with an unpleasant expression, let's clean up here first. This time it was my incompetence in commanding. I didn't expect the devil to be able to seduce people, which caused such a huge loss. After I go back, I will write a report myself to explain the harm of the devil and let everyone remember that demons cannot be trusted. Once discovered, they must be immediately eradicated with heavy weapons. After taking a look at Nick's expression, Coulson stepped forward and supported the lame Nick. "Clean up the battlefield," Coulson ordered. Nick glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground with his one eye and whispered in Coulson's ear, "Keep an eye on them. Our entire shield needs to be identified." The devil's words are definitely not groundless. I suspect there is really a traitor in shield. Coulson's expression was slightly tense. He asked, "Does it include Hill?" Including Hill tilde, Nick's face looked terribly ugly. He felt that the devil was the most dangerous thing in the world, playing with people's hearts and not being able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. I will contact my former superior, former SHIELD Director Alexander Pierce, to conduct an appraisal of the entire SHIELD. After all, I don't know who we can trust in SHIELD. Those who need to be identified include me and you. Of course, it's not ruled out that the devil really is playing a joke on us. The Mayhew Town Mental Sanatorium is quiet and harmonious. Compared with the noisy world, this cool place is simply a paradise created by Clar. The devil Charlotte came at full speed and lay stealthily on the ground at the edge of the hill, looking into the hospital with his huge devil head. In the nursing home, Charlotte grabbed Gwen and Kimberly and dragged the 2 unsure victims towards the car. After the long journey, Claire's car ran out of gas. So this time, their means of transportation was Thomas's police car. "What happened to Charlotte?" Gwen asked as she followed Charlotte towards the police car. "No time to explain, get in the car." Charlotte stuffed Kimberly and Gwen into the back seat of the police car. And without saying a word, she pushed Thomas away and sat in the driver's seat. As soon as the car door was closed, I leisurely went to get the paper squatted down and started. Gwen held onto the iron bars of the small window and stuck her head out of the back seat of the police car. She was even more confused now that she was locked up. The vehicle started quickly and ran forward with billowing smoke and dust. The devil Charlotte also jumped out at the right time. He stood in front of the car and yelled at everyone, "Gio,